Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be late. It's 4:00 p.m. here on the West Coast in Santa Monica, California. Here at the West Coast location, the Hotel Orloff. Oh, we're upside down. So we have 2 viewers, and here's the link to come on the show if you'd like to come on. And here's the link to a GoFundMe that would be really appreciated if you'd help out my wife and some financial stress that's been created by home repairs, roof siding repairs, a lot of problems, and my wife hasn't been able to work because she's been sick, but she's getting better. She's sort of better. She's getting better, but there's so many days she had to not take off of work. We're way behind. So if you want to help out Hotel Orloff, that would be great. I am one of us. Says hi, Gra too. Well, hello there. I am one of us, and we are one of us all together, or whatever the lines are. Where is my Dr. Pepper? You know, ladies and gentlemen, good things go with Dr. Pepper. And it's today's light and lively taste, but I have no idea where I set my bottle down. But they're one of our official sponsors, along with Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, and our new sponsor, Budweiser, and Continental Airlines. We really move our tails for you. Yeah, so we were stocked up because they're our new sponsor with whole crates of Budweiser, Pabst Blue Ribbon. We've got a giant box of Count Chocula up here and Trick cereal. We're all ready for the apocalypse, which I understand, according to people on the internet, is imminent. They say that, you know, Germany after World War I, when they used to have to push wheelbarrows full of cash just to buy a loaf of bread because the money had no value. Um, they say that's going to be coming up here. Maybe not next month, but soon. And who knows what other uh, apocalyptic events will be happening soon. But let's not worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Who worries about that? We're going to be looking at some old comic books and magazines, and we're going to be, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, doing something very important. And then we're going to be watching a Donald Trump rally that's on live here. I'm a little bit delayed. I'm watching it on a slight delay. I don't think he started talking yet, but in the real world. So if you're feeling guilty that you should be watching Right Side Broadcasting and tuning into the Donald Trump show, well, that's all right, because we'll be watching it here while we look at some monster magazines and comic books and all kinds of things. Well, I tried to, I heard that there was a sticky goose effect. You know, sticky goose has been riling up a lot of people lately in the comic book world, community YouTube world, and I thought, well, I'll do a video about Sticky Goose. As they say, if you mention Sticky Goose, you'll get thousands of views, more than you normally do, and lots of new subscribers. Well, I did a Sticky Goose video Thursday, but I got less views than normal, and I lost 2 subscribers. So perhaps the Sticky Goose effect works for some people, but not for others. Um, anyway. There's a reason I'm washing my hands. And you don't want to know that. You just don't want to know that reason. Okay. Oh, Drew, what's up? She could be the reason. Where did I put my Dr. Pepper? Back to what we were talking about. Oh, so there's the big debate Tuesday night. I might go live and simulcast that debate with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And I might do a show Monday night too, because I'm supposed to get a package in the mail from Gotham City Comics, and it was supposed to show up today. It said Saturday the 7th, but it's clearly not here because it's time to slow down the mail so that they can say, well, we have to wait an extra 2 weeks to count all the votes because you know how slow that post office is. Can you guys even hear me? No one's going to tell me, are they? I need to check to see if I'm on the right Wi-Fi. Hold on a second. How do I do that? Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, you. Was that Judge Merchan will delay his sentencing until after the election. Now that's going to be pushed until November 26th. This is a huge win for the Trump team and really for the entire country. The good news is, I think we were all getting very leery about the way that lawfare has been carried out in this country. Someone just sent me a comment asking if Sticky Goose would come on the show with me. No, I am not any. He goes on to shows with people. Yeah. I wouldn't really have much to talk about with Sticky Goose because he's not really into. I doesn't seem to be into the kind of comics I'm into, and really the only thing. Well, maybe a little bit, but I think mostly he's, I don't know what to tell you. Someone just commented that coming in. I don't know. So, oh man, two people went away. Okay, well that's your problem, man, not mine. I don't eat. The dog is apparently hungry, so look, I got some Kamala Harris dog treats. Look, multiply the joy, and that's what ex-President Clinton said about Kamala Harris. She brings joy. All her cackling and laughter at nothing. That makes stupid people happy. Okay, so this is Kamala Harris dog treat. Milkbone is promoting the joy, and then they're going to have boxes that say "Move forward with Milkbone flavored dog treats," and join the dog biscuit community. They'll use all the socialist terms to program us into being good Marxists, right? Right, Milkbone? I don't know. Maybe it's just coincidence that they use the word joy. I don't know. Or maybe they all have the same script writers. Okay, so I have a box that's labeled Psychotronic and Castlea Frankenstein. So we're going to look into this box. Why? Because the box was on top. Well, there was a book that came out 1984, 85 called The Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film. You all have this book. Now, it was written by a young guy named Michael Weldon. I got this at Dollar General, and my wife hates it. Wish it had a lid on it. I'd use it to store the dog treats because President Trump was very well composed. He did a great job in that debate. We're expecting him to do the same. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm off topic. Judging by the fact that people have not allowed her to. Sticky Goose has a reverse effect on us. We lose subscriptions. Yes, I think so. Gotham City. That's Kevin at Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. I think that I don't know, his latest person he went after. He he did a video and said that, let's face it, everyone that collects comics is in it for the money. We all um, are really, in it for the money, and he pissed off a lot of people, because they say, no, I'm not in it for the money. And I thought about it and said, am I in it for the money? And I thought, well, I don't sell my books. I don't even like to think of my wife after I pass away or whatever selling my books. And is that the dog or is that the Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have some lights on back there. Is just kind of props. He's turning off the lights. It's when the dog comes down the stairs, it sounds like a person, so I never know. That that doesn't sound right. Is that the dog or is that my wife? That doesn't. I always tend to say things that don't sound right and get in trouble. Okay, so what? Am I excited when I find out that a comic book I own is worth $900? Which I think I have anything worth $900. I think that Batman Adventures comic with the first Harley Quinn might be up there to that value if I was to have it slabbed, which I never will because it's in perfect condition. It's the first Harley Quinn, in comics. She'd already appeared on the cartoon show. That's one character that was invented for the cartoon show to make the joke kind of as a beard for the Joker because DC Comics had painted the Joker as being in love with Batman in a weird graphic novel called Arkham Asylum. Anyway, I talked about that a million times. So anyway, he said people are in it for the money, but I think he did say, I know you love the art and the stories, but you wouldn't just give your books away. You would once, and I'm not going to give them away either. But anyway, he was just trying to push buttons to get people pissed. Well, this guy in England, and I thought I'd seen this guy before. He has this white beard and a very elegant London accent. He's talking about, he had put out a video called Sticky Goose is Wrong. And he says, I love comics. And then about less than 2 minutes into his video, he says, well, 50% I do think of value. And anyway, I knew I'd seen him before. It turns out he does market reports with this guy in Canada, Comic Collector Geek on YouTube, where they talk about this this comic during the pandemic was worth 30,000, and now it's only worth, they're talking about Amazing Spider-Man, #1 books that no normal people ever will own. It was $60,000. Now a graded comic in 8.0 is worth 12,000. Look at the big cut you'll get. Oh, they're just talking about money like that. It's just like a stock market report. It's not interesting to someone that loves comics. It's interesting to people that invest in comics, and he's the expert talking to another expert that are big time comic collectors. Anyway, so Sticky Goose did an answer video to that guy who's laughing at all the comments below his video and everything. And now he's done another video saying, I found out that guy, his name is Suddenly Comics, the British guy, that he has a whole what is it called? Whatnot? He has a Whatnot channel or whatever you call it on Whatnot, where he's selling he has 2,000 books for sale. So he said he's trying to say. Anyway, and he says, now that guy's blocked me. So he's creating this big war with some guy in England. And I don't know. I don't really care about either person, but I like watching it because to me, it's like watching pro wrestling. So I tried to get into it, insert myself into it and saying, I see that Sticky Goose is like a pro wrestler. You guys like pro wrestling. Most of you say you do. And here's a guy that's acting like a bad guy wrestler, and you're just not getting the kayfabe. as it were. Whether it's funny or not, that's what he's doing. He's pushing your buttons and you're responding. And so I tried to do, and he also comes on and says, "I am the greatest." It's a wrestler thing. If you talk about me in your video, you're going to have the most popular video you've ever had on your worthless, failing YouTube channel. I see what he's doing. It's funny to me. I mean, not that funny, but it's funny enough that I know it's an attempt at humor. So I tried and I failed. I got like, I don't know, 222 views. I remember that number because of Room 222, the old TV series. But you gotta be at least in your 60s to remember that show. But you know the thing about Room 222 that's comic book related, sort of? Tell me in the chat if you know a person in Room 222 that later played a superhero, but that superhero was never in a comic book. That's like the riddle of the Sphinx. Let's see if you can figure that out. Anyway, Michael Weldon wrote a book called The Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film. There'd been a. How did I get off track to Sticky Goose from that? Anyway, um, that book, when I bought it, I spent months reading through it. I couldn't. I'll have to show you the book. Uh, oh, yeah, Gotham City Comics was saying Sticky Goose. That's what got me off track. Yeah, it's like normal comic book channels. He brings theirs, but this isn't a normal comic channel. It tends to bring us down. Sticky Goose Effect made my views go down by 50%. Oh yeah, Gotham City apparently mentioned Sticky Goose, and I haven't seen the video you mentioned him in, or was it one of your books where you show upcoming comics? Yeah, I don't know, man. At least it's something to watch on YouTube because most people aren't even doing YouTube shows anymore, man. People seem to have quit. Oh, he put a hashtag on his video. Yeah, yeah, I did that too. And I've just now learned about hashtags 5 years into it. Meyer Greenblatt was telling me that someone told him about hashtags and how it's supposed to help these young whippersnappers figure out and find out where each other's are, man. And I don't know anything about that, which is, but seriously, there's really no hope in trying to grow your channel because YouTube is seriously knocking subscribers off of everybody. And I've seen it. People have told me now that I'm unsubscribed to you. I don't know why. Because they don't want to pay people. Maybe if the economy was doing well, YouTube would be happy to share the wealth, but they're trying to keep people under 1,000, clearly. Or maybe I just have shitty content. That's very possible too. So Michael Weldon writes this book, and it has little mini reviews of, and what he calls psychotronic films are B movies, horror movies, rock and roll musicals, juvenile delinquent movies, jungle movies, basically cool movies. I'm not in the light. I'm going to move back a little bit. Oh man, I was sitting on my naga. Rally here in Wisconsin. But first, let me tell you about Tax Network. Are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is escalating collections, adding 20,000. Okay. Maybe this will be more light. How's that, ladies and gentlemen? I need to probably be a little farther back. Maybe. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizure and your yearly return for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they are licensed to help with. Look what I just found. It's a little miniature. See that? Those are arrows that are supposed to go on the belt of an Indian or Native American warrior. From one of my cowboy sets when I was like 5 years old. Here's my dad's canteen from the Army. Oh, look at that. It's dated. I didn't know that. It's dated. You see that? Let me get you back in the light. It's dated August 1960. I gotta go back farther. Damn you. Okay, well, now we got some light. So we don't have a professional show here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. It says, yeah, August 1960. Can you see that? I've never taken it out. Oh, look, I've never taken this out in my life. How about that? I had to take this to work, man. Drink water out of it. Can you imagine? I'm waiting for some Russian money. Yeah, you and me both, man. Speaking of money, guys, I'm not good at begging for money. But if you could help us out. God damn. The chair did not break, ladies and gentlemen. So stay away with the fat jokes. It was on top of a, it had rolled on top of a 45 RPM record holder. What is that, Drew? What is that? Oh, I thought this was a cat turd. But because Drew was sniffing around, she was about to chew on. I don't even know what it is. But it doesn't belong on the floor regardless, right, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, how cool is that, artist man? And we get to bring you right here into the heart. We have the best theater. Anyway, there's a link going down there. You see it? If you could help us out, I will put it here. GoFundMe. It would really help. I mean, there's this lady in the comic community. I think she wanted to raise some money because she was about to be evicted from her house. I think her name is Maitreya, and we raised money here on this channel. We raised several $1,000s for her. Maybe more than that. Some other channels also helped. Yes, over half of the money was raised here, and I did 24 solid altogether, 24 hours helping her out with her GoFundMe. And then when it comes to me helping me, it's like I'm kind of embarrassed to ask. But with her, because you're helping someone else, it feels good. When you're asking for yourself, it feels kind of crummy. But it feels good when loyal people that have watched this show for years kick in just a little bit of money, especially in an economy like this, man. So that would be great if you could help out. It's this. Oh shoot! I got to change discs. I'm recording this Trump. I record everything Trump does, like a fanatical maniac. So I recorded him talking to the Fraternal Order of Police yesterday. I recorded him with his press conference, and then this live rally today, which is in I don't know where he is. He's somewhere. I think he's up in Wisconsin. Yeah, he's in Wisconsin. You look around, things are looking much different. And I got this bad spindle of discs where I'm having a high failure rate. All these discs have failed. Something wrong in the manufacturing of this particular spindle. Hopefully they're not all like this now from verbatim. It's driving me crazy because you record for 5 hours on a disc and then it fails right as you're getting into the sixth and final hour. That's kind of annoying. And if I was putting together a music mix disc and I cut all these songs together and then it fails, man, how would I remember all the songs? Based on everything that I've learned from Christian, I don't like it, man. But I know what you say. First world problems.
Certain things in his past, but Jesus was the ultimate
Anyway,
man of salvation. He forgives. That's what he teaches. I wish
this is Right Side Broadcasting, so they're not afraid to talk about Jesus and all that.
The only perfect person. Jesus was the only perfect one. And we got to forgive people for what they've done in their past.
Okay.
Let this country be one that celebrates redemption and an up and coming back.
Oh, we have 9 people watching. We're gonna. Oh, while I'm waiting for this disc to finalize and put in the other disc, I'll show you the Psychotronic Encyclopedia film. Have any of you in the chat heard of the Psychotronic Encyclopedia film? Let's go into this part of our library here, and I think I just saw it. I think it's over here. Yeah, here it is. But there's 2 of them. Where's the other one? Man, my stuff is not in order. Oh boy. Where is it? It has to be here. So, anyway, how are you guys doing on this wonderful Saturday? Just fantastically, huh? Why are things not in the proper place? Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll show you these books. Oh, the disc finalized. Finally. I'll set these down. Okay, hold on. Everything made within the last 2 years is junk. I was going to get that DVD rack on Amazon until I read the reviews. Real wood and some bricks I think I'll use instead. Yeah, that I've got tons of shelves in the garage, just boards. And if I just get some cinder blocks, then I could fabricate some bookshelves and solve one of the major problems causing me stress. One of the many problems. Okay, so the disc is finalized. So I press eject, and then I gotta label it. Let me set you morons up here for a little bit.
Is incredibly important right now, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. We have a number of political analysts. They've come out and said that Democrats cannot.
So on this disc, Trump.
For a minute. And we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024.
This was police press conference.
With you at my side, we will demolish deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists.
And then Wisconsin.
We will throw off the stick.
All right. September 24. And then I've got it labeled.
Once and for all.
I'll show you the problem that these discs are having. This spindle that we got from Amazon, it's like, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but right here, do you see a weird, it's almost like the size of a thumbprint. Right about here. It's, anyway, you probably can't see it. So, as far as getting money back from Amazon, they want the spindle back, but I'd already recorded Trump rallies and cartoons on a whole bunch of the ones that did work, and we called verbatim, and they were going to give us a free spindle, but then they gave my wife the wrong email. But I think she called real early on Labor Day in the morning and got some guy in bed at verbatim taking the phone at his home. So I'm looking at this disc and I don't see the flaw. So I'm thinking it'll be okay to play.
But if I do my job and you do your job and you do
So let me. Now
you know what?
I'm watching this on YouTube, but I got to rewind because I missed some of the show. I know this seems crazy,
All of it comes down to
but we all have our crazy idiosyncrasies, you know. Um,
we've seen a lot of kids here today with their families coming.
I'll just start here, and
It's pouring in from the U.S.
so this is not in. This is Trump may actually be speaking now, but I'm watching. It says 11:28 a.m. Eastern time, which means it's 10:28 here, and it's actually almost 12 here. So I'm about an hour and a half behind in time here.
As future voters, our kids need to understand.
Okay, fantastic. That's all right.
The Kid's Guide to President Trump.
Anyway, I'm filling you in on something that's really cool, and I'm going to fill you in on the history behind it as well. But I'm like that insane college professor that you just had to, that just talked about anything but gave everybody A's. That's me. Um, just have to be patient with me. You'll get your A. You just got to show up and listen to old Dr. Gratu, all 9 of you. Usually there's 12 of you watching, but there's a big football game today. I'm watching the Trump rally. Everyone else in town. There's 2 major colleges here in this state that are rivals, and they're fighting it out today. I guess in a few hours, everybody was at the supermarket getting stuff. I mean, it's like the Super Bowl. I guess they have a famous rivalry, and they're playing this afternoon. And I would be excited, but I don't know which team to root for. And also, I don't like football. So, I mean, I enjoy football if I know the people on the field. Like if I know them, that's a family member. Then it becomes interesting. But sports are interesting when I know the players, or when the players are really cool. Like I'd never watched basketball, but then Meyer Greenblatt informed me about Caitlyn Clark and how amazing she is, and how she's just like it's really fun to watch because she just angers everyone else with her greatness. And I thought, well, that'll be fun to watch. Okay, this book, you won't believe how many hours I spent reading this book, and yet look, there's not a single crease in the spine because I treat my books well, because this is how I read them. I read it like this. Notice the spine stays straight. I read this page, then I kind of turn it and read this page. You don't have to break the spine and have all the pages fall out after a few years. Okay, so you look in, it's all alphabetical. This is the Psychotronic Man, from which he got his term psychotronic. It tells you it came out in 1980 from International Harmony. It gives you the producer, the director, and the screenwriters, and it gives you a paragraph review of the movie. In this case, an extremely low budget independent from Chicago. The producer, whose main occupation is running an insurance business, stars as Rocky Fosco, the psychic barber. Unknown forces cause him to blink at people who die instantly or jump out of windows. Reports suggest it's good for laughs. Great title, though. So this one he hasn't actually seen. He's saying this. I've heard that people said that most of these movies he's seen. See, he used to do a fanzine, like a home printed zine called the Psychotronic Guide to Television or something. I think it was in Ohio or wherever he was living. A lot of cool stuff comes out of Ohio. I could be wrong, like the Cramps, and stuff. But there's also a lot of great photos in here, and great Admats. Like here's an Admat for Bury Me an Angel. An Admat are the the ads that would appear in a newspaper when the movies came out, which is how people used to find out what was playing in the theater before the internet, newspapers. There's just an admat for the creatures. So he put out this zine, and then he collected the stuff together into this book. There was a convention in Dallas being run by this guy that, literally, this guy that we knew. I'll tell you, explain to you the humor behind that. Uh, okay, I'll just tell you this. There was going to be a convention in Dallas. He was going to be one of the guests. We knew the guy that was putting on the convention. He ran a store called Hollywood Book and Post. No, that's the store in Hollywood. His was called Remember. No, it wasn't called Remember When. That was the store in. It was called Stage and Screen Gallery. That's what it was called. It was in Dallas, in a real hoity-toity, right across from the House of Blues, right? Which was Dan Aykroyd was one of the main owners of the House of Blues, and that was the Dallas location, very ritzy section of Dallas. And here across the street from the House of Blues was a new comic book store, but it was mostly a movie poster, movie memorabilia place. It was called Stage and Screen Gallery, right? And the name gallery implies this is fancy. So my friend Tom and I go into this store, and he recognizes the guy running it, I guess from, because he was big into the movie poster collecting world. I'll say world because I hate that word, community, but he was a big movie poster collector. I had collected monster magazines and comic books, and we met at right about that time, 1984, 85. So Tom and I were in Dallas. We find a new store. We go in, and he recognizes the guy running it. Maybe he used to have another store. And the guy running it, and this is where the pun comes in, his name was Guy. His name was Guy Steele. And his name still is Guy Steele, and I need to be careful what I say because he may be watching this video because I'm friends with him on Facebook. He no longer has that store, but he was a major movie poster dealer, and he had big time movie posters, like the creature from the Black Lagoon in the 1980s. That was a huge one, just like this. And he had a framed creature from the Black Lagoon inserts are the skinny ones. And he said, I just sold it to the House of Blues across the street. They're going to put it on display for, I don't know how much, probably a few thousand. It would be worth a lot more than that in today's money. And Tom scared this guy. He says, yeah, Guy, I heard you had been killed by the mob. And he got real nervous. I don't know if Tom really had heard that, but he was a crazy. I'm talking about Tom in the past tense because he did pass away. Old friend of mine. But anyway, so he puts on it. He's about to put on a convention. He's got all these people coming, and then Tom knows people, and he says, "Hey, why don't you invite these people to the con too, so he can bring all his friends into town?" And we wanted to meet this guy that wrote Psychotronic and Encyclopedia Film because this book is amazing. And so the guy gets invited. Michael Weldon, the guy that wrote Psychotronic Encyclopedia Film, comes to Dallas for the convention, right? And he's going to stay at Tom's mother's house because we're in college, we're still living at home. And so, but Tom's mother's house is a big house right next to the mayor's house, and filled with artwork by Norman Rockwell and what is that big Western? It was mostly Western art. His Tom's dad was a dentist, prominent dentist in the town, and he had in the 1950s he started buying artwork from illustrators, and people in the art world said, you're wasting your money buying this illustrator art, because people in the art world look down upon illustrations mean artwork that's done for commercial reasons, like for a magazine cover. So Norman Rockwell would be an illustrator rather than a fine artist. Fine art is done for the edification of the world and is put in galleries, and of course it's still done for money. But if you're doing a cover for a paperback or a movie, or you're doing a painting for a movie poster, or for a comic book cover, or for the front of Famous Monsters of Filmland, that's called illustration. And they thought that was, gosh, that was yeah, beneath them. Anyway, but so he bought all that. He just said to heck with you, and he didn't listen to these people, and he bought Norman Rockwell, and I just can't remember this Western artist that painted cowboys and did sculptures. It'll come to me as soon as I end the live stream. But anyway, so there's lots of that art in the house, and where's Tom's childhood bedroom filled with one sheets to Invasion of the Saucer Men and Dirty Harry and all that. And he'd always been into monster movie stuff. So anyway, so Michael Walden's going to stay at that house and then attend the convention, and um, so we got to hang out with him, and he told me that the format of this he took from a magazine called Castlea Frankenstein. Castlea Frankenstein always had a guide to movies in the back of each issue. They would do little capsule reviews of movies, because you got to realize, growing up in the '60s when Castle of Frankenstein was coming out, late '50s and into the '60s and into the '70s, before VCRs were invented, a movie what movie lovers would do on Tuesday, was it Monday? I think it was Tuesday. The new TV Guide came out. That was when the bookstore near my house got all the new books in, all the new comics, magazines. Tuesday was the day, and they got the new TV Guide. So we would always get two copies of the TV Guide, one for upstairs and one for downstairs in our house. And I would go since I was a little kid, I'd go through the whole TV Guide for the upcoming week, looking to see what's going to be playing, what movies. It's like, oh my God, they're having Planet of the Apes week on a 3:30 movie on Channel 8. Of course, they would cut parts of those movies out to fit them into an hour and a half slot, plus commercials. But that was after their initial airing on CBS network. But you'd look to see, and then some movie would come on. It's like, I don't know anything. I've never heard of this movie. So Castle of Frankenstein would have reviews and let you know about these obscure movies. And then this book would really help you. So this book was out in time for the big wave of USA Network. USA Network in the '80s. For those of you that are younger, possibly. I don't think so, because everyone that watches this channel, according to my UT stats, is my age. But in the '80s, there was a horror, a movie host on Saturday afternoons called Commander USA, and he was dressed like a kind of a sleazy superhero, always smoking a cigar, and he would run movies for you. And a lot of times they were Mexican horror movies, or they were kung fu movies, just horror movies. Uh, oh, I just got a message from Maranya wanting to signal boost on my channel, her GoFundMe. Well, if you guys donate, yes, Maranya, if you're watching my show, I guess that was coming to me privately. I don't think I'm supposed to read that. If you want to come on, Maranya, and plug, but if you donate to her, you got to donate the same amount to me, man, because I got a GoFundMe going too. So equal opportunity. Yes, of course. I'm not gonna, she has to do car repairs or something. So we got to have equal opportunity money being given here, man. If you're coming on here, man, or I'll take a cut of your. You come here, you'll give us half, or we break your legs. Understand that, Maranatha? Um, Moral. Okay, Maya Greenblatt says, ha 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 ha. Paulo says, except me, I'm the only young person who watches you. You're not that young, man. You're old motherfucker, too. Meyer, I have developed a peanut allergy. Sorry. Oh, well, yeah. Oh my God. So this is a great, like here. This is how you'd find out what Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed was. Of course, you might already know that. Frankenstein 1970. Here's Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. This is the Frankenstein section of the Psychotronic Encyclopedia film. If you don't have this book, you need to get this book. Hey, oh, this is the guy. He'd been in a band, like a punk rock band. This is him. That's when he was young. He put out a sequel to this book. I'll show that to you. Someone's in the wings trying to come on. I'll check him out in a minute. It's either Gotham City or Meyer, or it could be Maitreya wanting to promote her GoFundMe. Here's the Psychotronic video guide. Oh, okay. This is like, okay, he put that out, and then he realized there's a lot of people uh, now. After that came out, it was perfect because I forgot the video cassette boom happened, and everyone was renting VHS and some people beta cassettes. And so he had the Psychotronic Encyclopedia film. So he put out another edition, and this one doesn't have any repeats. It's all different movies, but it's between these two books, you're going to find almost every obscure movie that you've never heard of that played at the drive-ins and everything. You got to get both these books. Then he put out calendars for a few years with great pictures of Admats. And then he started his own magazine that you could get at Barnes and Noble, like not a photocopied zine anymore. Okay, I've got like all kinds of messages coming in. These are private messages. What is that? I don't know what that even is. I what the hell is going on here? I don't know what that even means. Is that private chat? Oh yeah, okay. She's sending me links in my okay. The guest. Oh, it's Maranya. Let's see. Add to stay. Okay.
So
Hello, Maranya. I was joking around about your name. I was calling you Maitreya and
yeah, whatever. I've had so many
marijuana.
people make fun of my name. I'm used to
Well,
it
it
now.
sounds like a Russian spy, Maranya
Well,
Valakov.
yeah, yeah.
What is it? Valakov?
It was kind of like that when I first made the name. It's not my real name, of course. Surprise,
Well, you
surprise.
should change it legally. Why don't you change it?
No, no,
What
no. I
is?
can't. I don't know. My husband. I don't want to change it because of my husband.
Well, then tack his last name at the end, but it's
No,
just too
no,
good.
because I get enough flack with my brother from using
What
this
is
name
what
on
is the
most social
origin of
media.
it? Did it come from like a
Oh,
Doctor
it
Who episode or
actually
something?
came from online role playing. I joined a
Why didn't
group.
I guess that?
Yes.
So were you a Russian spy? Is that
No,
what it
no, no, no,
was?
no. The character I made the character to be this other character's sister, and that Val Conan was their name. And I decided, okay, well, that sounds kind of Russian. So I went and looked up Russian names, and Maranya sounded the best, and I kind of liked it. Meyer, that's not funny.
Gosh, these people in my chat are evil. My
Yeah,
God,
that's that.
Paulo just says hello.
I'm
Paulo's being
humbling
nice.
myself. I'm humbling myself to do the GoFundMe. It's not
I know
funny.
it's embarrassing. it's, I was like, it's so easy to help other people. I was saying this earlier because I saw your comment pop up at the top. I can I can ask for money to help someone else really convincingly, but then I'm asking for because I'm doing one for myself now. Um, it's embarrassing. So I know what you mean.
It's embarrassing
Meyer
for me to
says,
come here and do this, and it really hurts when people say, "Oh, I'm shamming or scamming," or whatever. It really hurts. So I don't.
"Yeah, well, it's
Okay,
it's okay.
that's okay.
I'm not saying it.
Um,
Meyer's evil.
yeah, Meyer.
Meyer's our sticky
I actually
goose."
had somebody that I know say, "Was this a scam?" Because I was talking about people. I was talking about
Well,
people who were trying to.
I'm listening. I'm going to
They
put this
said,
book up.
"Okay, we'll promote this for you, but you got to pay money to do it."
I was just saying that it's like if any of you donate to her, you got to give the same amount to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm joking. That those people were serious. I'm assuming.
It was the person they weren't sure. They thought, maybe I was because I was talking about the scammers. They thought, well, is this a scam? I said, no, this
Yeah,
is not a scam. And believe me, I would.
Meyer, you're just irascible, man. I can't. Um,
I apologize. I'm sensitive to that because I have had people.
it's not, it's not me. I see. I'm not typing.
No,
Um,
I
no,
know.
I understand car repairs, man. I had a car crap out, and I used to have to drive half an hour, like 20 miles to work, and before I retired. And then this friend of mine said, "Well, hey, I'll loan you my big van, and you can borrow it for like a month until." I thought, well, that's great. And he says, well, he had an alternate a reason I don't want to talk about on the air why he wanted to get rid of his car, because then he could ask someone else for a ride that he liked, and then he wanted to get rid of his own car. It's like something out of a weird sitcom. But anyway, so yeah, it's great when you get people to help out. What is the issue with your car?
Okay, the cars. It's the suspension, the brakes, and the tires.
Yeah, you got to get you got to get you got to move to a small town, because here I had trouble with a flat tire.
Hmm.
And I thought, well, when I used to live in Texas, if I had a flat, I would go and they said, oh, in fact, you need all four new tires. So I go to this place here, and the guy says, oh, fixed it. And I'm thinking, oh God, what is it going to do? He's like $19. He charged me, because I knew his wife from work. And it's like everybody knows that's the trick is and he's nice, It's the first time I came in. If he shafts me, then I'm gonna, then it's nice to be in a small town. But anyway, it doesn't help you with your.
No, it
Paula
doesn't.
says I dumped my car late last year and needed a starter motor and electronic clutch. That would cost more than the car's value. Yeah, is it possible to get a new car? Not new car, but
No, no, it wouldn't be because our
like a
finances are not.
clunker used car for like 4 grand, or does that even happen anymore?
No, I don't know about that, but our
Well, what
car
happened
was
with
really
me?
good. It's a 16-year-old car, but it's held up. But finally, things are starting to go.
Yeah, that's by design. They
Yeah,
need,
well, it's a
but
16-year-old car, so
well, 16-year-old car used to be nothing, but now
yeah.
they build cars so you have to
Well,
be.
it was holding up for years and never. All we had to do is like regular maintenance. Now it's starting to finally go.
How far is your husband drives to work? How far does he drive?
It's I don't know about a mile or two, but he has to do like grocery shop and other things like that. So we do need the
How
car. And the
well?
grocery shopping is far. It's actually far away from where we live.
Oh, okay. Well, for me, I have to drive 45 seconds to work, but if I walk, it takes more like
Hmm.
8 minutes, not 8 seconds.
Hmm.
And then the grocery store is probably I could get there in less than a minute too by car, but if I walk, it takes maybe a minute and a half. It solves all uh, okay, so he could technically walk to work, but
He could
but
technically
you
walk to
can't
work.
eat.
Yeah.
Well, not in the winter or when it's raining. That's okay. Cool. Well, so all that. I mean, you no problems with the landlord. All that was
No,
settled.
that's taken care of. We just really need this to be able to get to work to keep
Yeah,
paying
or
the bill.
then the landlord thing becomes an issue again because
Yep,
of the
yep,
car.
yep, yep, yep.
So if you want to avoid another GoFundMe, ladies and gentlemen, you need to help her with the car
Yes,
repair.
please.
This is really, but Gotham City is right. Everybody's hurting.
Yeah,
Everybody,
it's like it's like hey, I understand it. I'm
uh,
humbling myself to come here to
well, I
and
know because
yeah,
this is the enemy camp. Those people over there hate my guts. So you
not that
come
I know
here,
of,
it's
not that
like
I
coming
know
to
of.
Satan and signing your name in a black book. Yeah, I'm completely hated by that crowd, but I don't like talking about it. But they don't like me one
I
bit.
did, I'm not aware of that, but
It's well, it's yeah, yeah, because everyone was talking about it that one Saturday morning. Everybody in the peanut gallery about how we
mm,
need to shut that show down on Wednesday night. Those people are terrible. How dare they call us nursing home patients? I was just joking because it just seems like that's what when I visited my grandfather in the nursing home, everyone was saying hi, hello, and then they come over and say hi, hello again and again, and it was very nice and friendly. And they'd ask each other about, things, and it just seems like the atmosphere in the chat on there. And then everyone else was forgiven, but I was the enemy. But I think I might have said some other things too in the past that I've forgotten about, but I don't think I'm as bad as Sticky Goose or anything. But people don't like me much. That's all right. I got my own little people, but I don't mind helping people because I don't hate anybody. If any of those people that hate me, I mean, I love them all really deep down, but I just know they don't like me much anymore, and I'm not part of their crowd. So therefore, I'm not invited to be on. I was never invited to be on some of that, but it's okay. But
Yeah.
uh, oh my gosh, Myers is saying all these horrible things, man. The chat, I can't believe it. So how much are you needing?
I need 2,500. That's including like they do take a little off the top from GoFundMe, as I found out last time. But
Yeah. Well,
anything,
you got like extra money last time, right? It went
yeah,
over.
I did actually get extra, and that I did pay paid the back plus a little bit towards the regular. I mean everything is good for that.
Oh, you
But
paid like rent ahead of time?
a little bit of rent ahead of time, yeah. So I was able to pay a little bit of the rent ahead of time.
Man, if only you'd save that extra money
If I
you earned over the 4,000 in a
if we could have
account in case of
done that,
problems.
it would have been I would not be asking for anything here.
Yeah, what happened with us is my wife's just been in absolute
Yeah,
agony with
yeah, I get
hernias
it.
and
I get it.
female issues, and she hasn't been able to work, and we've gotten behind
Yeah,
in money, and
yeah.
then
It
these
snowballs. It snowballs.
grifters that put it on our roof and the siding, not the people you saw in the video. Those were nice people, the Amish, but the people they were working for.
Oh, the company, yeah,
Oh
they get
yeah,
you.
they're you know, uh, some of the things they said were not.
Yeah,
Oh, what's up? Am I too? I think I'm being too. I'm being too loud. She's actually working her job today. Yeah, I'm actually. She can hear me upstairs, so I'm gonna move over here. Um, yeah. Um. Anyway, so we. Okay, let me figure this out. Anyway, so we got all these. We're man. If we could. Yeah. If we could raise about maybe $5,000 total, it would really help. But
yeah.
um, but then
Even if we could raise half of what we're asking for, that would get the major thing taken care of, the suspension.
yeah. Do you have any income yourself, or do you
No, I
do a
do not.
job?
No, I do not.
If you could get paid for being a moderator, man, you'd be
If
doing great.
I could get paid for a lot of the stuff I do online, I'd be I wouldn't be asking anybody for money. I'd be like, hey, there we go, we're good.
Can you send a bill to I Love Comics and
No,
the Saturday show?
yeah, he's just as he's like us. We're in financial straits too. So he's doing his thing to make his money. And so it's like I try to help what I can, with moderating and stuff, but I don't have,
Well, I assume not to talk about, you're not supposed to talk about politics and religion, but I do
yeah,
that all the time. I assume that everybody in the comic book community, including all the people that have wished me into the cornfield, I assume they're all voting for Trump. I would assume, because if
yeah,
they're not, they don't need to be bitching about how much we're suffering right now.
yeah. I don't want to say who I'm voting for, but I'm not gonna vote for somebody who's basically they wishy-wash flip-flop on what they say that they said, and also that they got into the. I'm not gonna vote for somebody who got into being the nominee. Kind of how shall I put this? 2020-ish.
Oh, okay. So you mean mean cheating in the election?
Yeah, I'm. I'm
Okay,
not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
so
I'm not gonna.
gosh, that's going to be hard for us to guess because there's only
Yeah,
one other
exactly.
choice,
I just don't want. I don't
unless
want to
you're
come out and
voting
say
for
it, but
the green candidate or something.
oh no, 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 no. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I know you're told by your parents never to tell who you're voting
yeah.
for, but
That
at
was
this
what the way
point,
I grew up. Yeah, we did say the two things you never talk about is politics and religion.
yeah.
And
Except now, it's kind of like sorry, 1775. I'm not going to tell you if I'm for the King of England, because I just don't. At this point, those rules that my parents taught me, because my mother would never tell me who she was voting for. She was afraid I'd go to
yeah,
school and
well,
say it.
yeah,
But but it Yeah, I think it's time for people to stop being afraid. I've got two Trump signs in the front of the house,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
they could burn my house down or do whatever they want because that's how they operate on the other side. But
Mm,
that'll put me out of my misery, honestly, because you know it's you know everything seems to go wrong. I thought I had all these friends, and then it's like, oh, that Gratu, he's horrible. You know. And I thought that everyone was going to come together when we were all trying to help you out. But no, after that, I was, yeah, it's all right. It's fun to be hated. I've been hated all my life. I have lots of practice in that from junior high school.
yeah. I was
But
hated
so you got to,
until I got to this community. I was bullied. I was hated. I didn't have hardly any friends.
yeah, but when you get hated by the nerd community, then you know you're really effed. And there's people that like me, but it shows me who my real friends are. But sure, I'll promote your GoFundMe. Oh, I guess I have to put the link out, or no one even knows what the hell. Um, it's people saying here, man. Oh, Imsh is watching.
Yeah. Yes, I did. I did get one donation. Yes.
Oh my gosh,
That's
Meyer. Oh
also
my gosh.
because my alarm my alarm went off. I didn't hear it. I overslept, so I got there an hour into the show, so I couldn't promote it right at the beginning. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Imp says you, or is that yo? That's not you. That's yo. Imp is being said hello to. See, we say hello to each other here too.
yeah,
We just got to go to the supermarket. See y'all later. See, it's just a different nursing home on the other side of town. Meyer Greenblatt, get a job. Shut up, Meyer. You're not on here, man. Don't embarrass.
I appreciate a werewolf. I appreciate
Werewolf
it, werewolf.
says, "Oh, Werewolf is someone that exists in both worlds. He's a friend of this show and a friend of the people that hate me." He says, "Hi guys, I wish I could help you, Maranya, but I'm about to drop $500,000 on a
Wow,
lease on a house, which will leave me potless. I will check finances next week, see what I can do." Yikes!
I
I think well,
appreciate the
he's in
werewolf.
Australia, so $500,000 might be like $20 to us. I don't know how that. I think
Yeah,
he's in Australia.
yeah, he is, I believe.
Yeah, but when people say that, like if they live in another country or like say in San Francisco or somewhere in another state, it's like $500,000 is like a house the size of a trailer. So yeah, I don't
Hey,
know.
I'm on here now. I'm on here now. So I could read all the things I just did in chat, or I can just pick right up there and just start talking. I think I'll just start talking. So yeah.
Fair
So
enough.
I left off with get a job. There's plenty of people here that
I've been
have
trying
fun.
to get something
So
online because I'm good
I
at
wasn't
computers.
finished. So
I'm sorry.
get a job. There's a lot of people on here that have financial problems as well. There's a lot of people on here that would never be so shameful as to jump on somebody else's channel that is already in financial distress and doing their own GoFundMe and then leapfrog off that other person's GoFundMe. It's a very classless act. The whole thing is a very classless act. You should promote your GoFundMe yourself in your own way. Like I said, if you want to do this, start your own channel. You have plenty of friends on those other channels that would subscribe to your channel and watch your content. Don't use someone else's show. I mean, Gratu's in the middle of doing a show here, and then you pop in. Now for the last 15 minutes, we've been talking about you. It's been nothing but tiny violins. I'm a regular viewer of this channel. I enjoy this channel. When somebody comes on that I don't want to see, I'm going to voice my opinion. I'm going to give my honest opinion about you, about the other peanuts that I don't like. That's what this show is about. This show, when I'm on, I speak my mind, and that's what I'm here for.
Fair enough. I came here to try to get some, because I've been single boosting everywhere I can. So
Well, where have you been at? Have you been on I Love Comics? Have they helped out?
yeah, I gave the information to them. They haven't been single boosting it. I gave it to
They have or haven't?
Rod. They haven't.
Oh, okay.
And then I gave it to Rod, and he single boosted it a bit. And I've been promoting through Twitter. I've been promoting through Instagram. I've been promoting through my Facebook.
Looks like Dr. Silver Age gave you $50.
Yes, he
and
did.
That's nice of him. And and then someone else gave $50 this morning. I don't know that name.
Yeah, I know. I think I know who that is. But anyway, okay. I apologize for intruding on your thing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going.
Awesome. I hate this topic so much, dude. I hate it so much. I hate that topic so much. It's bro.
You're going to make me even more the villain of the comic book community. I'm going to be the new sticky
It's been that
goose.
way from the beginning, dude. It's been
Or
that
maybe
way
I'm
from the
the old
beginning.
sticky goose. Maybe he's imitating
I'm
me.
as big of a villain as you are. I left sharp marked comments on those people's videos and in their chat, and they don't like any pushback. They don't want to hear any opinion that's different from their own. They don't want to be called to the carpet by anybody. They just want to play their stupid little shit. I mean, that's fine. Do it on your own fucking show. Do it.
Yeah. Well,
why would you come over here when you know the people? You don't have viewers. Her friends are over there. So she's going to come over here and try and sell her thing anyway to people that don't even know her. I guess is her hope, because everybody else probably knows her. And so anyway, I hate the topic. I'm done with the topic. I dislike many of those people.
I think there's a guy that comes on about now that does
it's
I'm sorry
irritating.
talking over you. I'm sorry, I talked over you. So repeat that last sentence. I didn't hear anything.
I said it's irritating as shit.
Yeah, well, I'm painted as this evil villain, but she comes on, I'll be nice. I've been there with car repairs. I understand. But I just know that
I'm not a nice guy. I've warned many people I'm not a nice guy.
I don't know exactly what I did to be hated. I've talked about politics. I would show Grimm's Ghost Stories, the Gold Key comic, and I would say, "Oh, that witch looks like Nancy Pelosi," and everyone would laugh. And I thought, okay, everybody's on board with my sense of humor. I'm invited on this show with all these little Hollywood squares of comic book collectors, and I act like the way I do on my show. And I thought, I hear people chuckling. I didn't know people are secretly stewing. I don't know why I've joked about things that I think are. I've never been really mean. All I said was that, and one time I joked that the peanut gallery on that Saturday morning show, Comic Book Memories, sounds like hi, hello, how are you? Hi, hi, hi. It just sounds, how's your cat? Oh, my cat's fine. How's your gerbil? Are you staying hydrated? It just sounds like a bunch of old people, which it is, but I'm old. I sound like an old person. So I was just joking because it was stated that on the show there's 45 minutes of comment reading before they show comics, because people are just catching up and wanting to talk to their friends. I apologized for it with tears in my eyes and said, I love these people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings. People are angry, fuming, looking at me like and then I'm told, well, we're canceling the Wednesday night show, which was when I look forward to every week. And all those hours, if I could have just get those hours back that I spent on that Four Color Fossil show and spend them with my wife and watch movies with my wife on Wednesday nights instead. But I thought, these are my good friends and I'm hanging out with them. And I love hanging out every week. That's what got me through the week, is to talk to my friends. And that started, I think, during the late period of the pandemic. And it was just so good and wonderful. We talked before and after the show. And then I go, well, I'll invite you back on in 15 weeks. And then I'm never invited on. And then I overhear people saying, well, you never can tell when I guess he's going to blow up again. I'm just not going to be around him. He just blows up here I am blowing up. And then, yeah, that Meyer, he doesn't want to come on one because he's afraid of me, because he's a combat veteran and has PTSD and he's off his meds and he's just too scared and insecure to come on one. And I hear this people talking, and they it's like
What a
man,
disgusting, ridiculous
that's
thing for
ridiculous.
that fat fuck to say, to be honest. The
Meyer,
reason
no,
I
let's
don't,
stop. Let's
so you love that
don't get
show.
into personal insults.
Okay, well, you loved that show, right? Well, I liked it at the beginning, but that show became a slog for me. If you recall, if you look back, my appearances on that show are sometimes once a month, maybe sometimes once every 2 or 3 months. The reason why is because I can't stand the format of the Four Color Fossils. It means that you have to sit in front of your camera for 2 hours, and you have to, first of all, you have to take a stack of comics out of your collection, get them all stacked up, and it's just, it's a slog. And part of the slog is the chat. I can't stand the chat, and that's why I've had problems from the very beginning. It's inane, it's stupid, it's redundant, it's tiresome. It's all tiresome to me. Now, these are my opinions because I'm a human being, so I'm allowed to have different opinions than maybe you. If you're a member of the Peanut Gallery and you're listening to my voice right now, a big F you to you. I dislike what you produce over there. I
Wait,
can't stand
Werewolf by
either of those
Lunchtime is
shows,
one
and
of the.
I can't stand the chat. The reason why I'm here is because I dislike the chat. The reason why I told Micah that I wasn't going to go on his show anymore was because I felt that the chat was responsible for the problems that occurred between Micah's show and Rod and Shannon's show. I read the comments in the videos. The people that were commenting in the videos were viewers of both those shows, and they were like snitching on you guys. They were snitching on the Four Color Fossils to Rod and Shannon. Now, those same viewers are the same viewers that now they're behind Graphic Man. They watch Graphic Man, but until Graphic Man removed, it was almost like, here it is. This is our ultimatum. If you don't remove that show and cancel your show, I don't know what the fuck it was, but at any rate, I didn't want to be an entertainer or a performer, whatever this thing is I'm doing, for those people. I don't want to tell those people and show those people my comics and share the stories of how I collected my comics, my love for Tarzan. I don't like the people that watch the show. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm kind of happy that those people seem to have dissipated and disappeared. Now, I realize this is your show and you're probably not happy with me hurting your audience. Which is what I've been doing. I just herded this crazy woman off the show. And now I might be hurting people out of your chat. But these are my opinions, and I
No,
find them to be
they're growing.
founded.
Actually,
What's that?
the numbers are growing.
Oh, really? Oh, well,
Yeah,
imagine that. Who could imagine that the numbers
it's
would be
like
growing with a
Sticky
little
Goose has
kayfabe,
learned,
a little heel turn? Wow, and now the people are watching. All right,
because
I'm good.
comics are so shitty today. They say, oh, but everyone cares about drama. I I in my opinion,
Fuck
I
the
love
fossils
all
and fuck
those
the peanuts.
people. I
Right there.
know
I
that
said it
some of them
loud.
don't like me. A lot of the people in the chat, some of them were very cringy. It's like anything very cool Tomb of Dracula cover, very cool, blah blah blah, very cool, blah blah blah. Hello, 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 hello to every one of you. Hello, hello. It's like, oh my God, I'm not going to read 40 million hellos. And um, that's why these big channels, you got to pay them to read your comments. You have to pay a super chat, and then they'll read your comment out loud. Um, I
Also, they're not funny. Okay. Also, Micah isn't funny. Okay. I don't want to sit for an hour and a
well,
half with just Micah talking. It's just boring to me. Rod and Shannon, they're
well,
not funny. It's not. So I don't like to watch the show because I don't think they're funny. I'm
well. I
looking to
hear a
be
lot of
entertained.
laughter, so it
I
must
could
be
just
funny
go to
when people.
mycomicshop.com and look at covers of comic books. I could just go to the comic shop and look at covers of comic books.
Yeah,
So uh,
I, I,
this is my opinions. These are my opinions. That's why I don't
yeah,
watch their shows anymore. That's why I'm unsubscribed to them.
yeah. I just kind of want to move on into another community, another neighborhood, just like they say. We're going to stay in our lane and avoid that gratu because you never can tell what's going to happen. He's going to blow up. But usually, the times I've lost my temper on this show, I think were warranted. I mean, if I find out that people that I thought were my friends are talking about me and really secretly kind of hate me, it kind of hurts my feelings. And I've been a pariah pretty much all my life, all through school, pretty much hated. Then I find out, oh, I found a network of friends, and well, they don't like me. Well, it hurts my feelings. That's what it was. And after I've already apologized so sincerely, I didn't see anyone else apologizing that had tears in my eyes, and I wasn't even using the Visine, your eye drops. I'll sometimes put eye drops in as a little joke when I'm talking about global warming. Well, I'm so upset about it, and I go and you see me putting the eye drops in. No, I was really upset about all that. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings for him, but they, my
You're a much
feelings.
nicer person than I am. You're much nicer. You're very patient. You're a
Well,
nice guy.
well, it just comes with. I don't want to be you know, I'll. I've never wanted to be. I mean, some. I get annoyed, and sometimes I'll joke about people saying "so yeah" a lot, but it doesn't mean I hate their guts. As long as you're voting for Trump, you're okay with me. Um,
When people just want to look at comic book covers and they just want to ogle them, and that's fine. Then that's cool. Then there's a show. There's multiple shows for you if you want to do that.
where was I
It
last
happens to me
time?
sometimes.
I think you're wrong, Meyer. I enjoy looking at the comics at the end of a hard day. Helps me unwind. Yeah, well,
Well, I
that's
don't
fine.
think
That's
you're
fine.
wrong. I don't think you're wrong, Werewolf. I think you have a different opinion than me. How's that? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The opinions are yeah. Paula says say something about Eric July. A lot of people will show up. Eric July, I believe, is a new comic book maker. Is that correct? I don't know much about him. My wife enjoys. Yeah, she has no interest in comics. She looks forward to the show every week. Yeah, like her. Yeah, well, my wife got used to getting real mad at me whenever I put those shows on. It's my what is my wife liked that I put on. She's she's not into comics, but I've watched comic shows that she was entertained by. Try to remember what they were. Um, Somehow it's the presentation. I remember when I first discovered years ago uh, the what the channel that's now called I Like Comics that does an auction on Saturday nights. I had that on one time, and she's, oh, this is interesting because they talk about other things in between the comics, and they were obviously, you could tell they were on the right side politically, and just, it was interesting to her, and she really enjoys, uh, she really enjoyed that big giant wrestler ex-marine looking guy that Peddlin' Pete, because maybe it's just her history with punk rock. This guy comes on like one of the mentors auctioning comics.
Well,
It's
he's not
pedal.
fake. He's not fake. Maybe that's what she likes about him. So what he
Well,
does
he's
is
he's
he's
hilarious,
himself.
and
He's
he gets
himself. He's not fake. He doesn't read everything in the chat, laugh about it. He has a sense of humor, so he knows when not to say things that are stupid and not funny, which one of my least favorite things about Graphic Man is his lack of an ability to have comedic timing or understanding or
Oh well,
anything.
that's
It's just
yeah.
that so you guys may like him, but see, I don't. I'm watching YouTube to be entertained. I'm watching to be entertained. And and I used to be friends with him and a lot of those people, but once the friendship dissipated after uh, knowledge was spread, after it's kind of like you learn about people once you become friends with them. So if you don't know somebody, from the outside, you may think that they're a great person, but then once you
Yeah.
get to know them, there might be reasons that you don't want to be friends with them anymore, and your eyes might open up, the scales fall off of them. And so I have different beliefs and thoughts and feelings about all of it than any of you because you weren't doing what I was doing. You weren't me. So I can tell
Well,
you that some
you
people are
guys,
rats, and I
you
try and
guys,
stay away from the rats.
you guys in the chat haven't been called basically a mental patient. Like he's off his meds. He's not right because
Yeah, he
he's a
said that. He said that
combat
about
veteran.
just
So
because I was
it's
listening on
it's all
camera.
right. So yeah, Paulo, showing covers can be repetitive, which is why I don't watch haul videos. It's always better for me to spend 10 minutes discussing a single comic. Yeah, I like it when people take comics out of the bags and go through them. But I've been guilty of just showing covers. I did it the other day with some Superman comics, but usually when I do it, there's a reason. I was going through my Superman comics to see if I had the one where Superman was turning into this giant fat guy breaking out of a phone booth, because I wanted to know, do I have that issue? Because that issue looks incredible. Because it's always possible I have an issue in my Alzheimer's, my nursing home brain has caused me to forget it. So I was going through it for that reason. Yeah, things like that. Paulo, which is what we do on Fridays at Jared Osborne's channel. I don't know if I've ever, you keep talking about that, Paulo, but Friday is just a bad night because that's when I hang out with my wife. And I think there's different things that happen on Friday night. Yesterday, we spent an hour talking about Bernie Meralt, Matt Wagner, opening Grindle, and the Jam comics. Paulo says Eric July is a YouTuber who jumped into comics when he started picking fights with Ethan Van Sciver. Is he the guy that's starting that conservative comic line, the African American guy that goes on Nerd Erotic
Yes,
show? Is that Eric
he
July?
already did. He's a grifter. Okay, he's a
Oh,
grifter.
oh,
So
oh,
he
Ethan Van
essentially
Sciver
made
doesn't like Eric July because he thinks his art is not professional. I think
correct.
that's what it is.
The product that so he sold millions of dollars of his comic book called Isom and broke a bunch of records. And then when it finally came out, he paid a bunch of other people to do the artist to do the art. The story is really bad. Now I haven't read it. I'm just taking the word of some people that I watch on YouTube. So the art is supposed to be really bad. The story is supposed to be really weak. So Ethan has been making fun of this guy for being a grifter, for saying that he was going to, he's all talk and no show. And then it also, there's some drama surrounding him having a public event at a bar restaurant. And one of his trolls, who's also a fan of his, like a person who pays money for his material and stuff, makes fun of him. So this guy showed up at that event and they wouldn't let him in. And then the cops came and arrested him. Then Eric July said that he didn't know anything about it. But then when more information came out, it turned out that he was completely aware of the guy and that they were trying to get him arrested. So he's like a creep, like a snitch, like he got one of his own fans arrested just because he was making fun of him. When the thing to do would have been to bring him in to the building and let him be a part of it all. That's what he wanted to do, is be a part of it all.
Yeah.
Um, but anyway, yeah, the guy is a grifter, is what it turns out, and everybody's
Okay.
just now kind of figuring it out.
All
So
right.
that's what's happening with Eric July. That's my take.
Okay.
And
Well, yeah,
I only watch my
that's
side, which is the Ethan
that's
Van Sciver.
minutia that, I mean, these are comics that I would never be aware of if it wasn't for YouTube, because I will never see an Eric July comic because I don't live near a comic store. I don't know if they'll be carried in comic stores or if they're just something you pay through the mail and you get it, but like what do you call it, a Kickstarter. I don't know anything about him. And Ethan Van Sciver, I've seen his art. It's really good. I've never read an Ethan Van Sciver comic that I'm aware of. I've been given a Cyber Frog comic by a friend of my wife that sent it to me so I could see what it was like, and it was
Hmm.
okay. But I don't really know him. I know he entertained me a little bit during. I've been entertained by him over the during the pandemic when he was laughing about how terrible the I think it was the second Disney Star Wars movie was, where they had an overweight woman as one of the heroes, and he was going out and buying up all the action figures, ironically of
The Rose Tico. He was like
that's it.
destroying Rose Tico figures.
And
He
I thought
had
I
posters with
thought this
them.
guy's pretty funny.
Yeah,
And I
he is.
remember, and the only thing else remember about him is he's got an authentic spinner rack. I remember that. He's got one like I've got. And I guess he's very wealthy. I like his sarcasm. Night Tiger says he sounds like me. My wife says I don't hear it, but
Yeah, I don't hear it either. I've heard that, but I don't hear
So
it.
I think it might just be the speech patterns, maybe.
It
But
might
I'm
be.
not imitating him. I've always sounded like this. So I don't know to hate any of those people. I haven't even thought of Ethan Van Sciver in a long time because he doesn't pop up in my recommendations. So what I was going to do today is show, because I want to show stuff everyone's seen, all the '70s comics. I feel that shows where they show lots of comics are kind of I don't want to sound like some. I don't want to. I. It seems almost wrong. It seems like it's a real bad time in the Middle Ages and the King of England's on. Imagine they had YouTube the uh, during the Dark Ages, right? And the king is showing you, oh, here are my jewels. Look at
Right.
this necklace. Look at this to the peasants out there.
Well, a
Because
lot of it
right
has to
now,
do
you
with
don't need to be buying comic books. And if I
no.
show you comic books and people are making a list, because I know people have done that. Friends of mine, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills has done whole shows where he says, here's some comics I got because I saw them on Gratu's show. And I would show like a book that's not very good. And he went out and bought the whole line. There was a monster magazine from I think Charlton called Quasimodo's Horror Magazine or something, Monster
Yeah.
something from the '70s. It is bad because Tony Tallarico, I think, was the designer, the
Yeah,
graphic
it is.
designer,
Yeah, it is.
and he bought
He is.
all of them. And he was thinking that I was showing it because I liked it. No, I was just showing it. I was showing it because when I was a kid, I thought it was horrifying because they had some stills from an Exorcist movie called Abby. And Abby is a black exploitation movie that came out after The Exorcist, and it's about she's a grown woman, not a little girl like Linda Blair that's possessed by the devil. And I've seen the movie, like I think YouTube had it a few years ago. It was maybe it still is, and it's like it's the movie's not horrifying, but when you take a still, a black and white still from a movie like Abby, or say The Horror of Party Beach, which is a beach rock and roll beach party movie with monsters, and if you can take a still out of it and put it in a magazine, and that still looks like you're looking at a photograph of a real automobile accident or something because it's black and white and you don't have the context of the silly movie around it. Well, the specific thing about that issue of Monster, it was called Monster World, Quasimodo's Monster World. There was Abby, and her face was all contorted, and she had all this vomit coming out of her mouth, just dripping down. And I saw that in fourth grade and went, "Oh my God, should I own this magazine? This movie must be one of the worst things ever." And that now you watch it and you realize The Exorcist in the movie is William Marshall, the king of cartoons, on Pee Wee's Playhouse, and also
Yeah.
Blackula, and it's really a silly movie. And that scene from the Horror of Party Beach that I was referring to was in an issue of the Monster Times, and it's a woman laying face down on the beach, and her clothing's ripped, and there's blood, and it just looks like a real dead person. But it's in the movie. It's just, or what are some other things? Um, oh, like the monster of Piedras Blancas is like a B grade imitation of the creature from the Black Lagoon. But there's one scene where he's got a human head, and that's still of the monster holding a guy's head and looking at the face of this head, like alas,
Yeah.
poor Yorick. And it's blood all over it. When I saw that in Castlea Frankenstein magazine when I was a kid, it was like, oh my God, this is
Yeah.
wrong,
The
but it's
interview.
so wonderful. It warped me and made me a monster lover. And years later, the punk rock band, the
Yeah.
Angry Samoans, used
They
that still
chose.
on the front. That's what you're gonna say, I know, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's a great album too. It's like a
Yeah,
perfect album, and then they chose that image for the cover of that album. It's
yeah.
kind of
So
interesting.
it was warping me, and it was warping people like that, and a young Glenn Danzig, and they were all, people being influenced by them. See, monsters got me into comics. Always been more of a monster person, and what I was about to do is show my my Psychotronic magazines. Do you remember Psychotronic magazine?
I don't have any. I remember, seeing it, but I never bought
Yeah.
any.
See, I don't know. There's some I don't think no I don't know who watches this show, honestly, but I figure if you're part of the you like just seeing comic books, you probably don't know about these movie magazines. So I thought I'd show those, but then I
You
was
got,
just going to be nice to Maranya. I was but I wasn't
I don't
intending to
know,
bring
man.
up
And the
any
thing
of
is,
this, and they're probably all horrified and scurrying around like ants. I don't intend to ever talk about this again. It's just that one of them came on the show. It's like when,
yeah,
like one of the people, like I did a show Wednesday night because I'm free Wednesday night because my wife was working. I really honestly didn't even think about the fact that that show that I used to be on was on Wednesday night. But then
live streaming.
one of the loyal people, I think it was Missing Mars, put in a comment under it. He says, I didn't see this show last night because I was watching blah blah's live stream. And okay, and I thought, well, how do I respond to that? Like, okay, you're forgiven. And I
How about
just
just
thought,
thanks
well,
for
I
watching the
could
video?
say something like that, and then I sound like a smartass. And all I did is I ultimately just deleted his comment because I thought, I don't know if I even want to stir all that stuff up. And so I just deleted the comment rather than putting a smart aleck comment about it. So when someone comes on and
YouTube is,
says, I didn't see your show, I had to watch it on the replay because I was on this other channel watching this show that comes on these nights each week. And it's like, well, gosh, did you go over to that channel and promote all the times I come on? Or is it you come to my channel to promote it? It's like,
yeah,
so
that's a comment
if
that I
you
would
if
have
you
deleted. I
if
would
you
have left
want
Missing Mars, but I would have deleted that other one. Yeah.
to,
That's like a
well, they were both from Missing
coming
Mark.
into your comments to promote somebody else's show in that way. So YouTube is a really big
Well,
place.
the
There's
the
nobody is
other
really in
person, the
competition with each other. There's
the
there's
person, the
thousands and
per,
thousands and thousands of people in
well,
the
the
US.
person that was being promoted, and they gave all the time slots for the person, is actually not anyone I've ever interacted with, and I have no beef with the person. But they have a show on at the same time that we do the Dum Dum on Thursday nights, and
It's just a
they show
platform
comics.
thing.
It's Psychotronic Squirt Gun. I have no problem with him. But a lot of his friends don't like me, so he may not like me because he's heard about me. I don't know, but whatever.
I don't know. There's a
So
lot of, yeah. There used to be, anyway. It doesn't matter.
let me see what people are saying in the comments here. I put the link for people to come on. Werewolf by lunchtime. I'm getting to the point of what I What? Okay, I'm getting to the point of what do I read or watch now, comic wise. I've seen it all before. I like to introduce. Oh, I read that already. But I like to introduce my wife to stuff that I'm knowledgeable about. Yeah, I don't buy modern comics because I know 90% is shite and expensive. I would rather read 50s reprints to enjoy myself. Yeah, that's smart. Paula says Horror Mike showed bits of a space vampire movie last week. To my surprise, there was John Saxon starring in a horror sci-fi. Yeah, that's Planet of the Vampires, and it very much influenced. I'm sure Horror Mike told you that influenced the look of the movie Alien, and also the Atlas Seaboard comic Planet of the Vampires. Yeah, that's a movie where the good guys look evil, which is an interesting thing. When you watch a movie and the good guys are in look like they be the villains in any other movie, it's weird because Planet of the Vampires, they've got like black, the astronauts, don't they have like black collars sticking up? They look like they're vampires. And you think if you were just watching it with the sound off, you think those are the bad guys, but they're the good guys. Another movie like that would be, like Starship Troopers, where the good guys are basically they look like Nazis because that's the point of the movie. The director was a little heavy-handed with it. I mean, as far as the the guys from Earth fighting the bugs, the bugs may have actually been the good guys. Because and in that world, the only way you could be a citizen is if you were in the military and you fought, So, and it was
Good old days.
almost like it was a science fiction movie made by Leni Riefenstahl, or a movie like speaking of like Cross of Iron, where the hero is actually a German soldier in World War II. He was a real guy in World War II that was a hero because
What's his name? Steckler or something like that?
something like that. There's a whole
Yeah,
bunch of movies made
yeah.
about that guy, but it was uh,
Steckler. I think his name is Steckler or something.
Steiner, because they
Steiner.
had a sequel to
Steiner.
Cross
Rolf
of Iron
Steiner.
called Steiner 2, I think.
Steiner. Yeah, it is Steiner.
Or the comic book, getting back into the comic book world, Enemy Ace. That was DC
I
doing
love
that,
that.
where
That's a great comic.
yeah, and that he was, of course, that was World War One, so you couldn't call him a Nazi, but every German soldier in World War II, they were just guys from farms that were drafted. They didn't mean they were a member of the Nazi Party. You mean you get drafted and you go fight in a war and Biden's president, it doesn't mean you're a Democrat. Just people like to demonize every German. They were just caught up in it just like anyone else. Um, that doesn't mean you're evil just because you're fighting for your country. A lot of them didn't know what all was going on behind the scenes. So it's just like we probably don't. There's a lot of stuff going on in our behind the scenes here we don't know about. We'd be horrified. But do you watch Horror Mike live, Paulo? So, Paulo says no. He's usually on when I'm on in Jared's channel. I can't watch this week. 1 a.m. Monday morning for me. Uh, what? Friday night is Monday. Is there that much of a time? I don't follow. Okay, it looks like someone's in the. Oh, it's the memory crypt of Castle Hills, and I've been making him wait. Sorry there. Hello there. My goodness. What's
Hello,
up?
hello. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Man, that's great you coming on, man.
Yeah, I
This
just
is
wanted to jump on real quick and say hi. Uh, I'm just having another day in paradise here, man. I've got Elvis Presley and Girl Happy on one channel, and then I've got the Texas Longhorns playing football on my back button.
okay.
And I'm uploading videos, man. I'm uploading videos on Rumble, and
I
I'm
was
making
I
new
was just about to
videos.
say Rumble is probably where we all need to move to. Now, I need to figure out Rumble a little bit better. Now, first of all, I'm about done with YouTube. I'd like to go over there and start like on a desert island away from all of this. But and I think a lot of people would be too stupid to follow you to Rumble because it's like, oh, I don't understand that. But I'm having trouble when I film a video that's longer than 2.5 hours getting it to upload to Rumble. But I just probably not doing it right. And when I live stream, you have to go through all these extra steps, and I managed to do a live stream once on Rumble that did not appear on YouTube, but I don't really remember how I finally figured out to do it, because you can't just press the button and StreamYard goes to YouTube, but they're not paired with Rumble yet. You got to go through an extra step. But anyway, for those of you, Memory Crypt of Castle Hills used to be called Comic Crypt of Castle Hills from San Antonio, had one of the greatest channels on YouTube. YouTube took him down. He's over on Rumble, and he saved almost all of his shows on his computer. And now he's on Rumble and he's uploading them again. So all of his archive of, it seems like you put up several a day.
Yeah, they're coming back.
So all of the great stuff that he had up on YouTube, are you going to put up the ones that caused you to get kicked off of YouTube? Or
No,
are you
I
going to
won't
be balls?
I won't put those up.
Okay.
I'm going to start watching. I didn't know you were doing that, and I follow only a handful of stuff over on Rumble, and I think I follow you from way back when you said you were moving over there, but I don't go there. You know what I mean? I don't.
Right,
I need to start going and checking, and maybe switch over, like the only time I've gone over there is when Louder with Crowder does his thing, where he's simulcasting on YouTube and Rumble, and he'll censor some portions, and so then I'll go over to Rumble. But I need to do it regularly and then check the people I follow and watch their stuff. I want to watch all their stuff.
I'm on Rumble a lot because that's how I watch Alex Jones on InfoWars. Is I go and he streams live 24 hours a day on Rumble. So I go there for that. I also will go. Basically, Rumble is more of a place where people that have been kicked off YouTube go. It's more of a conservative, I would say, platform. But I guess it's maybe a lot of gamers too. I don't know.
Oh
It doesn't have
they have a lot of gamers.
It doesn't have the amount of people there, but it doesn't have the censorship there, or at least not yet. And that's how they.
So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to put some things on Rumble that are not there yet. Like,
yes.
Gratu, I know you don't like football, but like, I love football, man. I grew up playing football and watching football. I love high school football, college football, professional football. So I'm making like, I have my concert memory videos. Well, I'm calling them great sports memories, and I get out memorabilia and show off my sports memorabilia, and then I'll show like a football game, an old football game, because like none of that stuff is on Rumble. So I'm having fun doing that. I'm posting old videos. I'm making new videos. I'm posting my old memories, and I'm making some new memories.
Are you putting up yet?
There's Kevin. Yeah, hey, Kevin just commented on my Rumble video, man. I've got a new comic book haul that I just put up for this week.
Like you? Okay, I have not been checking it out. I'll be honest. I haven't. I've been working from 6:30 in the morning till almost 5 every day, and then coming home and crashing. Have you put up? You used to put whole movies on. Are you doing that again, or is that too dangerous?
That is a little dangerous.
I don't know how you got away with it.
Yeah, because I definitely had some copyright claims where they made me take down the movie. So I don't think I'm going to be posting any movies anytime soon. But I don't know about. I'm posting like stuff like I would record something on VHS tape, and then I'm posting that on Rumble. And Kevin, yeah, I see your silver coin. I got your comment about silver coin is really good. I do have a few of those issues, but I haven't read them yet.
How do you transfer VHS? How do you get it onto your computer
I don't, I
digitized?
don't, I don't do it, Ken. I, it kind of looks bad, but I turn my laptop around and I aim it at the TV, and then I just film it off the TV, and then I download that to my computer, and then I edit, crop it or edit whatever I need to do to make it look as
Okay.
good as I can.
Okay. Well, there is a way, I think, to feed the signal into. Um, I think. I mean, I know people have done it. I mean, there's like a channel called Chicago Movie Memory, TV
Yeah,
Memories or
yeah,
something, and they just upload all kinds of VHS. And you can watch Svengoolie 30 years ago with all the commercials and just
yeah. Like I
neat
love that
stuff.
kind of stuff because that's everything. Just like you talk about, like you like the ads in comic books. Well, like I I used to skip past the commercials, right? But now I like to look at them because some of those products aren't there anymore. Some of
Yeah.
the businesses aren't there anymore. It's nostalgic.
I do the
Well, that's
exact
the
same
thing.
thing.
These TV shows, we would record shows off the air when VHS was around. We'd edit out the commercials. But
Yeah,
now you can get DVD collections of every episode of a whole season or the whole run of a TV show.
right.
And now what's cool are the commercials. So the stuff we were cutting out is what now people are just cutting the commercials out only and putting together collections of commercials on YouTube and editing
Mhm.
out the show. It's the opposite because now that's what's cool. Seeing
Yeah,
an ad for heavy metal coming this Friday to a theater or drive-in near you or
right,
something.
right.
It's like that's the neat stuff, but a lot of it's been preserved because everybody was running VCRs.
Yep,
So what's
my favorite
weird
thing.
what's weird is now, I'll see, and it's like the 70s were just yesterday because someone will put on, you'll hear the introduction to the CBS Monday night
Yeah,
movie, and it's like,
yeah,
man,
yeah,
that's just, or the theme to Donahue or something that's just in your head because you heard it all the time on every
yeah.
morning at 9 o'clock. Um,
I
I
love
think he
complete
used to,
broadcasts with all the commercials still in them. I love a
yeah,
complete sports broadcast, like a 3 or 3.5 hour long football or baseball game where you have every commercial still in it from 1975 or
yeah.
1982 or
Oh, well
something like
then Meyer,
that.
go over to
Favorite
my
thing.
channel on Rumble, man. I've got all that stuff on there.
I love old sports and then also old television. Sometimes I subscribe to a couple channels where they do like the Thursday night movie of the week or
Yeah,
Tuesday,
yeah.
and they have all the commercials. So it'll be an hour and 56-minute broadcast, but it will have the movies in there, with the commercials all cut up. And
Nice.
so it's incongruous to what we have developed into, where we watch everything on demand without commercials and are skipping and everything. I want to relive that experience of being trapped in the world of 5 TV channels, of not having all the choices, because my OCD doesn't do well with all these choices. So I need to
Yeah.
make a random environment for myself, and that random environment can be YouTube, where I'm not forced to make choices and decisions. I can just click on a playlist or a certain channel that specializes in old television broadcasts, and so I like to just
Yeah, yeah.
randomly watch stuff.
Hey, Meyer, let me ask you something.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know if you want to say on air. I think you've said it on air, but like, are you moving? Are you going to be moving to Lake Tahoe?
Yeah, just in the next couple of weeks I am.
Okay, well, my oldest daughter, she's 28 years old, and that's where she lives. She lives in
Oh
South Lake
wow.
Tahoe.
Yeah, well
Well, I
that's
wanna we'll work through Hotel Orloff, exchange phone numbers, and I'll give you a call sometime because I want you to meet my daughter since you're both there in Tahoe.
oh yeah, for sure, that'd be great, man. We'll definitely exchange info.
Yeah, and then that way you'd already have a friend in Lake Tahoe.
How long has she been there?
I would say like 3 or 4 years, maybe.
Okay.
She's the kind, like, she moved out of the house when she turned 18, man. She went off to college. She moved away, and she hasn't been home since. She's lived on her own since she was 18, and she's always lived in Northern California, and she loves it there, man. Like, she loves Lake Tahoe.
Well, you'd been, I remember watching one of your videos a long time ago where you had been here. You had been in Sacramento for work or something years ago. And so a lot of the stuff that was in that video was very familiar to me, talking about where I
Yeah,
live.
yeah. So when I graduated from college, I moved to Sacramento, and I lived there for 14 years. So I did all
Oh,
that Northern California stuff.
yeah, you became a local. That's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah.
So you knew all about Sacramento and the Kings and what was his name? Grant, the sports broadcaster. I'm trying to remember that
Oh,
guy's
yeah,
name.
Grant Napier.
Yeah, thank you. Grant Napier. Yep. And Don and Mike. I used to listen to radio
Yeah.
because I'm driving back and forth from work all the time. The traffic in Sacramento is terrible.
Yep.
The commuter traffic is really bad in Sacramento, everybody.
Well, hey, guys, I'm going to jump off. I just wanted to say hi, and I'm going to go upload some more videos onto Rumble. So I'm going to take off. I'll see y'all later, and
All right.
I'll catch this on the replay.
All right, so
Great to see
long.
you, man.
Okay, bye, guys.
All right. So he said he has a brand new video he's actually putting up new content, as it were, on Rumble. New shows. I
Awesome.
hate the word content. The word was that
Go
you,
ahead. Sorry
Meyer?
about that. Yeah, that was me. I
You know
forgot
what?
to mute before I muted. So what I was doing was I was muting that sound, but when I pushed to mute the sound, it made the sound when I should
I
have.
wish people, yeah, I wish people just use the term. I'm going to do a show on YouTube because, where that word content used to be used is by that particular industry in the San Fernando, is that where they film them in the San Fernando Valley? And they said, we're going to be filming some content this afternoon with Seika and John Holmes. They called it content. That's what and now YouTube calls it content because.
Nice tires I do in the back.
Huff House, I've got the Bulls championship game on VHS with all commercials. It's fun to rewatch just for the fun I find in this. Was a big famous game in Dallas, and local the radio station ran the whole game. I think it was in the 90s because I remember recording it on audio cassette just because, even though I'm not a football fan, I thought this sounds interesting because I want to record. It had all the commercials in it, and now you can just get it, listen to it on YouTube, the whole thing. But they ran it on the anniversary of maybe the 25th anniversary of it happening. I think it happened about the time I was born, and I think it was called the Ice Bowl, or that's what they called it, because the Dallas Cowboys were playing on a sheet of ice, and anyway, it's famous. Football people know about it, and it had all the original commercials for Budweiser and everything. But even if you're not a football fan, that's kind of interesting that the team is faced with that challenge. But that's on YouTube. I think it's called the Ice Bowl. But I remember, uh, yeah, I've just never been a sports person really. It's just, but right now there's a big deal happening here. There's the Cyclones versus the Hawkeyes. I think probably it's not on yet. Yeah, but I think it's on at 2 o'clock. I'm getting ready. I guess Donald Trump's probably already talking, but I've got this about an hour behind. I'm recording it, so Trump will start talking here in a little bit, at least in my world. I don't know why people aren't all watching Trump. I don't know why people are tuned into this show. But anyway, yeah. That's nice of Mike to show up, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills. Um, so
I have
Um,
to walk. I'm gonna
you
go for a
what?
walk.
You're
I
gonna
have to
go
go,
walk?
yeah, I got to go for a walk. My back is really tightened up. I didn't go for my walk this morning, but I'll stay live. But I'm
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe what's the weather like there today?
oh, it's just foggy. It's just like it always is. It's just overcast and 65 or something like that.
But most importantly, how's your cat doing? Inquiring minds want to know. No, just kidding. Um, let's see. Oh, I moved the books over here. Oh, why did I move over here? What was? Oh, because my phone was about to die. No, there was another. Oh, my wife asked me to move over here. Now I remember because I was talking too loud. Okay, so I'll stay over here. Let me turn this light on. Yeah, let me get back to where we were before all the controversy started. Yeah. I was just gonna do that very. I was just gonna be very sly with my sense of humor with all that. You came in with a sledgehammer, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to start the Meyer Greenblatt effect. The Meyer Greenblatt. Sorry, I just
Yeah, man. You could,
advanced white. I'm
because
trying to start the
you're a lot
Greenblatt effect.
cooler than Sticky
Yeah,
Goose ever will
maybe you'll
be.
get a bunch of views because of my abrasiveness, whatever that was.
Yeah. I feel like it's, you know what it's like? It's like the good cop, bad cop. I was
You
like
know,
the good cop. I don't want to be mean to anybody. I
I
really
don't
don't.
either. You know, I live in the city and I've lived in the city for a very long time. So
Yeah.
I live a life of where I deal with strangers on a daily basis. Now, sometimes that stranger interaction could be a bum asking me for money or something, or it could be somebody who actually needs help. So I, I I deal with harsh realities on a momentary basis. So I'm very nice until I reach the moment, the point of where I realize that this is a situation that I want to alter, and so then I assert myself in my city way. That's how I would
Yeah.
explain.
Yeah. See, I'm not streetwise, which is why I got mugged in Dallas and probably almost killed. Because I just figured, oh, that guy's probably looking for 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 his number, street sign, and it's like, and then he comes up, and yeah, that was not a fun thing. Not that there's crime in big cities or anything. Dallas is perfectly nice city. Um. Oh, I know what I've got to. Um.
And you know,
Well, I haven't
I
said.
have
I
my
haven't.
favorite bum. I have my favorite bum already, right? I've got a guy already in my neighborhood named Danny. His name's Danny Mike, right? I've
Yeah.
known Danny Mike for 15 years. I've been giving him $1 or a cigarette every day or two for 15 years. So that's my guy. I don't need any other bums that I need to be financing other than Danny.
Well, um, I don't know. I um, I haven't said a single word to Kevin.
I know I haven't either.
I'm just
Kevin, are you
pricing
there?
bets listening to you guys.
What?
So what do you have there? Rubber cement? What do we? Oh no, that looks like a tube of rubber cement, but I think it's the edge of a comic book. No, yeah, it looked like a tube of rubber cement. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Oh, Fighting American. Anything new?
No, I'm just pricing what I have on the counter. I'm almost
Okay.
done with that, and then I can pull out a box and price those.
Paulo says if a man walks up to you in the city and asks for a cigarette, keep walking. Say I don't smoke, even if they saw you smoking. Yeah, yeah. Is crime bad in Portugal? I guess that depends on where you live. But my goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen. This is the link to come on, and this is the link to help Where the hell was it? My goodness, I've already lost it. Oh, there was a book you had that I remember I told you that Meyer would like. Do you know where that might be the back of it? Is that the back of that
Yeah.
Fury? Yeah, I think might be something you'd like. What do you think, Meyer? Is that something you already
Yeah,
have?
I don't have that issue. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, see, I'm looking out for you because I've never seen that show. I don't have anything invested in it, but I know you collect horse books and everything. The usual, says Paulo. Depends where you are. Depends what you look like, how you dress, and your
He's
body
right.
language. Yeah.
He's absolutely right. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a good fit.
Yeah,
What's
they
that?
said that your package was going to show up today, Kevin, but it didn't. So I guess it'll show up Monday.
I have 2 packages I've been waiting 3 weeks for.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that they told the post office to slow down. Oh, what is this? Is a Western coverless comic. Young Davy Crockett. That's damn cool.
I was gonna pin it up on the wall. It's just a page.
Oh, it's only a page. Okay. Yeah. So, with what buy did just a page come? Was that when you got all those westerns?
I don't know where this came from.
Wow. Does it have any information at the bottom? Like what the title of the comic was?
No information other than it's Dell Comics.
I was trying to avoid saying indicia because I don't know if I pronounce that word right, and I get embarrassed when I say that word.
There's
I
no
say
indica or indica on here.
I
say
used to call
indica.
it indica, and then I think I said it on YouTube, and then I heard Captain Strangelove say it properly, and then I think he might have been saying it because he heard me say it wrong, just kind of as an indirect way to let me know. And I go, oh shit, that's that's a freaking hard word to pronounce. And if you never heard anyone say it, how do you know how to pronounce it? I mean, I know the word, I've read it, but I didn't know how to pronounce it. It's one of those foreign words, probably from France, where they don't know how to speak English. They invent these ridiculous words. Who knows where it came from? From the pit of hell. Young Davy, that's cool. Yeah. Oh, see, here's Professor Paulo. It's indicia, but you can say indicia, and nobody will complain. No, or you can just say the information at the bottom of the page. You could also say that. But those older comics, sometimes it was on the inside of the front cover, and that creates a problem when you only have one page of a comic. Now there are idiots that'll pay thousands of dollars for one page of Amazing Fantasy 15, but I don't know if they will for young Davy Crockett. Um, okay. Do you have any issues with Psychotronic magazine, Kevin?
No, never seen it, never heard of it. That's why I
Oh,
saw
you've
yours.
heard it. Yeah, yeah. It's really good stuff. I would recommend. I don't have every issue of it. Um,
Yeah, I'd
this,
like to get maybe they have it on maybe Diamond carries it.
um, well, it's out of print. It doesn't. It's not published anymore. And then after he did the magazine, he opened a store in New York called Psychotronic with his wife, and I don't know what he does now, to be honest with you. Michael Weldon. My friend Tom would do interviews for the magazine with people like David Carradine, people that he run into in the film industry, and but the first issue here, number one. Oh, let me make my. Oh, what is Meyer up to there? I don't know. Maybe I need to watch Meyer.
No, don't. I'm just walking
Oh,
around.
don't. Okay.
Yeah, do what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just walking.
Okay. Paula says indicias are there for legal reasons. You can call it the legal stuff. Yeah. Well, they're there also for comic collectors because otherwise you'd never. It used to be the only really tricky thing in comic book collecting was four color comics from Dell because you'd buy a comic that says Tom and Jerry and it's actually four color comics number 472. And then four color comics 473 might be an adaptation of a movie. It was just, it was very, that when I would study my Overstreet price guide when I was in sixth grade, that was confusing. And in Classics Illustrated, because they had so many printings. But, Classics Illustrated, it wasn't something to worry about because, not many people collect Classics Illustrated. And that's, I mean, if you're going to be collecting Golden Age comics, that's not the most exciting thing. It's kind of like, it's wonderful. Never mind. But that it used to be that was the only hard thing to learn, and now it's like, how many times do they restart comics with every 10 15 issues? They start over with a new issue number one, and every issue number one has 40 different covers, and then issue two has 20 different covers, and then so if I was to go to if someone in the chat, 16 people watching, if you go to mycomicshop.com, type in the Amazing Spider-Man number one. It used to be there was only one Amazing Spider-Man number one, and now you'll see there's probably 400 Amazing Spider-Man number ones, with different covers, different startups to the it's just, and everything else. It's too confusing. Don't start collecting. Don't. That's why the last several decades of comics are not. I mean,
I
with
was just
some
looking up.
exceptions.
I was just looking up an Amazing Spider-Man number one. It had 61 different covers
61 61 different covers for that one
for
issue.
that one volume. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And that doesn't count all the other Amazing Spider-Man number ones, including the real Amazing Spider-Man number one from the early 60s. Here's the next issue. Now, this one is number two, yes. And he has an ad on the back that has Peter Lorre advertising shirts. So what he would do in his magazine, oh, look at the back of issue number one. I don't have boards on the back. He has this great spook show poster with James, where you could see the ghost of James Dean, see a gorilla haul off some girl from the theater, the mighty Garganta.
Cool.
And the whole magazine's filled with great admats and reviews and interviews. Let's see which issues I'm missing.
I've never seen you show these before.
No, I haven't. That's what I had planned to do today, but we got sidetracked by it. But you know, for a while I was I had this great friend Tom, and um, Tom was good friends with this other guy, and they had a falling out over a girl in college, right? And then right after that falling out, Tom went to Hollywood and worked in the film industry. Well, they had a falling out. They were both my good friends. They were like the Lone Ranger and Tonto for years before I met them. They were always hanging out all through high school. And then they had a falling out over a girl that was not worth it. And then they hated each other. And then the one friend said didn't mind me hanging out, but the one friend that was going off to Hollywood, like, you hang out with me, you will not do not hang out with that person. And so, it's like I like both these guys. I don't want to be caught up in this fight. Just like people in the chat, I like both shows. Why are they fighting? I don't. I like that show too. It's just they don't like me, so I can't really watch it very well anymore because it kind of hurts me to watch it. But Meyer feels a little more. Well, I feel pretty strongly too. But I'm trying to act like a nice guy on this show, because I want to seem nice. Um, uh, anyway, so I go to see some stupid Italian zombie movie at the Lowe's Theater. I'm sitting there, and then I hear, oh, hey, Kenneth, and oh, it's my friend behind me with that girl, right? And then I say, oh, that's cool. You're here at the theater too, sitting behind me. And then my friend says, I hear you were at the movie theater with blah blah blah. So, yeah, he was sitting behind me. I didn't go to the theater with him. Yeah, the guy that runs the movie theater was a mutual friend, and he went and tattled. And it's like, Kenneth was seen with that guy. And and so he left for Hollywood mad at me. He only contacted me a couple of times over a couple of decades. When he came back from Hollywood, he completely forgot that ever happened, and we were good friends again. So, and I just acted like that never happened either. It's like he had forgotten about it. It was very strange, but I guess he realized the scum he met in Hollywood was far worse than a friend that dared to hang out with some other friend that you had excommunicated from the group, from the community. So anyway, he was doing interviews, and he kind of, with, when he went out to Hollywood, he started meeting all these people that he had learned about from me. Because when I first met him, he only knew he was into Jimi Hendrix, the Who, and the Rolling Stones, which are all great. But then through me, I taught him about the Cramps and the Ramones, and oh, these are great too. And then he goes out to Hollywood and he's filming videos for the Ramones, and he's their good friend, and he's buddies with Lux Interior from the Cramps and stuff. And then he's like doing interviews and this. So when I saw the interviews from him, I was like, yeah, it kind of hurt my feelings. It's like I don't like watching those shows with the people that hate me because, sometimes. And in this magazine, he had interviews, with David Carradine, and it's just my jealousy. I was like, I don't know if I want to buy that magazine. I'd still buy them, but I don't have the whole run of it. I just kind of felt like, that's what I'm saying. I'm used to being hated and despised, but this is issue 3. And this magazine, you could get it at independent, like punk rock stores, but it was always at Barnes and Noble or whatever, those stores that are always near malls.
Rings. You
Yeah.
gotta be.
But this, let me open one up. What am I doing? This, I've got it in my light, but I don't have boards in here. Um, it's not slick. The covers are matte,
Well, you need to go.
and it's on newsprint. He covers punk rock and rock and roll. It's very much like what I want this channel to be. It's not just about comics. In fact, comics are a very minor part of this. Like it's about a band, the Electric Eels. There's an interview with Sid Haig, and here you might know Sid Haig. There's here's an ad mat for the exotic ones. That's a great movie. Sleepy LaBeef, the rock and roll, the rockabilly guy, plays this caveman that he tears the guy's arm off and beats him to death with his arm. Here's an ad for Mondo Mod. It's like, if you like rock and roll and like Mondo movies, and this is the whole many page article on Mondo movies, which they call them Mondo. They were these movies that they weren't movies with a plot. They were documentaries that just showed you weird stuff from around the world. They were like almost like travel logs. The most famous one is Mondo Connie, which is Italian. It was an Italian movie, which means it's a dog's life or it's a dog's world. That dog's world, something like that. Cane, canine, Mondo meaning world. And then they had a sequel, Mondo. The theme to Mondo Cane was a very famous instrumental song that was all over radio during the late Kennedy, maybe right after Kennedy era. I don't know. See, they have all these ads for places where you can get records. This is before the internet. I am thinking. Oh, see, already in the third issue, he's got Johnny Ramone holding up an issue. And this is this is how you got movies like the Video Vault and Something Weird. So basically, Psychotronic is going to cover the stuff that Something Weird put out. This is the right on the cusp of that wave of movies that you now would see on Tubi TV, the stuff that Horror Mike talks about. Horror Mike is gonna, if you ask him about this magazine, he's gonna know all about it. Horror Mike is, there's Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. It's just horror movies, beach party, Mondo movies, nudist camp movies, anything. So there's Goulardi. There is I guess, a hamburger place called Manners in Ohio. I drank a Manners Big Goulardi. There's like a dynasty of horror movie hosts in Ohio. I think it started with Goulardi, who was the idol of Lux Interior when he was growing up. Lux Interior, the singer of the Cramps, and that's where he got, and he got a lot of his stuff that he named songs after, and stuff that they use in the Cramps world, like "Stay Sick" instead of "Get Well." They say "Stay Sick," and his thing was "Stay Sick, turn blue" instead of "Get Well." Cheer up. And he was a horror host, I guess, on Saturday night showing monster movies in Ohio and Cleveland. And I'm thinking, I there was Goulardi, and then maybe I'm getting confused with the Ghoul. There was maybe Goulart. This guy here later became the voice of ABC. If you grew up in the '70s, you heard this is ABC. Coming up next on the Love Boat, Sonny Bono will appear. He was that voice. Goulardi was like the voice of the Love Boat and all that. Every time a show was ending and you heard that voice over the closing credits, coming up next on ABC, it was this guy that played Goulardi back in the '60s, late '50s. I think there was a one horror host. I don't know if the Ghoul replaced Goulardi, and then there was Son of the Ghoul, who I think was like a hippie version. Like this guy was a beatnik, and then they later have a hippie version as the '60s progressed, and then somewhere in that I didn't even do it. I didn't even do that, and I got a thumbs. Somehow Svengoolie came out of that lineage. This is like looking at a picture of Svengoolie's, ancestor. Or I may be completely confused, but how the order of all that. The Fang was another great video dealer that would sell you VHS cassettes of obscure movies that you couldn't get, that now you can get on DVD or Blu-ray, stuff that then you couldn't, like Teenagers from Outer Space. And back then you had to trade with people and they'd have to make copies of VHS. This is Sid Haig, an interview with him, and he was in Galaxy of Terror. He was also the bad guy in Jason of Star Command, right? And what else was he in?
Yeah, Jason of Star Command. Spider Baby was probably
Spider
the best
Baby.
movie
Yeah,
that he
yeah, yeah,
made.
yeah. There he
Um,
is.
yeah.
He was just a evil look. Was he in Maniac or was that someone else? That was William Spinell. That was someone Spinell. Joe Spinell. Joe Spinell and Sid Haig are both character actors that just are look like greasy, horribly acne-scarred evil villains. And they're never going to play leading man roles. There's the only thing they could play are psychos or villain, outer space villains.
Bikers. Sid Haig was in a
Bikers,
bunch of
definitely.
biker movies. He was in a lot of biker movies. I just don't know them all.
Right. Here's they're continuing in this issue with articles about this is the same issue with Mondo movies. It's just a great magazine. It's a very fragile magazine being printed on newsprint with covers that aren't even slick. But I think most people that bought this kept it nice. I don't know about the collector's value of these, whether they're expensive now. Most people don't even know they exist. This is the interview that my friend, who at this point was not talking to me, although at one point he contacted me from Hollywood and he wanted me to rewrite a script that he'd been given, and so I punched up the script, and I think he paid me $500, which was good at that time to me. So I think at that point he'd forgotten that he had a beef with me for daring to associate with his enemy by sitting in. I just went alone to a zombie movie. I used to go to movies all the time alone, and someone sits behind me and I get in trouble. That's how I feel like I'm on a show. People start talking about how it takes a long time to see a comic book on some other show. I make a comment, and then all of a sudden everybody's like
What's up,
flipping
buddy?
out and angry with me. That's just, I feel like but I think I probably said other stuff earlier on, like, boy, their theme songs, they need a new themes. Or I may have said that it takes a long time to see a comic on that show first, and I think I did actually at some point. So, I probably, my lack of memory, this makes me not realize that I probably started it all, but I was at least sorry about it. But I don't know. Anyway, water under the bridge. This is issue 4. If you want the David Carradine interview, let me open the stupid thing. Um, what else is in this box? Actually, oh, it's my Castlea Frankenstein's, and oh, there's some good stuff coming up here.
Hey, you know
Okay,
what's good? Last night I watched about the first 20 minutes of The Wizard of Gore. You know how it's the introduction of Montag the Magnificent, and he's doing a magic set,
yeah.
and his introduction, right? His monologue is amazing. I had forgotten how good it was. It's really good.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah, and it was my friend that I'm talking about that did this interview with David Carradine we were the two of us wrote a script that Herschel Gordon Lewis was going to he was going to be the actual host of the movie, and it was going to be a parody of Faces of Death, which is actually covered in this issue. They're still talking about the Mondo movies, but then the grandbabies of the Mondo movies of the 60s would be these horrible VHS movies in the 80s that showed, stuff like Faces of Death. And we were going to do a parody of that.
Hmm.
He was going to be the parody, there was a doctor that hosted Faces of Death, and he was going to play that doctor. But anyway, oh my gosh, here's a whole 2-page spread ad for Crypt Records, which is an American expatriate in Germany that put out these fantastic collections of garage rock and 50s rock and roll record reviews. See, that's the thing. That's what I want this channel to be, is not just comic books, man. I've always felt a little cringy about that. Just I don't want to. Here he's promoting this comic when it first came out. That was a Dave Stevens cover. Oh, and here they're showing that Kevin just got a reprint of that issue of Fantastic Monsters of the Films. They're talking about it here. Um, but this interview with David Carradine, I remember, is really good in here. Because if my friend did the interview, it's going to be a very different kind of interview. Yeah, it's my friend there with David Carradine. Um, yeah, this is a good magazine. Uh, I'm probably losing people to the football games, I bet. Oh, man. Okay, this is issue 5, and it has this great image, which is from the Admat for a movie called Macumba Love. That was one of those great, that's always been a great image. And the back has an ad for the Video Vault. And this one has an interview with Julie Adams, who's, the creature from the Black Lagoon's girlfriend, and part 2 of the David Carradine interview, and an article on Karloff. And so this one is issue 6, interview with Timothy Carey and Susan Terrell. Susan Terrell is in a lot of great stuff. Susan Terrell, man, what would she be most famous for? Wasn't she in Forbidden Zone?
What was her name again?
Susan Terrell. Let me just open it up.
I think that she played the Queen in Forbidden Zone. Is that right?
Yeah, there's something about her. She always plays like an old biker woman, or like she's or like in the movie, the John Waters movie Crybaby. She's the wife of Iggy Pop, and they're like she's seems like she has a Confederate cap, and she had a way of talking. She was pretty, but she was kind of like a truck stop waitress, something wizened. Let me find a picture of her. You guys will know. It'll tell you what movie she's in.
Waitress was an excellent description.
Yeah, here, she looked like that.
Yep.
She was.
That's when she was young. When she was older, she still wore the same makeup. Yeah.
Yeah, Stacy. That's her with Stacy Keach in a movie called Fat City that I don't know. That's another picture for her drinking in that same movie. So it's an interview with her. That's her in Avenging Angel, Forbidden Zone. Oh, this is her filmography. Okay, so Trump's talking Wisconsin. The thing's probably over, but I'm just now recording it. Oh, she went back to the 6. She was in Andy Warhol's Bad. Yeah, she started in the 60s with those real yeah, she was mainly in movies that normal people didn't see. I guess she was a voice in Fire and Ice. She was the voice in the Chipmunks Adventure. She had a very kind of raspy, tomboyish voice. This is a great ad for the Black Pit of Dr. M. There's an early Something Weird ad. Mike Vraney that ran Something Weird passed away, but his wife, who is she a cartoonist or is she a toy collector? I don't remember, but she runs it now. Yeah, he used to charge $20 for a VHS tape. They're no longer the police force. They're the police force for opposite. They're a police force for bad. They're bad. They're bad people. Yeah, Timothy Carey looked like that. In contrast to John Wayne. He was in this movie, The World's Greatest Sinner, which is a good movie. I wonder if that might be on Tubi. He'll throw in old ads like Jack Webb for Chesterfield. You'll find ads with cool people and run them. But also an executive order banning any federal employee from colluding to limit speech, and we will fire. Yeah. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. Imp says, I used to peruse the back page ads in the Village Voice for rare records. Al Goldstein's tabloid Blank was a good place to find ads for obscure esoteric stuff. Just Rico films are weird but photographed nicely, right? Paula says, gotta go take care of dinner. Catch you later. Speaking of the Wizard of Gore, says Imsh, anyone remember playing the arcade game Wizard of War in the 80s? Great game. I probably remember it, but I don't remember it. I remember Death Race. That was a cool game.
I brought you. Have you
Yeah.
seen the Lincoln Monsters figures that are going to be coming out soon?
No, I don't think so. You got a picture of them?
No, they have a website, but I haven't got them on order yet.
Are you gonna stock them?
I'd like to.
Okay. I guess I need my memory refreshed about what the Lincoln Monsters look like.
Um, they're like Migos. They had Dracula, Frankenstein,
Right.
Mummy. They have I don't know. It's
Well,
kind of like a cross in between a Amigo and an AHI. I guess you could maybe say.
yeah. Well, in the 70s, because I was there, I remember the Migos, and I got those, and I got one of the AHI, the Frankenstein, and the Lincoln ones. If I saw them, I must have rejected them as being inferior. I don't. I'd have to look up a picture of them, but I don't think I ever had a Lincoln monster.
Yeah, they're pretty
Um,
cool.
um,
They're not as
yeah,
cool as AHI though. AHI is better.
but what was there was a company, I don't know if it's Super Seven, doing Migo style monsters about 6 months ago, but they weren't exact copies. They were somehow different. What were they trying to mimic?
Say that again.
It seems like 6, 7 months ago, there were some monster figures coming out, 70s style, but they weren't they weren't exact reproductions of 70s ones, but they were in that style of some.
Oh,
What were
Migo,
the?
you said?
Well, I know that Mego does it, but
Uh,
it seems like it was the Plaid Stallions people were putting out figures. Am I wrong?
well, they're the ones that are putting out these Lincoln monsters.
Oh, so you probably showed me months ago their plans for the Lincoln Monsters then.
Yeah, that's probably what it was, and they're finally
Okay.
been produced, and they're finally going to be shipping
Okay.
from China over here now in about
Okay. So when you were saying, have I seen them? Yeah, then I'll answer, yes, I've seen them because you showed them to me. That's the only way I was seeing them. But as I recall, they had changed them enough to be a little bit different from the originals.
well,
Is that right?
they're using the name and everything, so they must have gotten permission, I would think.
Yeah. Do you have the ability to show us a picture, like on pointing it at a screen or something?
Yeah, let me get my other phone.
Oh, okay. So anyway, these psychotronic books, I don't know how many issues. I don't know whether mycomicshop.com would stock Psychotronic. They stock most monster magazines. This is not exactly a monster magazine. The last one I've got is issue 40 with the Schwarzenegger cover, but it's by this point it has a slick cover, just like, and then the back is made like a men's magazine. That's number 40. I'll just go backwards. Yeah, later in the run they had slick covers. I have issue 30, so I'm missing a lot. I think that's from The Million Eyes of Sumeru. And it's not, it's just that I couldn't find this magazine. Well, I could, but how often do I go in a Barnes and Noble? Here's 27. I really shouldn't be Scheisse. I really shouldn't be showing these to you because when I show things, I don't have the. If I want to find the other issues, then I've got you guys trying to get copies. I need to hoard them all for myself. So that was 27. This is 20. Maybe I should give myself full screen until he comes back. Solo
I'm right
layout.
here.
Oh shoot. Well, I'm going to show a couple more, then I'll cut back to you. Here's issue 26. The back page is 40 Acre Feud. And so at this point, you can see the cover slick now. And it's just a little bit better. Here's an ad for the Chiller Theater Expo. Um, There's a picture of Van Morrison is on our side politically, by the way. Ad for something weird. This one is from. Here they've got a picture of Diane Thorne posing with Psychotronic. He would always get celebrities posing with the magazine, and by celebrities I mean celebrities for people into this kind of cinema. And if you Diane Thorne played in the movie Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS as Ilsa. So that's where I don't think you would necessarily call her a celebrity, but to people into these movies, I guess. I mean, she's well known to people that read this magazine, which is not most of you. Well, I don't know. You guys watching? What am I doing? I'm just writing you guys off. Imsh would know who she is. Maybe I'm flushing out enough viewers and bringing in people that know about good stuff. There's some pictures that aren't appropriate in here.
Everything good? Everything good?
Here's a whole article on Ed Cookie Burns. Let's cut back to Gotham City Comics before you guys get bored. Oh, Lincoln Monsters. Updates.
Beautiful, beautiful person. Let me go. Should we go? You tell me when. Get far back. These are the greatest things.
Imp says Masthead is reminiscent of Weirdo. Beverly Garland for me. Yeah, Beverly Garland is in this magazine as well. I mean, of course, everyone loves Beverly Garland. You know who I think is great as far as the actresses of that era that were in monster movies is Mira Corday, who was in The Giant Claw. I always thought, and my friend Tom was friends because her son is like works in the film industry. I don't know. He's doing one of those jobs that you always see in the credits, like Key Grip or something. And so he was good friends with him, and visited, met his mom. So in Hollywood, you can just go to the 7-Eleven or the Walgreens, and you'll see people walking around. If you know old movies from the 50s and 60s, they're all around you. And if you know those old movies, you can recognize them, but no one else recognizes them except for the people really into this stuff. I think he is distracted by a customer, perhaps.
You know, in Butler,
But
they saved two people's lives that they thought were gone.
oh my gosh.
Firefighter story, and he was gone, but the doctors saved the other two, and they thought they were gone.
And says Linda Hayden.
Amazing doctors.
I always liked Mamie Van Doren too, but then having Mamie Van Doren as a friend on Facebook and seeing constant, she really hates Trump, and I just was posting positive stuff about Trump, so I thought I better I don't want Mamie Van Doren, who I've always loved her movies, getting mad at me for liking Trump. I don't want her banning me or something. So I just exited from being friends with her. She'll never notice just because I don't want. I did that also with one of the guys in the Fire Sign Theater who was always posting anti-Trump stuff. And I said, I enjoy their albums. I love their humor. I don't, but I don't want to have some conflict from someone with TDS. That's why I don't like meeting my idols because, what if they hate me like most people do? All right, here's a video we're watching. Okay, let me see if I can remember.
These are actual factory samples, I guess, that he got.
Okay.
He was talks about that he was real pleased
Okay, cool. Well,
with the figures. We'll see if. All right, I think I'll buy them.
um, I think I might. I'd kind of like to see what the original Lincoln ones look like in the 70s, but I think
Yeah,
I
they're pretty
remember them.
close. Pretty
Yeah,
close.
I think I remember they were real kind of slapdash, or maybe, I don't know.
Have you guys seen the There's like a preview for a new Wolfman movie, and he like looks like a troll.
Yeah, that show we joined the live stream of Dark Gray Dracula. Apparently, before we got on, that's
That's
what
what they were
their
talking
whole show
about.
was
Yeah.
about. How shitty that looked, and no, I did because they showed it. Um, oh, okay, with the turtleneck, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
polyester shirt with a little trench coat. That's what the original one had.
Were
He's a
they
vampire with the
green
big.
like this? The original
Yeah,
Lincoln monsters?
yeah. He was green with the blue rings around his eyes.
I don't think I was aware of these when I was a kid. They're going to try paranoid as far as arresting Trump, but that'll just ensure he wins. Amp says, I think I'm going to start collecting records with Frazetta art. Kind of surprised I'm not done so in all these years. What would that be? Molly Hatchet? Who else had Frazetta art? Oh, movie soundtracks. Yeah,
Oh, there's comparison from the original.
Oh, that's when. Oh, well, that's pretty close. Oh
Original's on the
yeah.
black.
Well, as a kid, I wouldn't have wanted these because I would have said they're shitty
Another
looking. As an adult, I
original.
look at them and I say they're shitty looking, but they're wonderful.
Uh
I
huh.
mean, my opinion hasn't changed from when I was in fourth grade. It's just now I appreciate shit. Does that even make sense, ladies and gentlemen? Um, it's part of getting older.
Well, it's like the art on these boxes. You could say the same thing. It's like shitty, but it's good shitty. It's like the art you'd see on the side of a dark ride or at like a
Or eerie
state fair.
publications. Yeah, that's what yeah. It just looks like the legs of a bum on Kensington Avenue.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
shit can be good, says Paranoid Android. I think
See,
I
look at
asked
that.
Paranoid and
Look at that
well,
box art. Look at
is that
that.
the original box art from the 70s?
I think that was, and then they changed it to worse.
Oh, how do you get worse than that?
I like digital.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's the new one. I don't know.
That's cool.
Yeah, they glow.
Or you can
Okay.
get extra hands that glow in the dark. They come with.
Oh, okay.
Look, he comes with a trigger finger hand, so you can have him holding a gun if you want. Yeah, these are the new boxes. I don't like them. I like the old ones.
Those are the new ones.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
like real
They do look.
digital.
It really does.
The old
Well,
ones are way better. This is the old ones.
oh yeah, okay. Those are the old, and is that old or new?
I don't know. That's the top. Here's the slip cover. So if you get both of them, you can put it in this like VHS box.
Oh,
And then
Well,
here they recreated the scene with them fighting DC characters, but they used characters that they won't get in trouble. See, here's the
it looked
original
like an Evil
catalog.
Knievel. Oh, okay.
That was from the original
Oh,
catalog.
I remember that Wolfman. Yeah. And okay.
So then they did their own version of it with the like Evil Knievel and Big Jim and some other guys. Action
Okay.
Man.
All right.
Not a-
Well, um,
I hate to say this, but politically it was.
oh, G.I. Joe's kicking the hunchback.
I went to their website and it's down, so I couldn't order them.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Paranoid
they're gonna be.
Android is
I think
hoping.
they're gonna be there selling them. I think he has a table gonna be there set up.
Paranoid Android. Meyer hasn't moved yet, but
Thank you,
See,
Paranoid
the
Android.
original art's great. Look at that.
yeah, very much like a Dark Ride. You're right. Where's the Monster Bash at exactly?
It's in PA, I think.
Okay.
What's it
Pittsburgh,
say?
usually, I think.
Did that say
Usually,
Pittsburgh?
yeah, usually it's in Pittsburgh.
Is that what it said
Well,
on the screen?
back in the old days, it was always Pittsburgh.
Here, let me
I
go
just know
back.
because I used to see the advertisements in Scary Monsters magazine, which is what I used to read like
And
15
I
years
don't.
ago.
Is it because that's where they live, or is it because of the connection with George Romero? I wonder.
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Yeah, Marriott.
Yeah, I don't like this new art.
Oh yeah. Why did they change it?
I mean, I don't think you could maybe not get away with
Oh my
using
God.
the original.
I don't know why not.
I, maybe Lincoln isn't even around anymore. Maybe no one even owns it anymore.
Oh, so is that two different ways you can get it, or did Lincoln have the skin color and then the new ones have green?
I think Lincoln had skin color.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, are these super valuable now, or why are they reproducing them?
Well, it's not a reproduction. It's just a new version, I guess.
Oh, like a continuation or revival.
I think they're probably valuable now.
Yeah, I don't think I would pay a whole lot for the originals, but among all the monster stuff that's out there, they wouldn't be like super high on my list. But
I'll be back. I'm gonna go
sure.
out there real quick.
Oh my gosh. Do they still produce Lincoln Logs? I don't know that it's the same company, or is it? Is this the same company that makes Lincoln Logs?
I don't know. I
Um,
used to like logs though.
yeah, they were run out of town by Lego, I guess. And you guys remember the Warren cover artist Larry Todd? Yeah, he currently does art for carnival rides and displays in California. I just discovered another channel that does dark rides earlier today, and oh, let me tell you guys what it is. I have to go look at YouTube here. I can't do it on the TV because I'm recording the Trump rally. Let me look in my history. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, yeah, fine. We can hear you.
Okay. History. Boy. War. Oh, how do I do that? Um, oh, I think I hear that cool guy with the laugh in the store.
Uh,
Oh, my wife's been listening to a lot of music on YouTube. It lowered it in my. She's getting into Morrissey a lot since yesterday. Um,
oh, current day Morrissey or the music?
well, the music of him in his prime, but also interviews with him now. Okay, the channel is called Dark in the park. And I stumbled on a video, the history of the Castle Dracula, Wildwood, New Jersey. And the channel is, so if you type in Castle Dracula Dark in the Park, you'll get this. And I wasn't subscribed to it. And so that's something I'm looking forward to watching. Um, and of course, Dark Ride Dracula, he was saying in his live stream that, hold on, how do I get back in? That his least popular videos on his channel are where he goes into dark rides. And I was thinking, well, I guess that's no accounting for taste in the viewers, but
Yeah,
um,
I saw this. So I just subscribed to Dark in the Park, but what's funny is the video that you're talking about. I actually just watched the one from a year ago, or no, it's not that one. It's the one about Dracula's castle in Wildwood. 7 months ago, the story of Castle Dracula, Wildwood, New Jersey. So because I follow things having to do with the Jersey Shore sometimes,
yeah.
this video was presented to me, recommended to me a while ago. And so I watched
Oh,
that whole video. It was really great. But I just now realized I wasn't subscribed to the channel until you mentioned it.
oh yeah.
But
I wouldn't be
that's cool.
surprised if you sent me a link to it already. I
I
didn't,
might have. I don't know.
but man, yeah, it's great. It's kind of, I feel kind of creepy. I set these psychotronic videos down on top of the family Bible. I don't know if the psychotronic video guides. I don't know if maybe I need to move them. There was just a handy place. Oh my gosh. Uh, so, I'll show the rest of these psychotronics. I don't know. You guys even care? 12. We're back to the 12. It's always 12. Um, it's interesting how it's always 12. Here's number 25. Oh, see, they have Goulardi on the back. And it's from Plain Dealer magazine. Because people in Cleveland, this is an important guy. I think his name is Ernie Anderson, is his real name. And Ernie Anderson, as I said, everyone knows him as the voice of ABC in the 70s, kind of like, I guess Don Pardo was the voice of NBC, you know, the guy that used to always introduce the game shows and Saturday Night Live.
Who was the announcer for Laugh-In that was so good? Who was that?
Oh, that was Space Ghost. That was man, my mind's
Gary something?
Gary.
Gary Owens.
Yeah,
Gary Owens. Yeah.
Gary Owens. Yeah, he came from radio. He was a radio
Right.
guy.
And the other guy, so do you remember the shock jock from Rock and Roll High School? The guy with the really weird face and the glasses? He was an
Real Don
LA.
Steele out of
Yeah,
L.A.
Real
Yeah.
Don Steele. He was an LA DJ that I didn't even really realize that until I started watching that Radio Joe, or listening to those radio broadcasts on YouTube.
He is the one of the greatest in the history. His delivery, um, the real Don Steele from L.A. Well, he was another, but he was big and he was even still around in L.A. when my wife, she was born in '78. I think she remembers him as a little girl. He was great, and he was the ultimate. The radio DJs call them DJs that talk like that. They kind of call them, what is they? I forget. They kind of describe the way they deliver. Their delivery is kind of like vomiting. It's like it's just they're really into it, and it's like they're vomiting forth all these words
Right.
instead of being
Motormouth.
more laid back, like it's 3 o'clock in the AM here on Progressive
Play music for
FM.
me.
You know,
Yeah.
later the DJs were real calm, but for a while they were insane. You know, and the most and then so Real Don Steele, and then this other guy from Cleveland called the Mad Daddy, who's really heavily covered in this magazine because the guy that put this together, Michael Weldon, was really into the Cramps. You know, because really the band the Cramps is sort of a nexus point, if that's the right word that all these people into these movies and into pre-code horror and punk rock and roll and rockabilly, it all kind of revolves around a band called the Cramps, who did 50s and 60s style punk rock and surf music, and their lifestyle and the cars they drove and the comic books they read and the monster movies they were into. It was all, people got into that band and they learned all about this world. And then you meet fellow Cramps fans and you speak the same language and you love all the same stuff. Or like me, I loved all this stuff, and then I found the Cramps in the probably early 1980, 81. They've been around since 75, 76. And then it's like, oh, these are like my people. And then you discover other bands, and they talk about, and because they did a lot of cover versions of bands that no one ever knew, or they did cover versions of an instrumental and they added words to it that they came up with. And so you go and you find those old bands, and then it opens up all these new worlds. So that's how those are the people. I wish I could get this old friend of mine that kind of introduced me to he kind of, it was like an older brother to me. He introduced me to so much culture. He's 13 years older than me. If I could get him to come on this show, it'd be a whole new beginning for this show. That's what I've always wanted to do, is get him on. He's the guy that gave me his whole Avengers collection going back to issue 16. Um, one of these days, maybe I'll get him to do that, but you know. Like, this is an ad for Hollywood Book and Poster, and that was run by a guy named Eric Caden. And Hollywood Book and Poster is where the Cramps would go in and buy posters, and they would, and that's where Johnny Legend, I think he might have worked there. Johnny Legend was this guy with this big beard, and
Right.
in the VHS old days of the VHS rental stores, Johnny Legend put together a VHS collection called Sleaze Mania, and it was put out by Rhino Video, Rhino the record company, and it was in almost all the cult sections in any blockbuster you went into, and it was just a collection of movie trailers to the most insane movies. And so, I of course rented that, made a copy of it, and then he made another one called Sleaze Mania Strikes Back, and he was another guy, and he had his own rockabilly band, and just like, there's a whole network of people that I just haven't thought about in a long time. And I think I've kind of gotten derailed in just making my show just about comic books, and now I'm looking at this and realizing, what am I doing? I should be more in that dark ride community. But it was interesting when we were doing a live stream Thursday night, and then Kevin at Gotham City says, "Oh, the Dark Ride Dracula people are doing a live stream." And I said, "Let's all go, all of us. Let's go over there and talk with them." And they were almost done, but they were saying that, I don't know if it was when we were on or if it was earlier on. I watched the beginning of their live stream. They're saying that they've been in other collecting communities and they have not been treated well. But I was wondering what communities they were talking about. If it was, I don't know. I don't think they're comic book people, but it's probably some kind of record collecting or something. Record, all these community. There are people that are real snobbish, but I've always wanted to be welcoming to people and teach them about stuff. And I realized that Sticky Goose is creating all this stuff, but he's just been steered wrong into, and he's realizing, oh, these people have been lying to me on YouTube that I'm supposed to slab all these comics. And I'm realizing he's just lashing out because he, and I'm thinking, I understand, man, because I don't know. This is, oh man, what? I guess, I guess he's appearing at Tower Records. This is an ad for that on the back. This is something that would have been sold at Tower Records too. Um, this is a really thick issue. What's going on with this one? Oh, Larry Buchanan. He was important to, if you ever watched Joe Riley's The Hypnotic Eye TV show out of Dallas Public Access, he really loved Larry Buchanan. Larry Buchanan was a local Dallas guy, and he did remakes of a lot of AIP um, horror movies. Like, I think he did a remake of Invasion of the Saucer People, and I think he called it The Eye Creatures. He would do these really cheap. Larry Buchanan made Mars Needs Women, which I don't know if that was a remake, unless he was trying to do a remake of Teenagers from Outer Space. But Mars Needs Women was all of these were filmed in Dallas, and so there's a scene in Mars Needs Women where they go into the Dallas Science Museum, and I remember going there on a field trip in school. Here he uses the ad for "I drink your blood, I eat your skin." Um,
Did you ever see that? I feel like maybe Johnny Legend produced uh, this VHS release that was called Andy Kaufman, I'm from Hollywood, and it was a documentary about Andy. It was made right around the time when Andy was going through chemotherapy treatment, and
yeah,
the VHS release has the premiere of that movie. I can't remember which Hollywood theater it's at, but it was like on the marquee. I think it even said Johnny Legend presents, and I feel like
yeah,
Johnny Legend is in the so they did a bunch of interviews in the lobby, right? And it's really good. Like there's a bunch of
right.
freaks. He
I'm not
interviewed a
sure if
bunch of
I
freaks.
saw that, but yeah, it'd be the same guy. And he also did compilations for something weird later, and he was really into Mexican wrestling too. That's another thing. Mexican wrestling is all part of this world. Um, this is yeah, they started having this thing where these um, they'd have these celebrities holding copies. There's June Wilkinson, and they're people that normal people don't know, like Barbara Lay. It's probably Barbara Lee, but she was gonna be Vampirella, I think, in a movie that never got made. But she was on the cover of more than a few issues of Vampirella photo covers, and there was supposed to be a Hammer film of Vampirella, but then Hammer went under. 22. Um, let's see. What are people talking about here? Um, well, there's a lot of comments. I haven't been paying attention. Um, Meyer kind of crazy about that 49er player getting shot daylight Union Square area. Oh, did that happen?
I mean, yeah, but it's not really crazy if you live here. You know that it could happen at any moment. So
Yeah.
it was. It's kind of. It's sad that it happened. I feel bad for the kid, but the player. But he shouldn't have worn that Rolex. Rolex. I don't know where he's from, but you can't wear a Rolex watch in Union Square with.
Oh,
Uh, but anyway, he was robbed at gunpoint, and then there was a struggle for the gun. The player was shot, and so was the assailant, the robber. And then the robber is under 18, and they're like talking about releasing him. Maybe he's already out on bail. I don't even know. Yeah.
oh boy. Paranoid Android says Wolfman Jack was the king. Remember Rick D says Paranoid Android Disco. Yeah, don't remind me.
I
Rick
remember.
D's. I remember Rick D's on the radio after Disco Duck. I never really forgave him for that, but I guess he's a nice guy. Amp says, "Show us your collection of pulp MV." I guess he wants me to show pulps. I don't have many pulps, but I'll show you what I've got if you want. But maybe another episode because I'd have to go upstairs and interfere with my wife's working. Par- Paranoid Android says, Gratu, you would love a band called the Groovy Ghoulies, Bay Area punk band, horror based. I think I've heard them. I don't remember much. I'm sure they're good.
I think I've
I
seen
mean,
them
now
play.
the cartoon Groovy Ghoulies actually have an album out. They're that actual music. You know, when they did these Saturday morning shows with where the bands were playing, they usually had actual albums out because they were hoping it would take off because, you know, the Archies music done for the Archies cartoon in 1969 took off. Sugar Sugar, and there were some other hits, but Sugar Sugar was the number one song completely of 1969 over anything. Jimi Hendrix, all the Woodstock bands. Sugar Sugar was, and it's a great song. It's just the thing about Sugar Sugar that most people don't know. It's one guy, Ron Dante. He's singing. He's playing every instrument. Just well, I mean, there's female vocals. He's not those, but you know. Imp says, show us your collection of pulp magazines with Norm Saunders cover art. Okay, I can show you my wacky packages with Norm Saunders art. I don't know that I have any pulps with Norm Saunders art. I wish I did. Why don't you come on and show yours? Because I bet you've got a better collection than me. Imp, the Mummies. The Mummies are a great, thank you. That's a great band. They're legitimately great. They sound like they're really from the 1960s, and they're proud of their low fidelity sound, and they're like a band that should have existed in the 60s, dressed as monsters. They're all wrapped up in bandages, but they've got this punk rock energy. The only thing that makes you realize, well, this can't be a recording from 1966 because they just said the F word. Other than that, it's completely authentic. You would never realize if they weren't like singing that you must fight to live on the planet of the apes. And so, well, this can't really be a song from back then.
You
Imp
know who I
says,
like?
what's the,
I like the Aquabats. I like the Aquabats. Now
is there,
they're
did
like
they
a
have a TV show?
yeah, they did.
Yeah, that
So
my friend
uh,
Ryan showed me that show and I loved it. And then Cleo said, "This is really stupid." So I was like, "Oh well," but I was
before the
really into it. It's
before the
like
show,
I
so
need to
my
go
kids
back
were
and
really
watch
into
that when
this
she's
band
not around.
before this band was popular, and they were like they were trading like live footage of different concerts that they had played at, and so we got to I watched many of their concerts on film, and they had a really cool thing going. The music is good. It's kind of a ska garage rock punk sound with funny lyrics about all the stuff that we like about monsters and comic books or whatever and stuff like that. They pretend like they're a super group, the Aquabats. They wear
Yeah,
uniforms made out of
right.
chopped wetsuits.
And they're like the Fantastic Four. They fight
Yeah,
like
exactly.
little
Once they gained
claymation monsters.
popularity, they did more stuff. But I think their music is good. I like them. I think they're funny. They got a lot of
Yeah,
good songs.
there was another show that was pretty cool where they fought like Nazi dinosaurs and stuff. That I
Oh yeah,
forgot what
I
it was
remember that one.
called. What was
Maybe
that show?
it was maybe Australian or something. It was kind of
Yeah,
a live action Jerry
yeah.
Anderson thing.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. I
They were
was
fighting
aware of it.
Hitler.
Then
I think it was they were like Nazis in it. It was good. I don't remember what it was called.
yeah, Horror
Super
Mike showed
Action
a
Team or something like that. Something super. It was something like that.
yeah. Someone will know it.
Action
Maybe
Squad. Something.
Imp says Kim's video on St. Mark's Place in New York City was the best place to get weird, obscure, out of print DVDs and Blu-rays. Hardy Boys, yeah, they had an album. Says Paranoid Android, the cartoon band live, Great When You're Stone. The Banana
I haven't
Splits had
listened
some
to them.
great songs. Of course, a lot of these. I mean, they're actually a bunch of studio musicians that record this stuff. Um, the Banana Splits had a great version of "Gonna Find a Cave." I think that was a cover version, but
Band
whoever
split.
does "Gonna Find a Cave," it's a great song. Um, who else was good? But the Groovy Ghoulies, the TV cartoon Groovy Ghoulies had a great song. When I grow up, I'll be a groovy ghoul. That was good. There's the story behind this ad on the back here. It says, "Only a loser wouldn't buy Uncle Tom's Trailers from the Crypt," and he's got this was on DVD. I'm sorry, he's selling it on VHS and VHS PAL cassettes. Later, he would put it on Laserdisc. He's got reviews from Johnny Ramone, Bruce Campbell, Al Jorgensen, Timothy Leary. Oh yeah, my friend lived with Timothy Leary for
Really?
yeah. Udo, yeah, he lived quite a Udo Kier, who was what was he, German? He was in Andy Warhol's Frankenstein and Dracula. He was Dr. Frankenstein, he was Dracula in the other one. Yeah, Linnea Quigley, Robert Williams, he was in with Robert Williams. Anthony Timpone, who was the senior editor of Fangoria, Michael Weldon, yeah. Joe Bob Briggs, yeah. Well, Joe Bob Briggs was in the same town city we were from. Um,
Hey, Joe Bob.
okay, so what this was is a collection of movie trailers that Tom put together, and he was selling, and it was the story behind it is we were at a party about 1985, and we met these two guys from Fort Worth, which was about 20 miles away, that were at the party. And one of the guys worked at Channel 11, an independent station, and the other guy was they were just into weird video and movies. And they said, if you love these movie posters, you need to go to the flea market that's in the cattle barns in Fort Worth on Saturday, and you'll meet this guy named Johnny. So they had these big giant cattle barns where they would bring the livestock and stuff, but on Saturdays they would have flea markets in there. So there was a guy, older guy named Johnny. He was there, and he had stacks and stacks of movie posters, not all in perfect condition, but he said the guy knows to charge more if it's John Wayne or Marilyn Monroe, or something like that. But other than that, everything is $20 or maybe it was 10. I'm trying to think of 1980s prices. And the guy said he has posters for Blood Feast, 2000 Maniacs, Faster, Pussycat Kill Kill, all the great grindhouse exploitation movies of the 50s and 60s. He's got all of that. So that's where we got a lot of this stuff, is from this one guy. So we go to this flea market the next Saturday, and he's there, and I bought a bunch of posters. So did Tom. Tom later went to the guy's house that was way up in Denton, Texas, way out in a farm, way out in the middle of nowhere, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre country.
Isn't
And he
that the
goes
same
to,
town that was in Rocky Horror Picture Show, Denton?
well, it's
It's,
the
it's,
same name. It's a college town. The question is, did what's his name that wrote Rocky Horror Picture Show, did he know of that Denton? It's
Richard
possible.
O'Brien.
Richard
Richard
O'Brien,
O'Brien.
yeah,
He's
the
from
name
England.
was on the tip of my tongue. I think he's been asked that, and I don't remember what his answer was. You get the impression that Denton and Rocky Horror Picture Show is more in a Midwest place than Texas, but I'm sure he'd heard of Denton, and Denton is a very, it's not, Austin used to be a cool place. It isn't anymore. Denton had a little bit of that vibe, being a college town and kind of a cool place. It's possible that the guy knew about Denton, Texas, but I don't know for sure. But anyway, Denton, Texas. This guy lived up near there, and he said, "I've got a whole shed full of posters." So Tom went there. I didn't go. But he was completely eaten alive, almost to the point of death, by mosquitoes going through this shed. But it was filled with posters, and it was also filled with 35 millimeter film trailers, and I think in some cases whole prints of movies. So the question is, why did this old guy have all these movie posters and trailers? Well, he had run a movie theater in the town square of Denton in the 60s. Now, the town square of Denton is like a little, it's like a typical town square. It's centered around the courthouse, and there's a lawyer office. Well, it was a lawyer office when I went there, and it it apparently used to be a movie theater, and that's where he ran a movie theater, and he was running nudie exploitation movies and just the most sleazy movies there right across the street from the courthouse on the town square, probably for the college students that went to the college there. But he was playing, so that's why he had all these posters, because he ran these movies and he had a lot of the trailers still. So Tom bought tons of these trailers. He took him to a he took the trailers to a professional film, a place that develops film, because Tom had made Tom had made a already made a 16 millimeter film for college for his film class, and he used this film processing studio. He was friends with the people. They cleaned up these trailers. They put it all on one big reel, and then this other friend in our little group worked at the Lowe's movie theater in Arlington. I had worked there the summer before, and I'd talked about how cool it was kind of cool to work in a movie theater. So he went and started working there, and he became the manager of the place. So he said, "Come to the theater early before it opens." I think it was earlier. Yeah, no, it wasn't after they closed. It was early before they opened. And he went up to the projection booth and put the film reel up, and we watched a trailer collection projected up on the big screen of everything from Elvis Presley's Viva Las Vegas to the most horrible exploitation movies, and it was all edited together with original little coming soon little promo tags and everything. And then that's what Tom was selling on that ad there. I have it here somewhere, that collection. But so that was seemed like it was a lot of fun to see that actually projected. It was like going back in time. Um, and ironically, next to where that movie theater used to be, well, there's a great, I'm sure it's still there, a great three-story bookstore right across the street on the town square called Recycled Books and Records. Great records. You can even find pulps in there. They didn't really have comic books, but it was great for records and books about comics. It
I
was a
used to go to
great.
a
And
place,
then
Recycled Records in Monterey, that was really good. It's like that's
I
where I
don't know
bought
if
them.
they're affiliated or it's just the name that people think of. And then there was next door to where that movie theater used to be, and this is in the 90s, 30 years after there was a movie theater there. You walked up these steps and there was a video store, and it was called the Dodd Files, and it was a guy named Dodd. His last name was Dodd, Dodd, and he was an older guy, and he would get all the Something Weird VHS movies in. And even though it took about 40 minutes to drive to Denton, I would rent those Something Weird movies, take them home, make a copy by hooking two VCRs together like we used to, and return them so that I could just have those movies for the price of a rental instead of paying $20. Because $20 back in the 1980s and 90s for a 2-hour VHS, that was, that would, and you wanted to get all of them, that would add up pretty quickly. So, but that guy Dodd is where I bought some toys from him too, because he would make these kind of like Tijuana Bible movies. He'd make these adult movies with Mego figures. He
Oh,
would
that's great.
he would or with I never saw any of the movies, but when he was done with the figures after he altered them, he would sell them. So I have figures that aren't quite right. They're like the Misfit Toys Island, or the toys that are kind of messed up from the next door neighbor in Toy Story. Like I've got a Gene Simmons Mego figure, but what he did is he took the clothes off of Gene Simmons. That was the 12-inch figure. He took the head off of him, and then he took a Superman 12-inch Christopher Reeve figure, and he took his head off and put Gene Simmons' head on it. So now Gene Simmons is a big muscular Superman guy, and then put the Gene Simmons outfit back on. So it's a big, more super heroic Gene Simmons Kiss figure. And you really wouldn't even notice it unless you really knew, unless you had a Gene Simmons and say, that looks a little different. Or you take the Wonder Woman Linda Carter 12-inch figure. I could just go in the other room and show you. Why am I talking about him? I just go show you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd like to see him.
yeah. He
Did you
took
ever
the.
see? Did you ever watch the Karen Carpenter story that was done with those Barbie dolls? Do you remember that?
Yes, right. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I
Um.
think it's a funny idea to do like a and not like what that kid did on Comedy Central, whatever it's called. I mean, like do a
Oh yeah.
straight production with puppets or dolls is what makes it funny. What makes it
Yeah.
funny is if it's straight. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he took the Wonder Woman. She doesn't have a strap up over her shoulders. Her outfit just fits over her. So I think he trimmed it where it's just basically a thread going over her shoulders, so it's not as visible to try to make it look more comic accurate. He took, man, I've never, I bought a bunch of these things. Some of them he made them anatomically correct because these were not nice movies he made. And I'm not sure if I've never taken the clothes off that Gene Simmons figure, but there may be a surprise under there. But this room doesn't even have heat in it. It's already getting a little cold in here. They didn't hook the heat back in this room when they. Okay, let me see what is his. Oh, this is supposed to have a bottle of booze. That's upstairs. This was done by him. This is it's a Dolly Parton body with a policewoman Angie Dickinson head. Yeah, it's anatomically. It's okay. So I probably should cover it up a little bit. A little bit. Okay, so you've got Angie Dickinson's head, right? And then it's
Right.
Dolly Parton's body, but she's got a gun, and in the other hand here, she's supposed to have a little miniature bottle of booze. Oh, she's been made anatomically correct. It's kind of like, what was that movie, Basic Instinct, where she uncrosses her leg? It's basically like that. But I guess you don't get in trouble on. He would chop fingers off of Mego figures and glue them on. I'll show it real quick. He's
Oh,
got
to
a.
be the nipples, right? The tips of
Yeah,
the nip, just
yeah. I
enough
mean,
to be
it's
their
like
nipples.
this is like a guy that's 70 years old doing this. It's like a guy
I
that's
think the concept is
somebody's
hilarious.
possibly grandfather.
Like yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the day before, I found this documentary about Frank Sinatra's life in Palm Springs, and it has all these interviews with all
Yeah,
these old, leathery skinned people that are still alive in Palm Springs, and they show a bunch of footage of Frank's house and the pool and everything.
yeah,
I think that like reenacting stuff with dolls is funny, like especially like it would just a little 2-minute clip from it, something like that, where you're doing like interviews with people and you use the audio from that, but then you have the images are shot of these of dolls in front of a doll-sized swimming pool instead of Frank's palatial Palm Springs pool,
yeah,
and then the interviewees are are dolls. It's kind of funny. I just like
yeah.
that. I like the idea of doing it completely straight. And
Um,
like when I see that Angie Dickinson figure, it reminds me of that documentary that I just saw
yeah.
about Palm Springs in the 60s.
But apparently the body is Dolly Parton, but I don't really remember a Dolly Parton doll, but I guess there was one. The Gene Simmons is upstairs, so I can't show that. But this one, maybe you could piece together this. Okay, so the head is probably from a model kit, and
Yeah, I was going to say like that's the Visible Man or something. The
hair's been put on him. I hope that's not this old man's pubic hair, but it kind of looks like the president. Those shots of the president on the beach looking out at the
yeah, it
sunset.
does.
This is that looks like the back of Joe Biden's head. Um, anyway, I
Listen
think it's
here,
a
Pat.
GI Joe body, and is that a
Oh,
Johnny West
cool.
outfit?
That looks great. That looks really
The
cool.
hands, the GI Joe hands have been cut off, and then these are
Hey, is that
probably
Ghost
from.
Rider?
Well, it could be anything you want it to be, but he was from a movie made by this guy Dodd, who I'm sure is not alive anymore because 30 years ago he was probably 70, but he was selling these figures. One, it's like, oh, I'm done with that one. But I don't know, is this Johnny West? Because it seems very
No,
elaborate.
it's something else. I don't know what it's from, but it's not Johnny
See,
West.
if Meyer doesn't know what this is, and he's a major toy collector, it's got a look at that. He's got a gun and
Yeah, I'm not sure
holster.
what that is. It's not Lone Ranger either. Like from, the Lone Ranger from the 70s, those Lone Ranger and Tonto figures. It's not that either. So I'm not sure what it is. It looks
So,
custom. It's custom.
well, this is a custom figure from
Yeah.
some movie that, I
But the
wish.
chaps, all of that
Is
leather
that a
work, I don't
screen
know what
use
it
prop? You said that's from a movie, like a screen use prop. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, it's from a
Oh, it
movie
is.
made by an old, dirty old man that
Right.
made stop motion animated movies
But
in
it is
Denton,
screen used.
Texas.
Yeah. He used it.
But it's like I don't know if these movies still exist. He may have died, and his family may have thrown him in a dumpster. But
No.
because now that YouTube exists, we have John Goris's movies. But I think he was like a John Goris type guy that made weird movies. And this may be only thing that I don't know. Maybe someone in Denton has copies of his movies, but
Can you
uh,
find it on
yeah,
YouTube, maybe?
I don't know. You know what? I might be able to contact people back in Dallas. I know a DJ in Dallas that knows a lot of people. Maybe he would remember. This is something from the 90s, which is in some ways it seems like it's yesterday. In some ways it seems like it's a long, long time ago. But I don't know what he was in. But anyway, this is so I've got. I'm
The
trying to.
skull looks like a Father's Day skull from Creep Show.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just from that Revell skeleton model kit, but when you put the hair on it, it takes it to a new level. It no longer looks like something in your seventh grade science class. It looks like something from EC.
He
Uh,
has like a smile, like he's like from Father's Day.
yeah, well, I just don't know. I've got the Gene Simmons upstairs. Oh boy. Oh, it's right here, man. I forgot I brought it downstairs. I have it sitting right in the middle of the Enterprise playset. Okay, so Gene Simmons, but this is from what if you have a Gene Simmons at home, let me know. Is this? I think that the actual body of Gene Simmons was not as muscular, and this is the actual body for the Christopher Reeve Superman, which I think makes it look better. And it's this one's not anatomically correct because I can feel there's nothing in there. But I you don't know. A lot of his figures apparently were made to be. He was just making dirty movies, man. He's just this old guy, and he talked to you about how much he liked Renee Bond. And if you look up Renee Bond, it's just no relation to James Bond. But he was because he ran a movie. He ran a movie video rental store. But he certainly knew about um, that aspect of that usually was in the back room of video stores. He knew a lot about that. I don't know. I think I'd make. Oh, here's the Wonder Woman. um See, what he's done is he has little red threads to make her outfit a little because I guess originally it had straps like a bathing suit over the shoulder, the Mego figure. But I think in the comic it's just more, and on the TV show it I don't, she doesn't have that. So he's tried. If you can see this very thin thread, it's just that's Mr. Dodd. And then sometimes I would be driving to the Dodd video store, and I'd have talk radio on, and I'd hear him calling in and talking. He was always calling up talk radio, and so he was bored in his video store. But anyway, I'd always wanted a Wonder Woman figure, but mine is not Mego accurate. He's altered the
It's
suit.
better.
So,
Yeah, it's much
Hey,
better.
Greg,
It
too.
has that
I
frock
just
on.
bought a new Wonder Woman toy too.
oh, did you? Do you have it in the store?
I'll show it to you. It's a pre-order.
Okay.
So I really liked the idea. So what this guy was doing, this is this pre-YouTube single individual creator. It's like, you know how much we love like schlock film directors. Well, this is like a step behind schlock film directors. This is a guy that doesn't need actors. He doesn't need a costume department. He doesn't need a cinematographer. He's doing it all himself. He's writing everything. Maybe he did the voices too or something. It's a very, it's really grassroots funny. Just the aspect of the creation makes it interesting to me. And then
Yeah.
it reminds me of, just like you said, of John Goris or Damon Packard, who are YouTube creators that are also single film directors that do everything on their own. And Damon Packard is essentially at this point, he doesn't even have to deal with actors anymore or anybody, because he does AI. So now all of his actors are AI, and it's an
Right.
incredible idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Werewolf by Lunchtime. What's the GoFundMe? I started the GoFundMe a little while ago because I was my wife was in basically in pain, and she still is. She can't really sleep at night. She goes many days without sleep. She's got a double hernia. She's got all kinds of issues going on. Um, she was in pain like childbirth for like a couple of weeks, and she couldn't sleep at night, and she can't do her job when she's in that state. And it was like hell on earth, to be honest with you. And then so we got behind in finances. The people that contracted, that sent all these people out to work on our house, they yeah, there's some weird issues going on where we're behind, and we've got to get. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to rate. I'm trying to see if there's some people that like the channel that would be willing to kick in some money. I'm not trying to be a bum or a grifter. I just trying to help out so that we can be under a little less stress, and my wife can feel a little better. It's basically for my wife's health, and for, although she's getting better now, I mean, she's working now. That's the only way I can't do these live streams unless she's working. I'm not, when she's not working, I want to be with her because she's not feeling well. And but a lot of times I don't succeed because I'm a little annoying, and then I just great. But I'm trying to be um I'm just trying to help my wife out, and it's not like I um I tried to help out another person a couple months ago that came and was about to be evicted, and I spent 20 over 24 hours doing live streams raising money for her, and she needed $4,000 to avoid being put out on the street in 3 days. And we raised like, I think, I don't know if it was like over $1,000 one day, and then she got some money on a couple of shows on Saturday, raised some money for her, and I think maybe a little bit was raised on Wednesday night, and then the I Love Comics people did something. But I think I spent all this time raising money, and I think now when I'm asking money for myself, it's like I've kind of used up all the goodwill. But people saying, "Oh, he's coming back asking for money again." But this time, I'm just everyone's suffering, under in this. But just if you can't donate anything, just say a prayer, because that'll do a lot as well. That's, if you're asking what the GoFundMe is going across the bottom, that's what that is. It's just trying to help. And I'll put, I guess I'll put the link again, to so that. But I like I was saying earlier, it's really embarrassing to ask for help, but um, I mean, I'm doing my best. I'm working 2 jobs. I'm just trying to, if you want to see more entertaining content, if you could help us out, that's all. It's real fun and to help someone else out, but when you're asking for help for yourself, it's embarrassing, man. At least that's how I feel it is. And so I'm not good at it. But we've raised like, I don't know, 1,000, 1,200, but we really need, yeah, I don't know, man. I just almost wish I could, nah, it's like, just, it's, they're gonna, uh, no, um, I don't know. Well, anyway, so that's the story of Dodd. Um, oh, Kevin was about to show us something.
Oh, you want to see
Then
the figure?
yeah.
Tell me what you
Uh,
think. Would have
okay, hold
I
on.
ordered? I didn't order all of them. I only ordered like I didn't order this Batman.
Oh my, what's going on with him?
Is it based on the movie poster?
Oh, there might have been some foreign poster. Well, they gave him the wrong color.
What has he got? Like some shield too, or something?
Well, Batman did have a shield like that on the TV show. I don't know if he used it in that movie.
I didn't
Uh,
order. I didn't order this Joker either.
okay, let's see. Oh, that's from the movie. Yeah, I think he had a mask on in the movie, if I'm not mistaken.
But I
Yeah,
did
and he had
order.
that
I ordered.
vaporizer. Oh, that's good.
I
Damn.
ordered her,
You ordered one?
That looks
Oh,
good.
yeah, that one is
and
good.
I ordered him too. He looked
The
cool.
Mad Hatter, you're right?
Well, that's
Looks
Clock
like
King.
Was it
looks like Mike
Clock Man?
Lindell, the pillow guy.
Oh, it's
That's right.
Clock
Yeah,
Man, right?
Clock King, I think his name is.
Yeah,
Oh,
Clock King.
not the Mad Hatter. Yeah, they didn't have the Mad Hatter in the TV show, I don't think. Clock King, yeah, okay. Okay. I don't remember who played the Clock King.
I don't
Uh,
either.
The
oh,
Batgirl.
that's good.
I didn't order her though.
Well, yeah, the crotch area is
I
a
didn't
little
like that.
regrettable. That looks terrible.
I think
Uh,
maybe they designed her to sit on her motorcycle. Look,
oh,
I think she might have been designed to
oh,
sit on
okay,
here.
okay. Then it's explainable. Okay. Well, that would be beautiful to have that. Oh, I would love that. But you didn't order that. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see the motorcycle.
Is it too late to order it now?
All I saw was that weird leg area, and then I skipped it, and then I saw that.
Yeah, of course. Well, I agree with you. Because you wonder why was Wonder Woman so good, and this did Wonder Woman have a weird crotch like that?
If he does, it's not as noticeable. I
No.
think
Well,
the
it's
paint,
maybe it's not.
the
Yeah,
paint job.
paint
With
job
the,
that camouflages it. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's really good. I guess that's supposed to be Linda Carter. It's it's very comic accurate, but the pretty good. Who's doing this? Todd McFarlane? Yeah.
Yeah,
How much would that Batgirl with the cycle retail for?
I don't know because I never saw the motorcycle for sale, but I saw the figures are 20.
Okay. Damn,
Maybe it's
20
safe
for
to
a
say that.
figure?
Yeah, so the motorcycle is probably 30 to 40.
God damn, man. We got to get a new president in the White House. What the fuck? When did this happen?
I
Um,
mean, wait till a loaf of bread costs like a wheelbarrow full of money.
yeah, unfortunately, this guy that we listened to, 107, told David Nino Rodriguez that is coming, that the United States is going to go through a near death experience. He says, I'm not saying it's going to happen in September, but it's going to happen soon. That and he's predicting it's going to last for a couple of years. That we're going to go through the what happened in Germany before before World War II, where people had
I'm gonna be burning comics.
wheelbarrows, literally. What's that?
I'll be burning comics to stay warm at night in the winter.
We not in Mesa. Why would you need to stay warm in Mesa? If you move here, maybe you will be. uh, yeah, you'll be cuddled up with your dogs and burning comic books. um, yeah. Oh my gosh. What am I trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to show something. I'm just wasting my time showing this GoFundMe that no one will donate to, but I'll do it anyway. Let's see. Well, maybe someone's donated some. Let me see. Let me check before I. No, no one has. Well, no one has today, I should say. I should thank Gary Davis for the $25 and a bunch of anonymous people, including someone that's on the stream today. This person donated $125, and it's the mother of an old boyfriend of Cleo that she's still friends with. That's really cool. Steve Caldwell, $50. Richard Carlstedt, $50. S.J. Williams, $20. A lot of anonymous people. Oh, that same person donated another 100 that was that could have been her ex mother-in-law, but they never got married. Brian Hosey donated $20. Matthew Carlock, $20. Lawrence Tucker, $25, which is probably Friar Tuck, going by that last name. I don't know if they want me to read this, but anyone can read this if you go to GoFundMe. Jeffrey Laducia, $20. And a lot of wonderful anonymous people that I actually. Wait, there's more. Oh yeah, that $500. I know who that is. That's uh that's a person that's been on this show before. A person that says hallelujah a lot. Very Christian guy. Fellow Texan. What the fuck am I doing? Excuse my language. Oh my golly gee here. What am I doing? So anyway, um, oh there I am. Trying to come back in here. Hold on. If we could like surprise my wife by the time she gets off work at 8 o'clock Central Time tonight with like $1,000 or something, that would be. Oh, Larry Tucker is my brother, MM. Oh, cool. Missing Mars. Thank you. How am I supposed to? Larry Tucker. I didn't know that was Missing Mars. Okay. Uh, I kind of wish everyone just used their real name on YouTube. It's like, what are we hiding from? Well, I guess. I'm back. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell? Can you hear me? Shit. Hello? Fucking heck.
Yeah, these people are nuts. Groucho, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think
Yeah,
something
my
happened
phone
to your thing.
died, and now I'm trying to get back in here.
I found the issue ones for that series.
Oh, that new Fighting American series.
Yeah. I don't know if it's any good, but I have 1
Well,
through 5.
all I know is that basically, I have a book that reprints the Korean War era comics, and those are fun. But I don't know about someone trying to bring it back. Um, yeah, it's basically, I guess, Joe Simon and Jack Kirby trying to recreate Captain America, even though which was their creation, but was no longer in their ownership, and but they were doing it during the Korean War instead of World War II, and
Howdy. How's it going?
looks
Excuse me.
looks like a pretty good recreation of the original art.
Yeah. Oh, it's warm out there. It's always still. I missed the dry heat. Yeah. I saw where Chiro closed, huh? It did?
Uh-oh.
No, they closed for the summer. Oh, it's August. Closed for summer break? Yes, they close for the month of August. Oh, okay. Then they come back.
I don't have a picture, man. What is going on? Uh, but I have audio.
Got a sign on their door, and both of the chains are up on the parking lot.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But you can't see me, can you?
I can't see either one of you guys on my screen. Both your screens are black, and I'm a
Yeah,
mouse.
I think he has his phone face down. But let me go in and go out and.
Big vacation. Oh, okay.
I've been moving all over the place. I just put clothes in the washer. Just came up. Been going up and down the elevator, so I've been losing connection the whole time.
Frankenstein book.
I don't know what's going on. I don't think my phone has enough power in it yet to run the camera. That could be it. Oh,
I just had perfect timing. So I went to, so I, you got to like do everything with purpose, you know, throughout your life. Like when I take out the trash, I make it coincide with checking the laundry room to see if there's an open washer and dryer at the same time as taking out the trash, which is what I just did. And
yeah.
I spot it's a Saturday. There's almost never an open washer and dryer. I just need to do one load before next week. So I jumped on it. I got down there. I came up from taking out the trash, grabbed my stuff, always ready right at the door just in case this happens. Be prepared like a Boy Scout. I took my stuff right back down and snaked in on that washer and that dryer.
What's going on with my camera? Oh, Friar Tuck is in the wings. Hello, Friar Tuck. I I I don't know why my camera's not working. I think it's just not enough.
What's up, Tuck? I was just gonna say I don't think he's ever been a guest before, but then as soon as you popped in, I recognize your face. I feel like you've been somewhere else before. Have you? Have you been here before?
Once I think I came on with Grot too.
Maybe
Yeah, I
one time.
remember that. I thought it was twice, but you
Maybe.
would know better than me.
That's where I remember it from.
Yeah, it could have been twice. Nah, I wouldn't know better than you. My mind's going.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So
So why don't people use their real names? Because the world's full of maniacs now.
yeah, well that's true,
But I
but
hear you with the whole
I'm
real name.
starting to realize that. Uh, yeah, I started using Gratu Orloff on MySpace, and I've just used it since. As I guess for that reason, it just.
Yeah, because you
But
never know your neighbor. Yeah, I know. How well do you know all your neighbors? You know, I mean,
yeah, but Orloff is a family name going back far enough on my dad's side.
well, I'm sure I'm related to Friar Tuck somewhere down the lineage too. I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
Well, I guess the story of Robin Hood may have historical reality. What do you think? I mean, the king that he had trouble with was a real king. It could be a legend that it's based on something that really happened.
Yeah, most stories were back then on something.
Yeah, I mean, there probably was a real guy named Hercules that he could have actually been a Nephilim or something, or he could have just been a great warrior that they kind of built the story up over the years about. Yeah, I think there's only a few people not watching football this afternoon.
I watched part of a documentary yesterday. I didn't finish the whole thing because I'm all over the place. I'll last 10 or 15 or 20 minutes and then I might change my mind about something. But anyway, this was about the Donner Party and about
Yeah.
cannibalism in early America, and it begun by talking about the Truckee Indians that were in the area before the push west started, and they were witnessing the wagon trains, and also they had visual contact with the Donner Party. And there was a book written by members of this tribe in about the 1890s, and in that book they talked about how the elders, so when they first saw the Donner Party and also when they first saw white people in general, uh, they connected them with a race of people that they had had contact with 200 years prior that had red hair, white skin, and were said to be cannibals. Have you ever heard that before? I had never heard it before this documentary. It was kind of interesting, but and then it kind of coincidentally, the Donner Party ended up kind of eating themselves, but it didn't have anything to do with like not all early Americans were cannibals, but apparently this red-headed tribe was, and so I was thinking maybe those are descendants of Vikings, but it's weird that they
Yeah,
would.
I know there were Vikings in the States way back when. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I can't
Or I
figure out
can't.
why that is, man. I have
Did you
the
did you
heck.
turn your camera?
Well, the only thing that happened is my phone died,
Yeah, it
and
died. Yeah.
and then I plugged it in and got back in, but
You
I
Go
don't
might
back
need
know
in.
to
if I.
restart the screen or something. You might have to. Yeah, you might.
Well, I keep trying to back out and come back in,
Go
but
back. Go back into StreamYard. See if your camera got shut off on you when you got logged off or whatever. He's gone now.
Yeah, he's doing that. He's going. He backed
Yeah,
out. He's
trying
trying to
trying
come
to get
back
back
in.
trying to get back on. Still no
well,
camera.
I hit allow camera. How strange. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know when I came in, I could turn my camera off if I wanted to, but I don't know about hosting it.
Well, what's been up, Friar Tuck? What have you been doing lately?
Oh, not a whole heck of a lot. Working. Dentist. Dentist the other day went for a cleaning. Other than that,
Yeah, last time I went for a cleaning, my vision was damaged and it's still messed up. Uh, they have these girls where I went where my insurance said to go, and it was like a McDonald's of dentists. Where I think there's one dentist in the place, and then they've got about 20 girls barely out of their teens doing the cleaning.
yeah,
And
hygienic.
yeah, and so they test my blood pressure. Oh, it's a little high. Then they just go ahead and do the procedure. I think they're doing the blood pressure to make sure that that where they injected on the same side they injected the painkiller in for this deep cleaning. Like the next day, I'm in my car, and all of a sudden, this giant splotch, like there's a dead fly in my eye, and it's like the asphyx, if you've ever seen that movie, floating around in front of me, and it's like, and then I went to the eye doctor, and yeah, gradually it that kind of it just kind of reduced to some floaters, but it was real bad at first, and it was right on the same side of my face where they injected me.
Yeah,
And the next day, and then the next time they cleaned my teeth, I think the floaters got a little worse, and there's so many things happening with my vision now. I'm gone back to wearing my glasses, and
could be
um,
stress.
well, I've been under a little bit of stress, which is why I have this GoFundMe. It's been a lot of stress, and then you know, um,
Or they could
I
have.
think innocent comments I think made about my wife on another show. At first made my wife angry, and then then the anger was directed towards me, and then that created a big giant problem for a while. And it's like because people are saying, "Well, I think Gratu's wife has just thrown in the towel," and it's like, and then that's kind of shit didn't go over too well with her. Oh, Gotham City's coming back in. Add to stage. It's all right. I know that comment was not meant in a to create that harm, but it didn't go over too well here at the Hotel Orloff. Um, is it too late to order a Batgirl, or is that shit just gonna be at Walmart?
It says select retailers, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I think Walmart stopped ordering a lot of the Todd McFarlane stuff.
I don't think normal people would be interested in the Batgirl motorcycle. I think there's a very limited number of people that would want that, and Yeah, I don't know how many people would want it, honestly.
No
But
little, no little boys at Walmart would want that for sure.
no, and I don't think many people that started buying comics in the 90s or 2000s, I think they like their dark Batman that doesn't have undershorts on the outside. They can't understand. There's so many people on Facebook upset about not John Gores, about what's the guy doing the Superman movie? Shit, my mind. Uh, the guy that did Guardians of the Galaxy,
James Gunn.
James Gunn. Well, I got the right initials, JG. James Gunn making Superman have red shorts. They can't understand it. They just think it's so ridiculous. And that's just the way the comic's been for 7 decades. But you just know it from your Batman v Superman, and you think that's the way it should be. Um, I don't know. I'm rooting for James Gunn to do well with those movies.
James G. You mean you can't say the G word? James G.
Oh, James Firearm, James evil thing that should not be owned. Exactly what happened the other day. Okay, so this 14-year-old did the bad thing, and now they're going to put the father in prison for life. Did the father, knowing that his son was a target of the FBI, give him a gun and just say nudge nudge wink wink? What I'm wondering what this I haven't read enough about all that incident that happened in Georgia the other day to know why they're prosecuting the father as well as the kid.
You know what's weird? He was only at that school for 2 days, and the
What?
all the students are
Oh,
saying,
really?
and they're saying, "Oh, this kid's really strange. He's real quiet." And it's like, well, no shit. He's only been there 2 days. He doesn't have any friends. Of course, he's quiet.
Well, I had some other story that he was well known and he was called the SS, but that was his nickname, that he was
Oh
a
yeah, because
school
he was
S.
there for he's there for 2 days, and everybody already knows so much stuff about him
Oh,
in
then
two
this
days.
is all a setup. This is all a total setup. This is all actors. This is a yeah, he was yeah, all the performance. And in other words, that these people were sacrificed, and it's so that Kamala Harris can say we need to prosecute the parents. Yeah, it's just a way of getting people afraid to own these things, because if their kid has anything, it's like, what about a
Exactly.
parent that their kid goes out and drives drunk? Is it the parents' fault because they loan them the car? I mean, I don't. I mean, there. Now, this guy was not a good guy from what I read. He was like on all kinds of drugs, and so was the mom. But I don't know exactly. I need to research it and figure out why the father was brought in, besides just being probably negligent. But
I guess he
I
bought
don't
it
know.
for him.
It's
The
very well
kid,
timed so that it can be used as a talking point for Kamala Harris to talk about, because she doesn't have anything else to talk about. So trust me, she'll talk about it for a long time. Tuesday night on ABC, and that's boy, that's going to be fun. That's exciting to me. Everyone's excited about the football games today. I'm waiting for the debate on Tuesday night. That's my entertainment, man. That's my. I still don't have a picture. These 12 loyal people, they'll watch a show where there's no pictures of anybody, and then there's a torn out page from a comic book. I think that's great, whoever you 12 people are. I salute you, because if I wasn't me, I would watch this show. I think I would.
well,
But
you are watching.
yeah, but I'm still me, so I have to watch it. But if I was not me, I think I would be entertained by this. It makes no sense.
Hey, Grok,
Uh,
what if you Ratu, what if you logged off and started a whole nother live show? You think you'd come back on with your camera or no?
Maybe, but
Then you
I
lose.
think
Then you lose your 12 viewers.
no. You know what I've got to do? I know what I got to do. Yeah, maybe.
So
I
Tuck
think
is
what I
correct.
need.
Tuck
I
is
have an
correct. We need to
idea.
restart the
You
stream.
guys will stay there. You know, I'm gonna turn my phone completely off and back on, just like you'd restart a computer. I think that'll do it. And these StreamYard things, if the host disappears, I think they still go for 20, 30 minutes without the host being there. So you guys just talk and I'll turn my stuff off together altogether.
You go
Hey,
do a live. You go do another live show. I'll come back on.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, start another show and then message me, and then we'll go to it, and then we'll end this stream. You understand what I'm saying?
you can put the camera on my screen and I'll walk around.
Oh, we already left.
Yeah, he already left. But we can still see you, Kevin, because
Yeah, we can
neither
see
Meyer or I aren't really on video right now. So
Well, it gives me an opportunity to talk about the TV show Combat, which I talked about a couple days ago. And then after I had reminded myself of it, I looked on YouTube, and every season, every episode of the show Combat from 1962 is available on YouTube for some reason. So I watched the first 2 episodes. It's black and white show at the beginning, and it goes color after like the 4th season, I think. But this is Vic Morrow and Rick Jason. And what I didn't remember and what I learned by watching those first 2 episodes is that both the first 2 episodes, and I haven't watched 3 or 4 yet, but the
you're
first
back.
2 are directed by Robert Altman, the same guy that directed MASH and Nashville. Real famous director. Remember him, Robert Altman?
Yeah.
And
I remember
wow.
Vic Morrow dying making Twilight Zone the movie.
Yeah, that's what's interesting, because in that movie he's doing something heroic, and it's military, and so it's a throwback to his character from Combat, and it's a really sad, horrible
Yeah.
situation that happened. And it's also kind of weird that John Landis's career just continued after that without really having any effect, but that's a different time, different situation.
Well,
The show's great. The show's really good. You guys should watch it. Both those 2
Yeah.
first episodes are outstanding. They're really good.
it did have an effect on Landis's career. And I think it had an effect on Landis because his movies were never really good anymore. I can't think of it. Man, Landis is a
I heard that he
difficult
wasn't
one.
harmed financially by any of it.
What other movies did he do after Twilight Zone?
Well, only thing I can think of that I liked was a movie that when I watched, I thought this would be a good Vampirella movie because it feels like the Vampirella comic in Warren magazines, but it's just she's not wearing that outfit. And it was called Innocent Blood, and it was about this vampire woman played by some Italian or some Spanish actress, and she was good. She would only drink the blood of criminal, like the mob. She was going after mobsters, like Godfather types. So that's what she was doing. She was cleaning up the city instead of. And Vampirella, I see all these new Vampirella books. They don't seem to really understand the character. They've got her drenched in blood and with little elf ears. The character in the comic would inject herself like a heroin addict with this to keep herself from whenever she had this bloodlust, she had to shoot herself up to keep from hurting people. She didn't do that. She was never drenched in blood and on any covers on Warren. They don't understand the character, and she didn't have elf ears.
And it was mostly a soap opera, like a love story between her and a
Yeah.
human male, right?
Yeah, it seems like there was a descendant of Van Helsing was her friend, and then I
Yes,
think his son was her boyfriend, and
yes.
yeah, it was just a little cast of characters, kind of like you had in Tomb of Dracula. It's just,
Yeah, who was the
but
old guy? What was the old guy's name that was kind of her sidekick?
I think that was Van Helsing, and then I think her boyfriend was named Adam Van Helsing, but I haven't read these stories in
I
decades.
haven't either. I used to read them when I was like 12. They
Uh,
reminded me of Dark Shadows, kind of.
Yeah, but if you watch Innocent Blood, it feels. I felt watching that in the theater, but everything else, I don't know what John Landis. Well, he made Trading Places. That was a good movie. Eddie Murphy and was it Dan Aykroyd?
Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good movie, but most of what he's done hasn't been good. I don't think. Like the sequel to the Blues Brothers was embarrassing.
Did he do Night
Um,
Shift?
was Night Shift the one with that introduced
Henry
Michael Keaton?
Michael Keaton.
Yeah,
I think that was directed by Henry. Was it directed by Ron Howard or Henry Winkler?
I don't know.
I thought of Henry Winkler had something to do with it. I remember really liking that movie. I need to
Well, Henry
rewatch it.
Winkler was in the movie as a nerd, but I don't know if he directed it or if Ron Howard directed it.
It seems like
But
that wasn't that made around the time of Happy Days, or was Happy Days over with by then?
I think it maybe had just ended.
It just ended, yeah.
And then, it was Henry Winkler playing the opposite of Fonzie in it. I haven't seen that since it came out. I remember really being impressed with this new guy, Michael Keaton, who later, and I don't know, my wife's excited about, she wants to rewatch the original Beetlejuice. She's excited about this new Beetlejuice movie. I don't know if it's going to play here locally, but I'm thinking, oh,
I heard it
I
wasn't
don't
that good.
know. Huh?
I heard it wasn't that good.
Well, it just seems like a cash grab. I don't I don't understand why anyone would want to see why is Beetlejuice maybe they'll explain why a ghost ages. I don't know. But or maybe they'll
You guys remember a
CGI him
movie
on.
called? You guys remember a movie called After Hours? Remember After Hours? What a great movie that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, I don't the
It's kind of
the
this
thing about
counterculture
Landis,
suspense movie about the guy looking for his keys or something and meeting these crazy people in New York City at 4 o'clock in the morning. Remember that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Landis was the director when Vic Morrow was decapitated and two kids were killed. And I mean, but he didn't intentionally do it, but it was neglect. I mean, he was encouraging that guy to fly the helicopter lower, I think.
Yeah,
And
it was neglect.
yeah, I mean, so someone is neglectful. I mean,
Now,
I
isn't
don't
that
know
is,
how much punishments should someone that's neglectful get? I mean, they've caused the death possibly of three people, and I mean, but they didn't mean to do it. So what do you do with someone like that?
isn't that similar to what happened with Baldwin recently when that person got shot?
Yeah, I think
There was a
so.
big. Was there ever a trial with the Vic Morrow death, or I don't remember the whole story
I don't
behind it.
think I read a book about it called Special Effects, but I don't really remember. But I always liked Landis. I didn't think Schlock was very funny, but I really liked Kentucky Fried Movie, and I thought he did a great job with Animal House. But that was also with the help of the National Lampoon writers that put that together, and it was great. My wife doesn't like it, but I've always loved Animal House and Blues Brothers, and but the script for that Twilight Zone episode I thought was really most. I think that was the only original story in that Twilight Zone movie. All the rest were remakes of episodes from the '60s, and I thought this is a really heavy-handed. This isn't Rod Serling would have been more creative than this. Because as I recall, he's in a bar and he's a racist guy and he's spouting off about all these different races. And then he walks out of the bar and he becomes the people of those races. And then he comes out of the bar, and I think all of a sudden he's African American and the Klan are chasing him. And then I think they almost catch him, and all of a sudden he's a Vietnamese or maybe a Viet Cong or something, or at least that's what everyone's seeing him as. And he's being, there's an American helicopter, coming after him, and he's rescuing two Vietnamese kids, and he's got a Vietnamese kid under each arm, and he's going across a shallow river, and they have explosions going off that have been planted under the water, and they kick up debris, and it causes the helicopter blades to come right down. and cut them. And the parents of these kids were there watching it. Um, so and it was so they cut that part out, and then then he's also then he becomes a Jewish guy, and the Nazis are after him. And I think that's the end of it. I don't think there's no twist ending. It's just oh, he learns his lesson, but um it's not a clever enough story to warn. And then he was really great. He was thanking profusely John Landis right before he died. He said, "Thank you so much, because my career and now I'm in a major theatrical movie that cost millions of dollars, and I haven't been hired to do anything for the longest time." He was so thankful. But and then Jennifer Jason Leigh, I don't know if people remember, is his daughter. So um she I I had a crush on her. She hasn't held up that well. It's scary when she's a few years older than me, but it's scary when you see people that are your age and you realize, oh shoot, I'm old. Winona Ryder, I think she's right at my age, and she's was the girl in Beetlejuice, and now she's in the new Beetlejuice, I guess, playing the same character. I don't know. But yeah, Vic Morrow was a good actor. It was terrible. And the other stories were remakes of old stories. I didn't think they were improvements on the original story. I would have preferred the original Billy Mummy story, and the original William Shatner, and the original one about the gremlin on the plane. I prefer that. Even people say, well, this is a more realistic gremlin. It's not something really silly looking. That silly looking monster, I've watched that episode with younger. It's still scared. It freaks kids out because it's so weird looking. You make it look more demonic, and it's not as effective, I don't think, as just the mat. And they people laugh so hard when that thing just floats away before. And Shatner's act. Oh, and it was John Lithgow. Oh, I never really liked John Lithgow, really. He was in a movie that I liked that came out, and it's disappeared off the face of the earth, with Robin Williams, called The World According to Garp. I haven't heard of that movie in decades.
I remember watching that on HBO because there was nude scenes in it when I was a kid.
I saw it in the theater, but no one talks about that movie. It's like it just disappeared.
Yeah, you maybe yell it into your remote or whatever. You look it up on Roku. You probably got to pay for it, but
An Officer and a Gentleman, I thought I liked that movie. It's disappeared. Diner is another movie I liked that is seldom ever talked about or shown.
Did you search it through Roku?
I think I searched for An Officer and a Gentleman because I thought that would be a good movie to watch with my wife, and
yeah, you couldn't find it.
I don't know. It might have been something you have to pay for.
How about Tank with James Garner?
What
I know you
with
didn't. You
James
don't
Garner?
care. Yeah,
Which one?
Yeah. Tank. I think it was called.
Oh,
Tank.
I remember Tank.
With James
Yeah.
Garner. I know you don't care for James Garner. You heard some horror stories about what an asshole he was or something.
Oh no, I've always liked James Garner. I always thought he was cool in the Rockford Files and Maverick. It's just Howard Stern had a problem with him, and I was a big fan of Howard Stern. And then I thought, well, James Garner, maybe he's secretly an asshole. But now I realize Howard Stern has turned into a horrible asshole.
Secretly is an asshole.
I've always liked James Garner. No, I know, boy, you. I don't think I've talked about James Garner in forever on the show.
Yeah, it's funny what sticks in my brain sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been watching you since you moved to where you currently are right now. That's when I started watching your show.
It's weird. This Jim Mint Collectibles, that Sticky Goose talked about him, and then Jim Mint watched the roast of himself on Sticky Goose, and he said, "Well, I watched it, and this guy really knows the lore." And I'm thinking, you're referring to your story and your life as the lore, like you're some some famous character, they know all your backstory, and I don't know. Maybe that's. I think Meyer was telling me that's a term that's used now on YouTube. It's like my lore, like
Meyer, don't show your license plate.
what?
Your license plate or the license plate on that car. They can zero in on you.
Oh, who? The man?
Yeah, Big Brother.
Yeah. Oh, they're listening to us all the time through our phone, through everything. My brother worked for Homeland Security. He filled me in on what was going on. He put on Facebook before he died. Um, Obama was still president when my brother passed away, and he had worked for the phone company, and then they laid off all the people that had seniority at Southwestern Bell because they didn't want to pay those high salaries. And my brother had worked for a long time for them and had invented all these things that they had ads in trade magazines about these new inventions. And my brother, I think, had 3 or 4 patents
All
that
right, we're good to
were
go.
in his name, but were for, obviously he didn't own because he created them for Southwestern Bell. And then, they get rid of him. And then he got a job with Homeland Security. My father was helping him out for a while. It was weird. My father said, "I'll help you out, and I'll give you a monthly salary until you get another job, and it'll just come out of your inheritance." It's like he was getting it's morbid the way but I guess my father was thinking logically, I'll just give you an advance on what you were gonna get when I pass away. It's so crazy and creepy, but that's what happened. He got a job with Homeland Security during the Obama presidency, and he restored all the phone lines in Haiti after a hurricane. He was big, he knew what he was doing. But he put a message on Facebook, and he said, "Trust me, from someone inside the Beltway, you're being listened to. Do not put anything on Facebook about how you feel about the war or how you feel about the president. Trust me, you're being listened to." And that was his last message on Facebook before he died. Now, I'm not suggesting he was offed by the government, although because the thing about my brother is he had a knee injury because he was I thought the injury was from in college. He jumped down a flight of stairs to impress some girls, and he yelled "airborne" and jumped down the stairs and landed and hurt his knee. And then I also heard that he hurt his knee playing football. And so he had this knee, he had to get an artificial knee. And then because he had the artificial knee, he started to gain all this weight because he couldn't exercise. And then he became very obese, and he was in agony all the time, but wasn't going to take pain pills, walking around on that. And I think he started to have trouble with his heart. And my brother's wife and family were living in Colorado, and he would commute to Washington, D.C. So he would drive there and stay there in Washington, D.C. for a few weeks, and then go back to Colorado and hang out with his family. And one of those times he was going to Washington, D.C., I guess his heart gave out, and he realized what was happening to him and pulled off the side of the road into the inside median and just came to a stop and passed away. And he was there for the longest time. Cars were passing. They just thought someone had pulled off the road, but in reality, he had gotten the car off the road without hurting anyone else. His side view mirror was broken off when he came to a stop, but people driving by can't tell that he actually kind of crashed. So anyway, That's his last message. And I tell my wife, don't put all this political stuff on your Facebook. But we're being listened to in every way. You know, if you're watching TV with your smart TV and your dog barks, you know, you're going to start getting commercials. There was some cable company that was customizing commercials based on what they were hearing in the house. So dogs barking, you get dog food commercials. You get you talk about you got a lot of voices. Sounds like a lot of people are going. The microphone on your TV picks up. Then they give you commercials for pizza delivery. They figure you're having a party. That's how they customize. And this happens with the internet. They're always listening to you. That's why you talk about something, you get ads for it. Sometimes you even think about it and you get ads for it and you think, what kind of technology do they have? It's because of what you look at on the internet. They're triangulating what you're thinking and giving, they're coming up.
I've been
It's,
noticing it for years. I've been noticing it for years.
yeah, that's what they're doing. So, and then there's certain things, my brother told me there are certain words that if you say them more than 3 times during a phone call, your phone call will automatically start being recorded. And so uh, one of them is just the name Mohammed. If you say it 3 times, you get recorded. So,
Like Beetlejuice.
or just in any phone call you make to someone. And it's like, what if that's your actual name? You're going to be recorded all the time. If your name is that and you're talking to your wife or girl and they say your name, you know, you're going to be recorded a lot. So, and there's certain key words they listen to, you know, that they know, like, and I don't even really want to say the words, but they're looking for terrorists. They're looking for drug kingpins, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, if Kamala Harris gets in, they're going to be looking for Trump voters. You just, let's face it. And, or people, you know, there'll be words
He's
that,
already in, and they already are.
oh yeah, gets in. Listen to me. I'm not even aware that she's in because it feels like it's not even
But I mean, let's
reality.
face it, she's not really the president, quote
No,
unquote.
no, she isn't. No, you're right.
Neither
Yeah,
is Biden. It's the same. It's the
and
same
neither is
cabal.
Obama.
It's a
It's
cabal. I think if you search the definition of that word, it describes perfectly who is in control of our country right now.
yeah.
CABAL.
Imsh is asking, it's hey Gotham, you got any high grade copies of Monsters Unleashed?
The magazine.
Yeah.
Let me see. I don't know. I got a couple boxes I can look through here.
Oh man.
I'll look in a second.
I I would have asked you that, but I think I might have the whole run of that magazine. I got issue 2 off the stand when I was in second grade. My mother actually let me buy that one. That was the one with the Boris Vallejo cover where he's holding the girl. Issue 1, I think, had a werewolf and a girl behind a tree, and then I think by 3, it was a man thing. No, 3 was a werewolf cover, like a close up of a werewolf's face. 4, I think, was had man thing and a girl and an alligator, and I never have been able to figure out if man thing is feeding the girl to the alligator or trying to rescue the alligator from the alligator, to rescue the girl from the alligator's mouth. It's it's a beautiful magazine. Yeah. Marvel did a good job of getting into the Warren imitation uh, market. Uh, what is going on with the Hulk not being green? What is the story there? Oh, is it supposed to be General Ross turning into the Hulk? Is that what that is?
Oh, maybe, yeah. It's Lean Hulk. That's like Lean Hulk. He's all cutting carbs.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Well, Um, I think the first Marvel magazine was Vampire Tales, if you don't count uh, the '60s Marvel Spider-Man magazine, and then they also did. Oh, well, they did Monster Madness, which was just stills from monster movies with funny word balloons. And there was also one in the '60s done the same way. I think it was called Monsters to Laugh With or something. With Stan Lee doing the captions.
Yeah.
And then they also did it. It didn't have the Marvel imprint, but it was from them. It was kind of a slightly blue, not dirty, but like a slightly cleaner version of Little Annie Fanny. And I think it was called what was that comic called? With the it was it was about a blonde. It was called Pussycat.
Okay. I
You,
just
you
remember
know,
seeing that.
yeah, they made a reprint of Pussycat from Land, and then Marvel shut it down because
Yeah.
they still had it in copyright, and so I can't afford the real issues of Pussycat. But
Well, I was watching those pop comics videos, and that guy, the guy with that garage is wild. But that stack of cherry comics, that first of all, everything that he was just pulling out was amazing. But he pulls out a stack of cherry from like the '80s, maybe.
yeah, I
That was
have
great.
all those issues. I hate to admit it, but I have all those issues. I think,
Oh,
but
man.
but
I would
you
like
know, I
those.
haven't rewatched that video, Meyer. I was
You're right.
watching.
The guy has basically he's picking out pretty much all the same stuff that we like. He's picking. He has
That
good
Pop
taste.
Comics guy is
Yeah,
so cool.
he
But I
has really
like
good
it
taste.
better when the cameras. I don't want to sound like Sticky Goose and insult people, but I like it better when the camera's strapped to his chest because when it's, I don't know, it's just he's a little spastic, kind of like Comic Tom, and
I don't mind him.
it's
I've been watching him for a long time, and then I took a break and hadn't watched him until a long time until you just mentioned him.
yeah.
But
But
he's
those
okay.
videos,
I like him more after watching these recent videos.
the one in the yes, me too. I've always liked his taste. His taste is spot on, except for the Funko Pop stuff. But you know, he's got to make money. The one in the garage, I had to listen with the sound off because Cleo was asleep. She was in a lot of pain, and so I was just watching this guy. I have no idea that was selling the comics. He was like a carnival barker, like some
And
insane thing out of a John Waters movie.
he's
Did he
definitely a
have a
character.
British accent? As I was
No,
picturing a British accent.
no, he didn't have a British accent. He was from there, wherever they are, with Queens or wherever that was.
Yeah, he was a
Forest
character.
Hill, maybe Forest Hill. I think he might have said. I forget.
Did you see when he opened the van and he had this really cool cigarette vending machine?
I did. I did. He said that he just happened. He was going to the guy's house to do a different transaction, and that happened to be there, and he just had bought it. He had just put it in the van.
Oh, that would have been one of the greatest things to own because it's also
He
small
said
and
it still had
compact.
old
And
cigarettes in it. He said it still had old cigarettes in it.
do
I put
cigarettes go
candy cigarettes in there.
do cigarettes go bad? I guess they
I'm sure
do,
they
huh?
do. They get all dry and yeah, they go bad.
Could you still smoke them? What would happen if you lit a cigarette from 1962?
It'd
He
be
would
so
burn
stale.
quickly and taste terrible.
I went to this
It would
museum.
taste like nothing.
There's a museum back in Texas of a school district, right? And they had all the different things like from the old big intercom system console that they would say the Pledge of Allegiance and the school prayer into with the old microphones. They had everything, old school newspapers, old cheerleader uniforms. It was just a museum of that school district, right? And then they
Okay.
had this is the greatest stuff. They had stuff that had been confiscated that was kept in the principal's desk that they had taken up from bad kids. And they had all these packs of cigarettes that were like Turkish cigarettes from the 1940s brands you've never heard of that the
That's
principal
great.
had confiscated. It was so cool. And then they had paddles because in Texas they used to paddle you if you got in trouble.
Right.
And they used to make the kids sign the paddle when they got
Whoa.
paddled. And this one paddle, the principal had made them write what they did wrong on the paddle. And it was very and dated. And so this one is right from when they started busing and integrating the schools. And this one kid from which Fort Worth didn't even start integrate. I'm telling you where it was. They didn't start. They didn't integrate the schools until 1972, which I think is 10 years after the Supreme Court said, no more segregation. They drug their feet. Anyway, this kid had written on the that he had called someone else and it said, the N word, and it was his name was signed and it said 1972. So this is a historical thing of the problems happening in the school. And the kid had signed it, and then he had gotten his rear end blistered. And I talked with old alumni, school alumni, and they said the assistant principal's office was here, and he would paddle the kids at the top of the stairwell, so the sound would echo all through the upstairs and downstairs. The sound of the wax to the kid getting paddled, you'd hear it throughout the whole school. The whack, whack, and the whatever noise you made, if you made any noise, you would hear it everywhere. So that's the way things used to be. So I forget what else was confiscated. I think there was something like that in an episode of The Simpsons where Bart was looking at stuff from the principal's desk, like old Mad magazines. Am I dreaming that, or did you guys ever see that?
That sounds familiar. I had a
Yeah.
teacher in fifth grade that had what was called the June box. Like if like he took my knife one time, like early on in the school year, like in September, October, and
Uh-huh.
he said, "I'm putting this in the June box, and you don't get it back until June, until the end of the school year." So he had my pocket knife for like years.
Yeah, I'll tell a story that I've told before at the risk of being like the crazy uncle that repeats stories, and I'm pretty sure Meyer has heard this story before. Um,
He used to call
um,
people wallflowers, and here's what he would do if you weren't paying attention or you're dozing or he caught you doing something you weren't supposed to do in class. He did that thing where he would make you stand up at the back of the class, right? And
uh,
he called you a wallflower. You'd stand up at the very back of the class up against the wall with your stuff, holding your book or with your pencil or whatever in your hand and everything. He'd have you like
yeah. There's
embarrassed.
another great video in a basement, right about the same time period. And I haven't watched his video yet on Pop Comics where he shows everything he got. But what was I about to say? Oh, I had an art teacher in eighth grade. This would have been about 1978. She was an older lady. You could tell she was probably a striking lady when she was young. She almost had an older Betty Davis look with very black hair. But and she had one eye that was a false eye because it would kind of be not quite looking in the right way direction. But she was very dramatic, like a silent movie actress, and she was trying to be funny, but I don't think most of these 70s kids understood her sense of humor. She would call the kids scoundrels. She was always calling, "You're a scoundrel." And they didn't even know what that word means, I'm sure, these morons. But I thought it was funny. She was just doing it tongue in cheek. She wasn't mad at the kids or anything. But anyway, my father was in junior high school or maybe early high school during World War II, and he was going to a Catholic school being taught by nuns. And um, one time, one of the nuns picked up a box that some kid was playing with. He kept looking in the box. She took the box and put it in her big. The nuns were, I guess they have big giant pockets in those big black dresses, or whatever that you call the things they wear. And she put the box in her pocket. She didn't know that the, the kid had a pet snake inside the box. So she reaches in her pocket for something and feels the snake, and she takes it out and throws it against the wall in class. But that same nun, I think, took away a toy from one of the kids in class and threw it in her desk drawer and slammed it shut. And it was like a toy grenade. And this was during World War II. And my father, after school was over, after the last day of school, they made the kids polish the wooden floors in the classroom before summer vacation. And the nuns or whatever had gone somewhere else, and it was just the kids in the room cleaning the floor. And my dad decided, I want to go see what that grenade looks like. So he goes and opens the desk and looks at the grenade and gets it imprinted in his mind. And then later, my dad missed World War II by just a little bit, but he was drafted the day after he graduated college for the Korean War. And so he saw real grenades, and he said, looking back on it, that was actually a live grenade that the nun had just thrown into the drawer. It was 100% a live grenade that kid had, that somehow he must have gotten from an older brother. I don't know. Is that possible that someone in the army could have given a live grenade to a little brother, or do they account for the grenades?
They
Meyer, I'm
account for
asking
the
because I figured
grenades
maybe
are
you
accounted
know. I
for.
don't know.
I'm thinking maybe it could have been a training grenade or dummy grenade.
You
That's
think?
right.
And
Yeah.
what is it about the grenade that made my father know it was live? How are they?
I don't know. Maybe he noticed that the pin was pulled and that the handle was off. But what Tuck is saying is correct. So a training grenade would look like a regular grenade from the outside, uh, you know, quick visual inspection. But when you look at it on the bottom, it has like a little explosive insert that's like cylinder shaped and made of metal that has a thing called a artillery simulator inside there, which is like a charge that explodes. That's about like a M80 or something like that.
Oh, it's more like a
So it's not a
firecracker.
real grenade. It's a training grenade. It weighs the same weight as a real grenade for training purposes, so you learn how to throw it. That's possible, but I've never used a training grenade or ever seen one in person. I've only used live real grenades,
Well,
like in
I
our
don't know.
training.
It seems like my father wouldn't have just, if he was telling me that that was a live grenade, I think he would have known. So
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think
It's
he
also
wouldn't. He's not like my older brother that
it's
liked to
possible, like
embellish
it's a
stories.
crazy truth,
Oh, I never
because
finished
sometimes you
that.
get stuff in the army. Sometimes you get stuff. Sometimes you get live ammunition that is free somehow
Yeah.
because you're friends with a friend, or maybe it's just you that is involved in a situation where you end up with something free.
But who
Does
the heck
Gratu
gives
have
it to their
does
little brother, man?
Gratu?
Yeah,
Don't
and
you have a
that's
friend?
crazy, right?
Don't you have a friend in Texas that gets army surplus stuff? Or didn't you have know somebody that used to get like
Oh,
Jeeps and stuff like that?
my friend's older brother is a licensed machine gun dealer, so he has and they have yeah, military vehicles and everything. I mean, it's all, I guess, you know, it's he's like one of these people that has that stuff and then they rent it out to movies. It's more someone like that. His friends are all, police and stuff that, they're all into that. That's a whole nother collecting community. And he has all these manuals for just about every military vehicle and every machine gun, and then he had a business selling copies of these manuals on eBay to people that have something and they want their original manual from the 1940s. He would have a copy of just about everything and that you could get. But the thing about my older brother, the one that passed away that was in the Homeland Security, he I was told by my mother, yeah, she was always mad that he hurt his knee doing stupid stuff like jumping down the stairs yelling airborne. And then I was buying my first car, and my older brother went along with me while I was test driving the car, and the salesman was in the car, and the And my older brother was in the car, and he was talking about his time in the military, and he told the guy that he had been in a helicopter crash. And I'm thinking, oh, my brother's so full of shit. It's like he's telling this guy this story that's not true. And then I mentioned it to my dad, I think, and he says, yeah, he was in a helicopter crash. That's why his knee was so badly messed up. And I'm thinking, well, that's one of the reasons that it got even worse. And I'm thinking, how was I never told this when I was a kid? And I guess they didn't want to scare me or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
So,
old school
yeah, but
coping
I
measure.
thought he was just bullshitting this guy. It's like, man, stop lying. Oh my God. He was for a little while, he was the assistant, or what do you call, what do you call an assistant to a general? The adjutant? No, not adjutant. What do you call him? The aide, right?
Yeah, I guess if that's what you mean. Yeah, an aide.
Yeah, he was
He would
just
have been like a captain or a major at the time or something, maybe. I don't
yeah,
know.
he was temporarily assigned, I guess, as a lieutenant. I see that in the movie Patton. There was a young guy that got killed. That was the guy that he liked
Yeah,
to
I guess
talk
maybe an
to.
aide would be a first
Something like
lieutenant or
that. He
something.
was
I don't know.
temporarily the assistant to Patton's son, and I thought that was interesting. Uh, anyway, that issue of Hulk is starting to bore me. Um, anyway, you got anything interesting lately, Friar Tuck of
Um,
note?
I got these off of
Oh,
Cheap
let's
Comic
see.
Collector.
Off of who?
Cheap Comic Collector.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So, Cheap
$2.
Comic Collector, isn't he on right now, or doesn't he have a show on Saturday afternoons?
Yeah, it might be over with by now. I think it starts at like 12:45, where he sells all
Okay.
his books $2, but free shipping.
How does he make a living doing
Yeah,
that?
that's
He
crazy.
buys them and he says what he get. He buys lots of them, like a whole long box or short box of comics, and
Okay.
he keeps some of them, but he tries to sell the rest on his $2 claim sales on Saturday. And usually he gets them he gets them cheap because he buys, and like a bulk lot or whatever the price is, and he figures out whatever the price, if it's 50 cents a book or 41 cents a book, or
Yeah.
so I think that's how he ends up making. I think it's pennies on the dollar, but he still makes a little bit of money.
Yeah, well, those Dick Tracy books are cool. Most of the stuff he has is not really, it's not really my thing.
Yeah,
But then,
once in a while he's got like some 20-cent books and some of the funny books on there, the Archies and stuff like that.
yeah,
That are,
I have tuned in when he had some Archie or Harvey books. That would have been my thing. But most of the stuff I like is not going to fall in the $2 range. So,
yeah. Of the two guys between him and Aaron out in Washington State, Psychotronic,
yeah.
he has more newer books than Cheap Comic Collector.
Okay.
Cheap Comic
They
Collector
work
does.
together on do they do one in
Yeah,
the evening too?
yeah. Sometimes they do. They do a dual one, or one helps the other, and they just play off of each other. One will go with a bunch of books,
Okay.
and the other guy does a bunch of books.
I've seen some of them. I became aware that they were on the other channel on Thursday nights because someone accidentally commented on my show and they meant to comment on their show, and I realized, oh, they're watching two shows at once. It's
Yeah.
like all out of nowhere someone comments. It's like
Well,
what was it?
that's like today. I was texting my brother back and forth while it was going on, and I claimed a book texting my brother through a text, and I said, "Oh, sorry, I thought I was doing a claim sale."
Oh,
Because I had that going on at the same time, and I claimed the book by texting my brother.
did you mean to claim it, or you
Yeah, so
simply
I had to
claim?
go back. I had to go back in the
Oh,
chat and claim it through YouTube.
what was the book you claimed?
I don't really remember. Yeah,
So you'll be surprised.
right.
Yeah.
I believe it was some of those Impact books, those DC Impact books, like the Shield and Jaguar stuff they did. I think in the early '90s or late '80s, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Jaguar and the Shield, and I think it was some of those that I was claiming.
Oh, yeah.
but I'm just working on a run of those.
Yeah.
Those were good. What was that? Was it Red Circle Comics? Is that what it was?
They were the ones before it. Same characters. These were DC Impact. They
Oh, okay. You said, yeah, I'm sorry. You said DC Impact. I was thinking
the Red Circle
remember how good those were? What was that one that was it Alex Toth did that one? It was really the Fox. Is it called the Fox?
I don't remember.
Yeah, everything.
Anyway, they were like Archie titles, right? They were Archie superheroes that
Right.
They
became public domain or something, or I think DC bought them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like 82, 83 is I think what I'm the time frame I'm thinking of. Red Circle.
They were the Red Circle ones.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. They did the Fly. I think the Fly and Shield, something like that.
The Shield, the Fly, maybe the Fox.
I like the Fly one better by Red Circle than I did through the Impact ones. But
I think someone's trying to come in. Oh, Paulo.
Hello, what's up?
Not much.
I'm done with dinner, so and you're still going.
Dinner, isn't it like 10 o'clock at night over there?
It's 10 p.m. Yeah, this is Southern Europe. We have dinner after 8 o'clock.
Yeah, my wife's had to travel for work over there, and she says, they eat dinner like around 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we go to bed at midnight.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, what time do you get up?
Whenever we need to. Then you take the bus. It takes you about 40 minutes to an hour to get to where you have to go. So you sleep on the bus. Yeah. And when you go back home, you get out from work between 6, sometimes at 6, sometimes at 7.
So that makes sense. That makes sense. You're eating dinner at 8, 9 o'clock at night then. So
and then you sleep a little bit more on the bus.
Yeah.
When you go back, and that's how you stay. So you get another 2 hours in public transportation, and then you can go to bed at midnight. One weird thing that we had when Fox started introducing their channels on cable TV here, they started putting their best shows at 8 o'clock. But nobody's watching TV at 8 o'clock. We're having dinner. So because prime time here is at 10:15.
Oh, wow. That's un-American. How dare you?
That's a problem with some American companies too. They just assume everybody's the same, the same in other countries.
Yeah, but took them like a year and a half to figure it out.
They figured it out anyways.
My goodness.
It doesn't really matter. About 40% of the population has cable, and 90% of those use cable to watch the same terrestrial channels. So there's no point in having cable, but they have it anyway.
Do you think many people in Portugal are going to be watching the debate between Trump and Harris, or do they even care?
For starters, it's not on TV here.
It's like you think that everyone in other countries is really invested and focused on what's happening here, or maybe that's just...
Yeah, but either to criticize you for being Americans, or to doubt your intelligence for being Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm starting to question the intelligence of the average. I always have, but I don't know.
So, you guys, there is a giant dead rat that is completely squashed. That's in the carpet right now. It is crazy. It's right in front. It's like 15 feet in front of my car, and somebody drove over it and squashed it. It's like flat wrapped. You want to see this? Look, watch.
Yeah, sure. That sounds like fun entertainment. Oh, I'm going to the wrong. That's you.
So look. So there's my car. Bird shit on my BMW. Right. And then watch.
That sounds like a good country song. Bird shit on my BMW.
Bird shit on my BMW, and I don't mean to trouble you.
Oh shit! Get a close up. I can make it the thumbnail of this episode.
That is a very good word.
Yeah, could you get a good photo of it and like post it on Instagram?
Yeah.
No, don't
Here,
do it. I don't want to
here we
tell you
do,
what to do.
here we do that with pigeons. You see, our pigeons are really, really stupid. They breed and breed and breed, and City Hall doesn't want to kill them. So there's pigeons everywhere, and they got so used to not having any predators that people walk up to them and they don't run anymore. And worse, cars drive near them and they don't run and they don't fly off. So some of them end up getting under the car's wheels. That
What
pigeon.
is that? Gunshots?
Yeah,
Oh
there
my
was
goodness. What is this artwork here?
there was some pew pew in the background.
Was that really gunshots?
No, it was just the garage door slamming shut.
Oh, okay. Well, it's more dramatic if you just said it was.
No, it was the garage door. I'm coming up the stairs. The dryer still has 8 minutes left. I thought it was
Oh,
time, but I misjudged it. I went down there in the first place and saw the rat.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if David Wilcox
I've
live
never seen a
tomorrow.
rat that big.
I don't know, man.
Paulo, should I worry about rats gnawing the undercarriage of my classic 2005 BMW 325i? Are they? Is a rat
I'm
going
not
to
sure.
eat my car?
The rat's gonna eat your cables.
What is your review of that particular model of BMW, Paulo?
The US model is 30 horsepower underpowered compared to the equivalent German model.
Oh, really?
Because of your anti-pollution controls for automobile engines from the 80s.
Great. And then the rat's going to eat it too.
Yeah, they like gnawing at cables and anything soft that's under the car.
Well, luckily I won't be here, but a few more days, a couple weeks, I'll be gone. No more rats. Plus, it's a terrible parking spot because the heater vent blows directly on my car, right? So there's like people's, feathers out of people's comforters blown onto the top of my car.
Jesus.
It's horrible.
If you want to get more power out of your engine, they can reprogram the ECU for European standards. Does your car is what, 125 horsepower?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, and it's a 2.5. So if it's the 2.5, it should hours at 170.
You know far more about my car than I do, Paulo.
No, I noticed when I bought the old yearbooks for the World Auto Industry, the German edition. They had specs for US versions of European models, and they were always down on power, and I really didn't understand why. Also, I didn't understand why normal American cars were so underpowered in the 80s compared to our cars.
Was that politics getting involved? Oh, my wife's here. Okay.
Probably gas.
My wife says,
yes.
OMG, LOL. I remember when I posted something about pigeons on Facebook and Paulo wasn't having it, LOL.
There's a meme doing the rounds about you must stop saying that pigeons are a plague. No, pigeons are very good for the environment. No, pigeons are not very good for the environment because that meme said something stupid about pigeons having been bred and that our pigeons all over the city were were domesticated pigeons, but that's not true. Pigeons were never domesticated like chickens were. The pigeons live in cities because back in the Middle Ages, when they started building castles, castle towers looked like crags, which is where pigeons nested. So they came to where the humans were. They nested where the humans were, and we have a tendency to get rid of predators in the area. So the pigeons' natural predators were not around around cities, and pigeons started multiplying. And the more pigeons you have, the dumber they get because they don't have any natural predators, and they start shitting everywhere because that's what they do. So having pigeons in the cities is really not a good idea, and then having that sort of this is an actual case of misinformation that neither Facebook nor YouTube call out attention to, and people get the wrong idea about certain things.
Yeah. Well, it's important to have you there to set them straight. The Facebook community is shit.
Yeah, but I know that it's, people have weird ideas about wild animals because most people have never been to a farm. They don't go outdoors. Even I don't go outdoors that much. But I have a bunch of old books about wild animals because when I was a kid, I had a period where I was into that stuff. And they describe the animal behavior, and so I got to learn a few things here and there. And I'm in no way an expert, but compared to the average Joe, I'm a genius. So but because there's an interesting video floating around YouTube about wild boars coming to the beaches near my hometown because they live here in the protected area. They were reintroduced, and once again, no natural predators, and they started breeding. So they came down from the hills to the beach, and in the summer, and there were a bunch of people on the beach, and they noticed that the boars going into the ocean and sitting down because it will cool them down, and I heard in some of the videos a little kid asking, "Is that can I go pet him?" Because that's the idea that people get in their heads, that animals are cute and you can go pet them and they won't hurt you if you don't hurt them. That's not true.
Yeah.
More Psychotronic, cool.
This is issue 21. That's the brain that wouldn't die. The illustration there. Fantastic movie. There's Crispin Glover's father there. You can see him as one of the villains in Diamonds Are Forever. Yeah, a lot of celebrities posed with the magazine. It's a great magazine. You just got to trust me. I don't know how many people know about all this. Obviously, that psychotronic squirt gun guy knows about this, I would assume. It's got it in his name. This is issue 20. This is when White Zombie was still around, so that kind of dates this as, oh, yeah. Oh, see, this is from the set of Lord of Illusions, and then the photo credit there is my friend's name, because he was the guy that coordinated the coordinator of special effects on that movie, which I have on DVD. I've never watched it. He told me it's actually a great movie. Of course, he worked on it. But if he worked on a movie that wasn't good, he would admit it wasn't good.
It's drawn like a kid's.
But he said Lord of Illusions is really a good movie. I don't know. Have you guys seen it? It's about a genie, I guess.
Never heard.
There were 2 Lord of Illusions movies. It's, it's one of those horror movies from decades ago. See, the reviews in here are And I'll show you where those come from here in a second. They're really very similar to what Castlea Frankenstein, how they would do it. Here's issue 19. I probably should fill in. This is when Ed Wood came out, so that's definitely that was a legitimately good Tim Burton movie. Which they're most of his movies are all style, but he had some really legitimately good ones. That was one of them. But he had some real clunkers too. Just stuff taken from that's Michael Weldon, the guy that wrote these, wrote those books. Anyway, I need a complete run of this. I have a complete run of Castle of Frankenstein, which here's number 17. That art is from Lady Frankenstein. Yeah. This is number 16. I think that art's from an Corman movie called Monster from the Deep. I think I had an opportunity to buy that poster once, and never did. I kind of kicked myself for that, but this is number 15. This is from a kung fu movie called Deep Thrust. They were trying to cash in on that name from the movie, the naughty movie. Here's number 14 with a Drew Friedman cover, and see here's his 1995 calendar he's advertising. He had his own calendar there for a while. He had his own little cottage industry. number 13. And then number 12. This I'm going backwards. This one has Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, on the cover, and
That's old school right there.
number 11. So I'm missing a few here. The older ones don't have slick covers. They're more matte.
I could probably get 30, but I would sell 10 for 15.
That's Werewolves on Wheels. That was also a cover on the Monster Times. I'm pretty sure. As far as monster magazines go, Famous Monsters is the king. It has a beautiful look to it and everything. But as far as if you're wanting to actually read a magazine and get information from it, Castle of Frankenstein, the Monster Times, and this Psychotronic magazine, if you're really into this, isn't just horror movies. This is exploitation, grindhouse movies in general. Is a great magazine, but I'm just surprised so few people seem to know about this. This one has an interview with Peter Fonda, Paul Naschy, or maybe it's just an article about Paul Naschy. This is number 7. That's from the art for the Velvet Vampire. The Velvet Vampire is about this lady vampire played by Celeste Yarnell, and Celeste Yarnell was in I think she was in the Star Trek episode where they meet the Greek god Apollo. I think she was the blonde-haired, red-suited. I think it was that episode. But I think Velvet Vampire you can see on Tubi TV. I don't know.
What else can we maybe help you find?
Okay, what else is in this box? This is a magazine that came out when the Munsters was on the air. They have Herman painted in a knight in armor because he was in armor in like one scene in one of the early episodes. It's just a fan magazine. You can win a phone call from Herman. That's when the show was in production. This is the magazine I talk a lot about. This is the first issue of Castle of Frankenstein. There's an issue before this. I think it's called the Journal of Frankenstein. I don't have that. I think that came out in 1959. This would have been like Kennedy era. This magazine was You know, he didn't have subscribers. He just put this magazine out whenever it just came. It might be there'd be a year or two between. I mean, he might have several issues in a year, and sometimes he would go forever without an issue. But it continued to be produced from the early '60s through. I think the last issue might be of The Exorcist or Golden Voyage of Sinbad. So around 74, 75. It's when it disappeared. But that was a shame because it's you know, this may not be as pretty as Famous Monsters, but it's really well written. And this magazine was put out by a guy who the character of Norman Bates is based on the guy that puts this magazine out. And I'm not joking. You can look this up. And Robert Bloch wrote the novel Psycho, and you know, that was turned into the Hitchcock movie. And Robert Bloch hung out with a group of people into science fiction and horror, similar interests. And one of the people he hung out with was, this is issue number 2, by the way, the visible 3D human body. These are from the Dollar Tree. I was reading last one. Is it really interesting? Anyway, guy that put this magazine out was had a mother that was very clingy. She was, oh man, see, this has something cut out of it, so I really need to upgrade my issue number 2. But it looks like, what did someone cut out? They cut out a picture of a monster from this page. Damn. Anyway, his mother was real clingy, and she wasn't mummified or dead, but she would, you know, when he took a college class, she would sit in the back of the class and monitor it. She wanted to be everywhere her son was. If he was invited to a party with his friends, she would try to, you know, come along to the party. And so, and interesting is Batman's hands. But they're not referring to the superhero Batman. Oh, here they're showing fanzines that are made by readers that make their own magazines. Look at that one. Here's some of the readers, so it can kind of tell you, give you a sense of when this came out. You know, since they kind of look like people on the cast of Leave It to Beaver. This magazine also would have comic stories in it that were well done. This one's by Larry Ivy, who was a friend of his. I think some of the later ones, I don't know if they had Bernie Wrightson art. Larry Ivy was one of the early. It looks like Famous Monsters, but it's written in a more mature way. But the character of Norman Bates, you know, the personality of Norman Bates in the novel is more based on the guy that put this magazine out. As far as in the novel, he's into Aleister Crowley or Crowley. You know, I always pronounce it Crowley, but these idiots seem to pronounce it Crowley that are into all that stupid OTO crap. So and later on, the magazine would become it was adult in the sense that if they had a picture from a European movie, or there might be a little uh, scantily clad, the pictures it would be that way in this. Um, and it, I think, attracted more of a college crowd reading this, more an intellectual crowd. The Famous Monsters was aimed more at 8 to 10 year olds as far. Um, there's some reader, I guess, dressed up as Frankenstein. I haven't looked at these in a long time, man. I don't know why I don't look at them more often. Um, so
Spider-Man's over here.
anyway, I know Norman Bates. They say, well, it's really based on Ed Gein. Well, Ed Gein was like a old farmer, like Jed Clampett that was a cannibal, and Norman Bates, and everyone in the group said, "Oh, he's right." They knew exactly what Robert Bloch had done, that he was writing about this guy. Um, this is issue number 4. What? Wait, my wife's trying to tell me something. Arrest warrants have now been issued for Chris Pavlovsky, CEO of Rumble. Oh, wow. Andrew Torba, CEO of Gab, on charges of conspiracy to defraud the U.S. And that's what I was. They're cracking down on everybody, man. They already went after, what was that guy they arrested the other day in another country that uh, they don't want any freedom of speech. Rumble allows people to speak. So, and that's a shame, because that's where the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills is putting all his stuff, man. Because the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills did a 3-hour show. He said, "This is a tribute to Gratu. I'm going to make this show the way Gratu does his show. I'm going to show these comics, and I'm also going to show the stores where I bought them, and I'm going to." He was trying to do it kind of the way I do it, and I thought, oh man, this is such a great. It was really touching. It was a tribute. It's like someone that really likes my show and a good friend, and I'm going to make a recording of this. And then his show got taken. His whole channel got taken down from YouTube, and I was thinking, oh no, I can never. But now he's put that show up on Rumble. But if they shut down Rumble, man, this is getting bad. Um, I got to look into. If my wife is saying this, then she's not. Usually, she has good sources. That's really disappointing news. You guys still there? I'm just talking,
Yeah, yeah.
prattling on to myself. This is good. I like it at this point because they're starting to make it look like just a fan magazine that would have about Elizabeth Taylor and whoever was popular at the time. The way that it doesn't, it gets even better here in a minute. Let me show you. Is this because yeah, because here they're making it. They're like, does Liz know about the night that Burton turned into a monster? Because there was always this stuff, this gossip about Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton and their marriage and how they were alcoholics and always fighting. So they put Elizabeth Taylor, and Richard Burton on this cover with Die Monster Die. It's it's a great magazine. I've always loved this. Now, about a year ago, this magazine was brought back and they started doing new issues. Of course, no one that put this out is still alive, but they're putting it out very respectfully with the original logo. This logo was stolen from the old Golden Age Big Briefer Frankenstein comic book. I mean, it's pretty much the original logo. I didn't know that when I first started buying this. This is a great cover. I think that's pretty much the same cover or the same still that was used for that Fantastic Monsters of the Films that Kevin just got a reprint of. Oh, at this point, we're up to 1966, so we're on issue 8. We started when Kennedy was president. Now Batman is on TV. It's now 1966. So, and then the next issue, they really cashed in on what's going on. They got Cesar Romero on the cover,
The cover's
and
amazing. Yeah, that looks great. I want to get one of those.
that's
I
the
haven't seen
issue 9. And then, you know, the next year the Green Hornet came, and so the next year is issue 10. I mean, that's how infrequently this book came out. It's like we're blowing through the 1960s. We're only up to issue 10, and we're already to 1967. That means they've got 10 issues out in about 7 years.
Well,
This is
what was their printing schedule on that? Did they
They
have
didn't
one?
have one. It just came out whenever. Because this is
He's the most
from West
professional looking
Side Magazine
fanzine of all
Exchange.
time.
I remember it as a kid. When we get to the ones that I remember on the newsstand, I'll show you. Okay, now, boy, I really could use an upgrade on this. This is issue 11. If Last Frontier Comics is watching, I never asked him if he had monster magazines. If you've got an upgrade of this, hey, let me know. This is, you know, Star Trek's on the year at this point, and the thing of, oh, look, new feature, the men behind Marvel Comics. See, he started doing stuff about Marvel Comics and Star Trek, and Famous Monsters never got into that. And I always thought it was very mysterious that in Famous Monsters they never acknowledged that Star Trek ever existed during its original NBC run. Ugh. This has got something horrible spilled on it, which kind of feels gritty, man. And then there's this horrible stain. I didn't realize that and I'm showing this to you now. Everyone's going to go to mycomicshop.com and try to buy them up. And I need to upgrade this because this feels disgusting to the touch. Like there's a grit, like someone vomited on it. But anyway, they're selling like, they have ads in the back like Famous Monsters does. I mean, they're not as spectacular as the Famous Monsters ads. Here they're selling a shortened version of the Captain Marvel serial with Big Shazam, which predates the comic being changed to that title. You see, it's a lot more verbose than Famous Monsters with the stupid puns. I don't mean to insult Forrest J. Ackerman, but let's see, he covers, like, there's the Wally Wood Witsend magazine. He's covering the world of fandom. Here, you know, there's an ad for Witsend. This is more, he's he was clued in. Oh, and here he's talking about Japanese TV shows. Jet Boy, Solan, Boy from Outer Space, which I don't even know these shows. So, but there's some horrible stain that went through this whole magazine. I don't even want to know what it is. But then, and this is interesting. He has a review of Star-Studded Comics. The guy that I was just talking about, mycomicshop.com, the founder of Lone Star Comics, mycomicshop.com, same thing, is Buddy Saunders. That was my local comic store. And when he was a young guy, he was doing this comic book, Star-Studded Comics, with 2 other guys from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And they were trying to make like a Golden Age All-Star Comics kind of book. And the art's pretty good. And sometimes Buddy Saunders even wrote some stories for Creepy and Eerie. And one of the guys that he did this with was this little guy in a wheelchair. He passed away before I could meet him, but he ran a store called Remember When that was more of a movie poster memorabilia store, but it had comics too. And when I first went to Remember When and what was that in? Anyway, it was up north of Dallas. He had passed away and his wife ran it, and she was exactly like Aunt Bee in the Andy Griffith Show, the beehive hairdo, ex-teacher, same oh, hello, welcome to the store kind of voice. And they had pulps and everything. The problem with that store is nothing was priced, and because it was all collected and amassed by her husband who had passed away. And then they'd look it up in these price guides when you got up to the cash register after spending hours looking through and finding your treasures. They know you want them. They saw how long you were looking for them. And now they get to look them up in the price guide. And I hated that. Here's that's from Russia with Love, Martina. No, that isn't. That's Martina Beswick. She was in From Russia with Love as one of the Gypsy Girls. That's from Prehistoric Women. You can see they never would have published. Oh my gosh, someone drew in pencil on that. Someone drew up something on there. Yeah, this magazine's been trashed. Here's an ad for Journey to the Center of the Earth. Yeah, this magazine. I don't know. It looks like a baby pissed on, or an animal pissed on this. I'm not even kidding. Drew the dog. It's like 3D, man. God darn. See, they're covering Star Trek, which is admirable because no Drew. Dang it. Gosh, I ain't first looking at a dog. Move the camera over. This dog is clearly wanting food. Damn. I don't know if Forrest J. Ackerman didn't like Gene Roddenberry or something. It doesn't compute. No pun intended. Why he never covered Star Trek, because there were monsters in it, and Ackerman was really a science fiction fan from way back. The thing is, there were these fan community. There's always been these fan communities of science fiction fans that have hung together since the 20s. People into weird tales. There was, in the 30s, and there were groups that were really obviously into EC Comics in the early 50s, and then there was the group in Los Angeles that had Ray Bradbury and Ray Harryhausen and all these people and Ackerman was part of it. And they would go to a cafeteria and eat once a month. And they were some science fiction fandom group. And then, so that's interesting. If Ackerman was friends with Bradbury, I wonder if Bradbury never wrote a script for Star Trek. Maybe they had something against, maybe they didn't like Roddenberry. But it's very noticeable that Star Trek wasn't ever in until the late 70s. Famous Monsters only covered Star Trek the motion picture. That was the first time. You would think that was a brand new thing, but this is supposed to have Marvel Comics in it. Where is that? Let me see. That's one of the wonderful images of my life. That salt vampire thing. This inside, they have a giant. That's a good way to fill up 2 pages, but it's beautiful. But all part of the monster craze of the 60s. See these Frankenstein mini reviews? See, they have these little miniature reviews. That's what inspired Michael Walden to do the little miniature reviews that he put in his Psychotronic fanzine, and then book, and then this more prozine. But anyway, this guy here, Calvin P. Beck, he is the real Norman Bates. There's little aspects of Ed Gein in there, but but in real life, this cover is completely detached. Perhaps some mending tissue. I don't know, man. Shit. I don't know if it was detached when I pulled it out. It was hanging on by a fiber. Damn. This is probably a pricey book too, because of this may be one of the first magazines to have, Star Trek on the cover. It's very possible. So this has multiple. This would appeal not just to monster magazine collectors, but to Star Trek collectors, in theory. Sometimes things have multiple. Okay, you need to be fed. Okay, we're already up to 1968 because we've got, Planet of the Apes in 2001, and we're on issue. What's the number, man? I don't even see it. But we're also up into, this is not something you'd see on the cover of Famous Monsters, a magazine calculated to blow your mind. You can tell the people that are putting this magazine together are aware of drugs and things and the hippie movement. This one I
Hey,
have a couple.
what was the name of that movie? I think it was Burt I. Gordon that came out in the late 60s, the one with Ronnie Howard and Beau Bridges. It's something like City of the Giant or
Village of the Giants, yeah.
Yes, Village of the Giants. What a great movie, right?
Yeah.
I love that.
You know what? I might have another copy of that Spock because I have a magazine rack upstairs and I put some of these Castlea Frankensteins in there to make it look like, I was in another time period. So maybe I have a better copy. This one I have two copies of. This is, 1,000,000 years BC and a Fantastic Voyage. And you can see at this point, Spider-Man was on ABC and Spock speaks an interview with Marvel Comics Stan Lee. So this is see the reviews. It's got a little psychedelic lettering. You see what is this? This is interesting. What is this, man? I've forgotten a lot of this. There's it's reviews of current Marvel comics. Look at this. It has a little legend there. 1 star means no use bothering. 3 asterisks means see absolutely.
Let's
These
look at
are
this. This sounds
so
cool.
like
Tell us what's
okay.
good about it.
So Avengers 42. This guy named Martin Zhukovsky gave it 1 dot, which means no use bothering. You see, these are the things that they're reviewing.
Wow, 42 got a
One
really
is the first issue of Not Brand Ech. Mike Barrier gives it 2 stars, which means C. 2 stars means C. 1 star says no use bothering. Peacemaker number 4 would have been the Charlton comic. This guy, Bob Stewart, who's one of the main guys of this, gives it 1 star. See, notice that you've got review of Wonder Warthog, followed by X-Men 34 and 35, Uncle Scrooge. They're not distinguishing undergrounds from the above ground comics. So, and they're really, I'm starting to realize they were letting American audiences know about, well, this was in syndication, Ultraman. You never saw Ultraman well, you saw Godzilla and Famous Monsters, but you didn't see. That's why this is a great magazine. They always had a comic story in here too. This is it's written and illustrated by Marvin Wolfman and Lynn is a wine, I assume. I used to call it Lynn Wynn, but
It is Lin
anyway,
Win.
so these guys. Yeah, Marvin, not Marv Wolfman. So look at how psychedelic it is and how influenced it was by the concert posters, in San Francisco and everything. These were clearly, at this
it looks
point,
like
they were
a
hippies
Bill
putting
Graham
this
production.
magazine. They were cool nerd hippies putting this together. And here's the interview with Stan Lee. I always loved this portrait of the Fantastic Four. I thought that's the ultimate, man. That's so great. Whoever inked this, which I'm sure Paulo already left, but he'd be able to
I'm
tell
still
us
here.
instantly.
That's
Who
not
inked this?
that's not
Paulo will
Sinnott.
know.
That's not Sinnott. It kind of looks like Chick Stone.
I was going to say
Yeah,
Chick
I think
Stone.
so because it looks like those like Millie the Model kind of. It's the guy has a wonderful. Like look how I love how he makes these Kirby characters look more like they're real people. No, I mean, doesn't he? It's just I love the lines, all the little lines, and on the Human Torch. It's just great. Anyway, there's Stan Lee. That's right after he got his wig and everything and grew the beard to appeal to youngsters. If you see, there's a film on YouTube where you can watch him promoting the upcoming 1966 Marvel superheroes cartoon, and he's completely bald on top and looks 20 years older. Here's some character production sheets for the ABC. The dog keeps knocking the goddamn son of a bitch. Okay, well, it's probably my fault because I need to feed her. Okay, Drew, let's get you some food. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, there's like drawings of what the villains are going to look like in the upcoming Spider-Man um, cartoon.
You know, time to feed the dog.
Yeah, I'm feeding the dog, but I gotta wash my hands because I got dog food juice on my hands.
Ah,
And my wife, what she was saying is she got her shift cut because when they don't get enough of their surveys done, they say they let people go early. And so she's off, and I'm just ignoring her down here talking nerd stuff, and she's probably watching. And I probably should. Oh, and is it 5 yet? Shit, yeah, it's going to be 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, it's going to be 5. Let me finish showing the rest of the Castle of Frank. There aren't many more Castle of Frankenstein covers, and then I'll ring off. And I might do a live stream tomorrow because she'll be working tomorrow. This whole box has a lot of other monster magazines in it. And I don't know if Imps is still in the audience or not, but there's some cool ones coming up. I think it's better when you open books up than just pulling them out of boxes and showing the cover, because what do you get from a cover? Well, the cover is beautiful, but you might as well be one of those slabbing people that only looks at the cover. You got to know what's inside it. Um, but yeah, Calvin Beck put out a great magazine, and the new Castle of Frankenstein, I think they've had about 4 or 5 issues out so far, is being done by, I think, Scary Monsters magazine. And someone tried to bring back Castle of Frankenstein in the 1990s. Do not get any Castle of Frankenstein magazines put out in the 1990s. They're really bad. A few of them have covers by Larry Ivy, who was still around then, but Calvin Beck had passed away by that point. And but whoever's actually putting this new Castle of Frankenstein together is actually producing something worthy. I mean, it's never going to be the 60s or the early 70s again, but here, reviews, it says Al Williamson has obviously put a good deal of time and effort into the issues of Flash Gordon that he did for King Comics. It's just all these detailed reviews of comics coming out at the time. Reviews of maybe sometime it would be maybe it would be good just to read some of this stuff to you, have story time. I don't know. I'm thinking I have another copy of that one with Spock on the cover. I'll go upstairs and see. Um, I have another copy of that one with Raquel Welch on the cover. And then they bring Star Trek back, and that's number 14. Then now it's a 50-cent book instead of 35 cents. I think we're about 1970 now because we have a Beneath the Planet of the Apes. It's issue 15. So we've gone 10 years, 15 issues in 10 years. You can get a sense of the publishing schedule. And on the back, it's Yellow Submarine came out, in 69? I don't know. The Beatles were pretty much broken up, I think, when I moved. Or was it earlier? I don't know. They may be just covering it late. We're coming up to an issue that I remember being on the stands. So I actually remember this one, number 16, being on the stands. And it's Barnabas Collins, clearly with a girl that was never in the soap opera. It looks more like I don't know what she looks like. She looks like a combination. She looks like something off a Sword and Sorcery paperback cover, or a little bit like the I don't know, the lady in the second season of Space 1999 mixed with Storm from the X-Men. And when they around this era, they had these gatefold wraparound. No, gatefold is different, right? These are wraparound covers, right? Oh, look at this. So this is early Bernie Wrightson. Yeah. Um, it's really a beautiful magazine. I I don't think it's super expensive to put this together. They like to have pictures from, that's just from a PG rated movie. Actually, when Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth was actually a G rated movie, I think. But it was kind of like a follow up to 1 Million Years BC. So you had a lot of cave girls in bikinis, and
It was good.
maybe that wasn't
That
as
one
offensive
blonde
back
girl,
then. After
that one hot blonde girl kidnapped. It was good.
yeah, after Woodstock and the Broadway play Hair, maybe people weren't as shocked at lots of cleavage and in a caveman movie. But here you can get back issues, and um, so there's all the stages of Dr. Hyde. Uh, I'm sorry, Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I'm sorry. Here's a shot of Victoria Vitri from the same movie. And so they would they're trying to appeal to college males, I think, at this point, or at least high school, or it could be. This was fascinating to me as a second grader. So I mean, but I don't know that all the dense writing would have. You have to be a little bit older. This is the magic and the occult issue, and they've got Star Trek on the back. I'm pretty sure that we're okay. I definitely remember seeing this, and this is one of my favorite covers on a magazine of all time, right up there with the issue of Monster World. Frankenstein has the Santa Claus hat. This is Ken. This is Ken Kelly, um, and it's got the coverage of Night of Living Dead, but it's just this Frankenstein's lab cover that's just one of the greatest things. Um, it sort of combines everything that's wonderful in life. Uh, okay, so that one I remember seeing on the newsstand. And where are we at? Then I think from this, the next one is one of my favorite things too, because I had just become aware of the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and then this magazine comes on the newsstand, and of course my mom didn't let me buy it, but it has this wonderful painting of not just Seventh Voyage. Oh, this my light is really making it hard, um, and it's got a wraparound cover. They did these for I think almost the rest of the run of this magazine. These wraparound covers. Um, that's what we're up to is issue 19. And okay, 19. 20 is similar. It has much more Ray Harryhausen. This magazine kind of sums up everything I love in the that I collect. Now we're into the more recent Harryhausen. This was when this movie was pretty much in theaters, or Golden Voyage of Sinbad, and we're up to The Exorcist. So from the Kennedy era until when The Exorcist came out, we're only on issue 22. Um, 23 has the Planet of the Apes cover, because at this point in the early 70s, Planet of the Apes was at its peak of popularity because it was aired on CBS television, and I've got a couple copies of that one, and kids in elementary school that weren't old enough to see it in theaters. Then it became huge, and that's when all the toys. And same thing with Star Trek. Star Trek was bigger in the early '70s in syndication than it ever was on NBC, with the younger brothers of the ones that originally watched in the '60s. They're the ones that started buying all the toys. This is the We're almost at the end of the run of this. It's up to 85 cents now, and this is issue 25. The Time Machine cover, wrap around, and another copy of the same one. And I think that was the last issue of it. Here's an annual, or fear book, as they would, famous monsters would call them, fear books. They stole that. This is the 1967 annual. And then this is what it looks like now. I've got several issues that I've gotten from Gotham City Comics, but I haven't put them in this box yet. This one I have, and you can see how much it looks like the original. But this is something that just came out. This is issue 37. It ended, the real Castlea Frankenstein ended with issue 25. So that tells me that there were 11 issues that came out in the 90s, and they just picked up with the numbering from the 90s. You don't want those ones. You don't want anything between 25 and, oh, actually, this wasn't the first of the new ones. I think I missed the first one when it came back. It was 36. Well, you can tell. You'll be able to tell the 90s ones because they're terrible looking. This was a good magazine for a while. If you guys want to see more of these, I'll show them tomorrow. If you put down in the comments, I think. Oh man, this is gonna have some, I bet you guys don't even know about this. Everybody's lately into Dave Stevens. Dave Stevens did this cover for occult movies, and I don't think most comic collectors know about it. Here, see the DS? This is from a movie called House on Bear Mountain. It's a monster movie, but it has a lot of 19. It has a lot of nudity in it, so it's not going to be on regular TV. But it's from the '60s. So cult movies is a good magazine. Oh, look, there's another Dave. I didn't know this. I used to know this. Look at that. That's a Dave Stevens cover too of Bela Lugosi. Look at that. Nobody shows these when they do their look at my Dave Stevens collection, because a lot of comic collectors don't buy magazines. They say, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. No, it's a wonderful rabbit hole. And and this is related to Dave Stevens. This is Movie Monsters #1. This is from Atlas Seaboard that was around for less than a year in 1975. This, you see the signature there. This is Greg Theakston. Greg Theakston was a friend of Dave Stevens that worked with him, and Greg Theakston put out the magazine The Betty Pages, which was a little digest magazine with lots of pictures of Betty Page, and Dave Stevens contributed to that, and they were both trying desperately to find Betty Page. They knew she was out there somewhere. They eventually found her, and they helped her get money from merchandise. They helped her realize that there were a lot of people out there that loved her, and so they did a great thing for Betty Page, in her later years. And then she passed away, but she at least knew that she was loved. And this, I want to ask, I don't know if Kevin's watching right now, but this Sea Monkey ad looks like it was inked differently, and it looks like they have a little different bit of personality than what I remember, or maybe this is exactly the same and I just don't remember. They look a little
that's
bit
cool.
different. Do they look different to you?
Yeah.
Isn't that neat?
Yeah, it looks really old, like one of the first ads.
Well, this is from about 1975, so it's
Oh, so it's
more recent. Yeah, well, December of '74. Well, that's pretty much '75.
maybe it's an old ad, or maybe it's just because of the printing the process they use.
It could be, or it might be that it was re-inked. This is This is from Atlas Seaboard, you know, the company that did Iron Jaw and all that. You just found some
Yeah.
in your store. So, but this is all the stuff I love. Planet of the Apes, and then there's a Star Trek thing in here. This really, I didn't get this one when it came out. I got this later
Have you
because
been showing these? I need to go back and watch this.
I've been showing. Well, this is the first one I've shown of this, but I've been showing Castle of Frankenstein. No book from my collection that I would have bought in my childhood would have this kind of damage to it. I'll show you one that did come from my childhood because I never saw that one or I would have bought it. But I bought this one off the stands when I was a kid. Look at that. It's got Rodin. Shit. Like Drew keeps knocking my camera over.
They're trying to be like famous monsters, it looks like.
Yes, it is. And this is also a Greg Theakston cover. Greg Theakston was an artist, and he, like I said, he did the Betty Pages magazine, but he also was an archive. He was trying to,
That's a great painting on there.
like, yeah, he was really good. And he also came up with a process of printing old Golden Age comics called Theakstonizing. It was named after him. And what he came up with a way of, he had to sacrifice a real Golden Age comic. So like when they were trying to reprint the Marvel Captain or the timely Captain America comics from World War II, they didn't have black and white original art. So and nowadays they just photograph with a digital camera the original comic page and clean it up. But in the 80s they didn't know how to, they didn't have that technology. So he came up with a way, but he had to sacrifice a comic book, a valuable original comic book. He had to cut it apart. He would soak the pages in some kind of chemical he invented that would bleach out all the color and leave only the original black lines, but he would get rid of all the other, four colors and just have the black lines. And then from that, he could make a black and white stat, and then they could add color to it, and it could look really, that's was called Theakstonizing. So they don't do that anymore, but that was a process he invented. But Greg Theakston is someone that needs to be remembered. I don't know if there's anybody on YouTube that talks about Greg Theakston. I think those are the only two issues of Movie Monsters because because Atlas didn't last long. Here's another magazine, Halls of Horror. This was from England. There's Captain Kronos, but this was actually called Halls of Hammer. This was mostly about Hammer magazine. It would appear on the newsstands in this country, but then it was called Halls of Hammer. It's really a monster magazine aimed at a British audience. People forget that 1,000,000 Years BC was actually a Hammer movie that was made in association with Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers released the Hammer movies. But anyway, that's cool. And I just discovered two Dave Stevens covers that I don't think most people in the comic book community know about. But
Yeah,
I'll
I
show
didn't.
some more monster stuff tomorrow. But right now, my shit. Um, the restaurant opened 10 minutes ago, and I've got my wife. I know we don't have much money. We got a GoFundMe going, but on Saturday night, I sacrificed to get her because it really helps her health. This nice ribeye. It's not that expensive, but it helps. It helps her. It literally does help her. So anyway, we do have a it's like, hey, contribute to my gold GoFundMe. Where I got to go to the restaurant now and get a ribeye steak. Don't just ignore that I have a gold ceiling and a fancy.
Hey, you have
This is
Marvel
not a
Perfect.
gold ceiling, but it's kind of comical when someone's got a GoFundMe and their ceilings. It looks like it I'm not going to say it looks like Mar-a-Lago because,
Yeah, well,
but
you've had supposed comic book professionals crowdfunding sandwiches, and let's not forget when Peter David crowdfunded his back taxes, which he
oh,
didn't pay for 2 decades.
I salute them. That's the American way. No, I'm kidding. Well, maybe you fellers can come on again. Well, no, Gotham City. Kevin will be closed tomorrow, but if he appears, if he's bored tomorrow, he'll be coming in from home, and uh, I don't know. Maybe I'll pop on in the middle of the afternoon tomorrow, or maybe I won't. But when she's doing her job, I try to figure out a way to stay out of her hair. So I'm recording Trump's press conference from, I think, yesterday. So that's great entertainment for me. Uh, okay. Well, anything else going on, guys?
Not really. I actually took out some books because of when we were talking about animals, but I can show
Oh,
them
hey,
tomorrow. Yeah.
show. Well, if you
No,
come
you
back to,
can. Yeah, I can show them tomorrow, but I can show
yeah,
some of
yeah.
the insights because they have pretty cool painted illustrations.
Yeah, let's see what my wife says. I got my shift cut. That's why I'm glad I've been logging in more, because the work is so unstable. My instability and theirs is not a good combo. Oh yeah, I read all these. Yeah, and then she told me that, and then we need to look into this, because that's major news. If this is actually going on, if they're starting to arrest the people, the next thing they'll do, well, they already have done it with Elon Musk in Brazil, right? You know about that because they
Yeah,
speak your language. They've banned X or Twitter, and there's going to be more countries trying to do that.
but
They're shutting
all of the
down
big
freedom of speech everywhere,
yeah,
man.
but all of the big corporations complained about this because it's ridiculous. They estimate that as long as this happens, they're going to be if this happens for a month, they're going to lose 20% potential business because of not having Twitter in Brazil.
Yeah, but they don't care about that. They don't care about money. They care about power. If money was cared about, they'd make good Star Wars movies. They'd give people what they want in Marvel and DC Comics instead of cramming. What
Well,
they care
they will
about
care.
is
They
a
will care
malice.
when the envelopes under the table stop coming. They'll care.
Well, if and under Marxism, the elite, wealthy, there's the rich class, and everyone else suffers equally down in the mud. And I think that's what they want. They want us to not have freedom of speech, or a way to defend ourselves. And now, if they are starting to arrest all these the people in charge of social media platforms, oh brother, we're in trouble. But I don't know. We'll have to see. Well, anyway, guys, this dog is still. Drew, I got more food upstairs. This dog is about to cannibalize me, man. Anyway, take care, everybody. See
Okay.
you
See
guys.
you.
See you, Meyer. See you, Kevin. Paulo, take care.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.